Playoffs is the biggest stage for you to show like what you're capable of. Every single moment is super high pressure. Every single thing you do matters.
One step away from greatness, success is what you make it. Little voice inside my head said there's a chance you should take it. The kids I grew up with telling me I made it as I stand on this mountain. Look at all my haters' faces. They say it all came too fast with trade places. It's more to the story, man, it's more to the pages. I do it cause I love it and losing is outdated. Now look at this problem that you created. Let's go!
TSM's best ever season. First split in the North American LCS, and they make it to playoffs. Team Liquid topple a giant to take the series. CLG feels like the faith's starting to pick up.
Cloud9 locking in that third seed for the playoffs.
That's the game, that's the match, that's playoffs secured for Immortals.
People think that TSM and Immortals are probably the top teams, but I do actually think that we can beat those two teams.
We're by far the underdogs. This is like our last opportunity to actually show like how good we can be.
We have like more to prove as a team. I think it's like more in line for us this split.
From last split, we got third place. It can prove that Immortals is gonna do well.
I want a 3-peat, and I know we can do it. And most people either step up or they don't.
I'm a champion.
After coming really close to taking first last split, with this roster, we don't really have any excuses.
Yeah, where the winners ride.
Let's go. Yeah, I'ma be a champion. Yeah, I'ma take it to the top. Yeah, it's time to rise, so let's go. Whoa.
Being 6, it doesn't really matter. I want to win.
We don't do well and we don't make Toronto. It's do or die right now.
Placing second is a failure. I want to just win the whole thing.
We really need to work on really hard to get first places.
Comes down to like one play, we're gonna be the team that takes advantage of the other team's mistake.
So last time in Vegas, we were really close to winning, and this time in Toronto, we'll win for sure.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2016 North American LCS Playoffs. Today, 2 of our top 6 teams embark on the next step in their journey towards the Summer Split Championship, and fans have packed the Battle Arena to see our teams duke it out in our first quarterfinal matchup. Meteos arrived ahead of his team a little bit earlier today, ready to go for today's matches. There on the opposite side of the rift is Team Envy, Laud, and Hakuho in their first playoff performance alongside Seraph, who's the focus of our alt stream today. Thank you, everyone, for watching with us this afternoon. I'm James Dash Patterson, joined once again to break down all the action by Mark Zimmerman and Alberto Crumsargifo. Gentlemen, you've been with me all season long, but here we are into the postseason. How excited are you to watch the top-tier talent in NA go up against each other?
I'm super pumped because this is like crunch time. This is when everything you've been working for all season finally pays off. You get to see how you stack up against the best people in the league. No more, messing around with new picks. You really have to perform on today.
I don't know about you guys, but it's been 2 weeks, and I've been dying to see some league action, covering it all split long. This is the culmination of the strength of these teams, and it's about time that we can actually determine who is the best.
All right, well, with that, then, let's take a quick look at our roadmap for the Summer Split postseason. Today, third-place finisher Cloud9 battles against 6th seed Team Envy, while Counterlogic Gaming and Liquid face off tomorrow in a rematch of the Spring Split semifinal showdown. Now, TSM and Immortals, they finished the regular season in the 1 and 2 positions, so they've earned themselves a bye into the semifinals next week. Now, regardless of who wins this weekend, the lower-seeded team will face TSM, and the higher-seeded team will go up against Immortals. That's important because if Envy then wins today, that changes things up, right? Now, before we get into any more of that, there's more than the North American crown on the line here. Championship points and the chance to represent North America on the world stage is also at stake. So let's get a little refresher on where teams are currently positioned and what they stand to gain during playoffs. The first column here shows each team's current points. You can see that CLG, TSM, and Immortals are the top dogs for their top placement in spring. Now, the second column are the current points awarded for summer. TSM and Immortals with a guaranteed 40 since they have a bye to the semi. So this is representative of the minimum amount of points that the teams can secure based on where they are currently. Of course, if they go further into the playoffs, they will secure more points. But right now, it looks like CLG and TSM locked together in that tie there for what would have been the second qualified position to Worlds. Now, more are on the table, with first place in Summer auto-qualifying for Worlds. Then second place earns 90 points, third gets 70, and fourth takes 40, while fifth and sixth earn 20 each. Now, the team that ends the year with the most points earns the second seed to Worlds, and the remaining 4 playoff teams will face off in the regional qualifier. A lot of information, a lot of stuff to parse through there, but ultimately, 3 of our teams will be representing North America at Worlds, and it's decided starting from here, moving through the conclusion of the regional qualifier. Before we get into today's matchup, let's talk a little bit about the state of the game in playoffs with the introduction of patch 6.15. We've seen it in a few other regions. Less lane swaps are happening. How do you guys feel about this change?
I think it impacts the junglers a lot, particularly with Rek'Sai and Nidalee being the strongest early game junglers. You just have so much pressure, and it impacts lanes in a way that is unmatched by anything. So we saw over in Europe how difficult it was to deal with the likes of Rek'Sai. So having blue side on this matchup seems like it's almost a guarantee. Either you first pick Rek'Sai or purple side has to ban it.
There's a couple other small changes just in terms of how teams move around the map. Obviously, 2v1s are mostly gone. You see it less. It's more of a fringe strategy now that you can maybe potentially do it. But a lot of teams are focusing heavily on laning phase, and then even if you're winning lane, sometimes people swap out of it just because they have a tempo advantage. They can take the first turret to get that first turret blood gold, basically.
And of course, this is the kind of thing that we will expect to influence picks to some degree. You already mentioned, particularly with the junglers, but also in the likes of those 1v1s and 2v2s top and bot lane. For example, we saw Corki picked up today. Not something that's necessarily meta, but operates a much stronger in a 2v2 laning phase.
And I hope we can see the Vel'Koz out of Jensen, because it's such a strong laner individually, and it needs a lot of influence from the junglers. So if Proxen is not on his game to help Ninja out through the laning phase, Jensen can get a massive lead on his own and will be pretty much unable to be dealt with because it's so easy to just take cleanse and be safe.
All right, let's dial into that matchup then. Today's matchup, where third seed Cloud9 is taking on Team Envy. Now, the boys in blue are heavily favored in this series, but this is the exact spot we found Cloud9 in last split before they got knocked out of the playoffs. So what do they need to do to make sure that they have a different outcome this time around?
I think they just have to prepare really heavily for the pick and ban phase of the series. I feel like that's where a lot of it's going to be decided, with the heavier emphasis on laning phase, as well as the fact that we know Envy is a very counter-pick heavy team, and C9 is more of a standard team. They need to make sure they don't pick themselves into any holes where, like, they're early picking a Gnar blind and then they're getting counter-picked super hard. I think those are the kinds of things they'll need to be conscious of.
Okay.
And for me, what I'm looking for Envy to do is to be able to just win through their own counter picks and not go for the wonky style that we saw them towards the end of the split, where they picked these 4 tanks and then just relied on Law to be that kind of magic shred Kog'Maw, which just scales so hard into the late game, but ultimately has poor laning phases all around. And if we go back to their style, which Seraph picking the top lane carries, proxying on his aggressive junglers, maybe even the likes of a Graves if Rek'Sai is not in the pool, and then Ninja having free reign to pick whatever he chooses, hopefully not Ezreal mid this time around. But I think that if they do that, they should be able to give Cloud9 a run for their money.
Now, what about where these teams match up in terms of different points within the game, right? So early, mid, late. Who are you giving advantages to based on where we are in the game?
What's interesting is both of them actually played a pretty similar style throughout the season, where both teams were on like top 3 in terms of average game time and bottom 3 in terms of like combined kills, meaning that both of them played relatively slower, not kill-heavy games. And I think that just plays further into C9's strengths. Whenever 2 teams have similar play styles, the team that's clearly better at those play styles generally wins. And C9 was amazing at vision control throughout the season. I think if it goes late game, that just favors C9. And so I think Crumbs was saying stay away from the Kog'Maw and those kind of baitier late game picks, and they need to look more early game.
And since this is a best of 5, one of the key things in a best of 5 in a long series is the mental fortitude that a lot of these teams have. And Cloud9 has been tried and tested. They have had a lot more raunchy games, if you will, this split, that kind of they didn't get phased too much. They were still able to bring it back for games 2 or game 3, wherever it happened. While Envy, where they kind of lost game 1 and game 2, they kind of lost steam towards the end of the game. So I think that as long as the teams can maintain their composure, that'll ultimately be the one that can come out ahead, because whoever can create the most, I guess, disruption in the opponent and throw them off guard should be able to get a nice psychological edge on their opponent.
And this Cloud9 squad, this is one that has said this split would be different for them. So now is the time for them to prove it, right? But where do C9, rather, where have C9 done a good job in staying ahead of the competition in summer? And Team Envy, right, a second half, they've fallen a bit this split.
Right, and I think Crumbs was mentioning before that there has been this kind of communication barrier in the team where there's a heavy emphasis on Korean speaking on the top side of the map and English speaking bot side. And just players having to think not just about what they're saying, but how they're saying it is like, is this coming across correctly?
It's an extra
team?
step.
Right, it's just this extra difficult thing that you have to deal with, and that's something that was plaguing Envy throughout the season.
All right, well, let's focus then on what Envy could possibly do to come ahead in this matchup. So what would be the keys to victory for this freshman LCS squad? You know, understanding that there might be some communication issues.
I'm looking at their dual lane, specifically Lod and Haku. I think they're really strong laners. You know, we saw them as kind of the stars of the team, rounding out the composition of Koreans within their team. And Lod has been such a star player throughout the split. Obviously, he's not the best AD carry. There's quite a bit of competition there, but he's solid. He brings a lot of damage to his team, and he's such a young talent and a leader that I think that if he can get rolling, it's a lot easier to be comfortable in the position of a shot caller when you're ahead.
Right.
And we have seen Cloud9's dual lane kind of struggle in the laning phase every once in a while, so if the dual lane from Envy can exploit that, come out ahead, maybe with a little bit of help from Proxen, make sure that they can snowball and translate that into that first tower gold, which is absolutely massive, I think that they'll be able to take over a nice lead and snowball the game.
I think another person to look at is Seraph. He's someone who obviously has some weirder counter picks, and against Impact, who mostly plays the same stuff, he might be able to get an advantage and then transition that to the bot side as well. I think obviously bot side is where the game is kind of won or lost at this point, mostly, but if he can get a snowball-y pick top side that gets ahead of Impact and then starts making TP plays or just draws all the pressure away from the bot lane, he might be able to help snowball the team.
Which I think points light to the Ashe pick right now, which Ashe at level 6, you hit 6, you hit an arrow bottom, free tower, free objective.
Right.
So powerful, sneaky, wonderful Ashe.
All right, well, yeah, we'll be tracking picks across all lanes, but a big part of Envy's map control has come from their leader in the top lane. You just mentioned him, Seraph. So we're going to be looking closely at the top lane in our featured matchup today, which is Impact versus Seraph. Gentlemen, this is a big one. As we mentioned, a lot of it is going to hinge on these two players. Of course, Impact necessarily hasn't hit numbers that we've seen from him in the past, you know, the good old days of being a world champion, but has been a solid performer for the Cloud9 squad this whole split.
And I think you just need to look at the champs played. You see 3 tanks basically for Impact, and on the flip side, for Seraph, you had a bruiser, a mage, and a tank. So they play very different in terms of the champions that they pick.
Well, the meta is kind of already defined, so I think that the player that can find a way to redefine it on the fly and just say, hey, I want to be able to play this into this matchup, because as series develops, the meta within this series is what matters. It's not about what's the actual pick. So if, say, Gnar becomes the biggest priority and the Aurelia counter side can't deal with it, then Gnar is quickly the #1 pick, and people have to try to find a way to trust their team and say, maybe we haven't scrimmed with this, but I have a feeling that I can come out ahead in this matchup without it.
One of the most exciting things about Best of 5 series is the adaptation, the development of the in-series meta itself. I've got to put you guys on the spot, as I always do at this time of the season, asking you for your predictions of this series. Mark, let's start with you.
I'm going to say 3-1 in favor of Cloud9. I think that having Reaper as the coach helps a ton, because as we were saying, the draft phase and adapting throughout the series is going to be a key part of it. And with Envy having such a weird draft, having a mind like Reaper helping you figure out what is really the key parts that you need to react to is going to help them a ton throughout the series, not just the fact that I think that their players are a little better in most positions.
Okay.
Well, I think that C9 has the advantage in this matchup. I don't think it's going to be as easy as it's made out to be. I do think that Envy's going to give them quite a bit of a run for their money, particularly because of the counter picks that they can have, the wide champion select, and the fact that when put on the spot, a lot of the carries, for example, Impact hasn't been that comfortable on the carry matchup. So I think that the top and bottom side for Envy will be their strengths, and it's just a matter of how well can Proxen influence the map. So I do think that Cloud9 will come out ahead with their macro play, but it's going to be close. I'm giving it to them 3-2.
All right, and in a matchup where most people would say this is our most lopsided matchup in North America, we did just see a 6 seed beat a 3 seed in Europe. We'll see if we get the same today. You guys are still giving it to Cloud9. As we continue to move through the playoffs, we'll be highlighting the greatest moments of the summer split. And we want you guys at home to join the conversation, so tweet at LOL Esports with your favorite memories and hype plays from the past 9 weeks, and we'll feature the biggest and brightest moments on our road to Toronto. Now, we're about to head over to our casters, but first, a quick reminder that we are broadcasting an alternate stream experience over on NALCS2 featuring Freak, Dyrus, and Zig. They'll be focusing on the matchup between Impact and Seraph in that top lane. So hop over to that stream if you're interested in a closer look at the top lane. Now, though, it's time for the main event. So the North American quarterfinals starts right now.
C9 has always done well in playoffs. Sneaky and Meteos have won multiple LCS splits, made worlds. Impact is a world champion. They have a ridiculous amount of experience. People are definitely not expecting us to win.
I think we're in a good spot to take it.
Envy is kind of like one of the weaker teams. we'll have a pretty easy first round.
Being 6th or 3rd or 4th or 5th, it doesn't really matter. It's playoffs that matters. I want to win. I'm not going to be happy unless we win.
저는 방심은 언제나 하면 안 된다 생각해가지고 왜냐면 일주일 안에 뭐 바뀔 수도 있는 거고.
2 weeks practice and like a new patch, it can go either way.
It's completely like different game. I think we can get a chance to beat them.
This is like our last opportunity, all 5 of us, to actually show like how good we can be.
Cloud9 haven't missed out on any worlds in like their existence. This year won't be one of those years.
Welcome once again to the NALCS Quarterfinals, League fans. I'm Riving Dubizin III, and helping me deliver all the action and hype today is Joshua Jat-Leesman and Aiden Zyrene Moon. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be on the TriCast with you, and we have quite a match today.
Yeah, I'm excited for these finals. I mean, obviously, a little bit of trash talk coming up from Jensen, but like they said, anything can happen in the playoffs, and Cloud9 knows this, coming into the last playoffs as the 3 seed and not making it to semifinals.
All right, well, we're going to get right into the starting lineups on this. First up, it will be Cloud9. That means it is Impact coming out of the top lane. Meteos roaming around in the jungle. Jensen holding it down in mid, and your bot lane for C9 is Sneaky at 80 carry with Smoothie at support and Coach Reaper.
Yeah, and on the other side, it's going to be Team Envy coming in as the 6th seed. We got Seraph in the top lane, Proxen in the jungle, Ninja gonna have a tough matchup against Jensen in the mid lane, Lot at the 80 carry, and Hakuo the support with their Coach Miracle.
And I'm just so excited to see these drafts here from these coaches because both of these teams actually have a lot of those pocket picks, right? We were talking about the Vel'Koz on the desk, and then Ninja has this kind of a weird champion pool that's all over the place, and you don't know what Seraph's going to play as well, and what they've been practicing, because we haven't seen these teams for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and so much of it is, do they have the right champion versus how many champions do they play? Because if you look at the top lane champion pool, we have Seraph playing more than double the top laners that Impact has played. Like, that is actually insane. However, you look at the success rate, it's not necessarily there. Plus, new patch, new lanes, a lot to take into account.
Well, we heard Dash say that Cloud9 was in a very similar position where they had to bring it all, put it all, and leave it on the Rift. We heard Lod saying in that intro that they would be quite disappointed. Hopefully that mentality doesn't strike them too much if they fall behind a game, because they need every bit of positivity here going up against Cloud9. They are right that they are the underdog here.
Yeah, absolutely, and they can't underestimate them because Envy, even though, you know, Cloud9 did lose against the 6th seed last split, there is that question, though, because Envy have almost taken down teams like Immortals. We have seen Envy when they were on their game near the beginning of the split, and some people are like, oh, strength of schedule, but they were actually playing rather well against some of the top teams. They could get back in that form, and that's the question. What have these 2 weeks of practice gotten them?
So far, it's gotten a lot of focus on the mid lane for bans, and a little bit of the top lane focus with Shen and Gangplank, but a first pick priority, Tahm Kench for Cloud9.
I was going to say that there were not many surprises so far in the draft phase because the bans all seemed like some of the highest priority champions on this patch, save for the Cassiopeia, which has been something Jensen has had a lot of success on. But then that first pick, Tahm Kench, it's the 3rd most picked top support on this patch, rather. But really not something you see first picked off.
Yeah, especially in North America. It's been very popular in Korea. It's been like hanging around for a bit, but that is really surprising that they unclogged the frog here. And that's like, are they going to play some type of hyper carry for Sneaky? What are they going to do with this pick? Because it enables so many things in your draft later on.
It'd be interesting because they usually have Sneaky off in a side lane now. Does that change with 615 and how C9 approaches the game too?
Yeah, well, as far as the approach on the game, one of the other reasons that the support Tahm Kench has been seeing play is because of its global pressure. The reduced channel time on the ultimate from Tahm Kench really allows you to make a lot of ganks. But aside from that, the rest of C9's draft does look a lot like power picks.
Yeah, this looks really good coming through here. I like that the fact that the Sivir was picked up for Envy and the Ashe comes through, range advantage in that 2-on-2 lane, which we are seeing more and more of, and pick potential as well for Cloud9, which is how they started getting back into the split in the middle, where they were like, all right, let's play these Bard Ashe compositions, let's make some picks, and see if that works out for them.
Well,
yes!
The diverse champion pool is coming in pretty strong for Envy right here. The fact of
game one of possible 5
is he can go mid lane or top lane. Just in Europe in the previous series, we saw Kennen picked into the Gnar as something that can work because the burst with the Proto Belt can be so immense. That could very easily be a Seraph champion. He has more unique top lane picks than anyone else in the North American LCS.
Absolutely. This is something I've been seeing you playing a lot with.
Oh yeah, I've been playing a ton of Kennen top. Kennen is actually very powerful, the teamfight presence, the changes to the ultimate. Kennen was actually disabled for the last 2 patches, and it was catching on at the time, and then it got disabled, so we hadn't seen it in pro play. Now it has some wave clear with the Proto Belt like you were talking about, so one of the weaknesses of the champion was covered up, and now it's just this immense team fighter, which is something that Envy will love, and oh my god.
Well, we'll see how they put that Kennen on the attack, but C9 strikes back as well. The Rek'Sai pickup fell all the way down to a 4th pick for C9, but the Syndra as well locked in for Jensen.
And this is why you can put a lot of your historical split pick ban prep and kind of throw it out the window right here, because looking at these team compositions, we played 44 games for Cloud9 and 42 games for Envy, and not once did Cloud9 pick Tahm Kench, not once did they pick Syndra, and not once did Envy pick Kennen. 3 unique champion picks already in the first game of the playoffs.
Yeah, and even when you look at the bans that were coming through, Vladimir and Lissandra, most banned champions against Envy, neither of them are banned right now against them, and it's not like something picked up first round. So priority is definitely changed on this patch. We'll see what they end up doing here, because that could be mid, could be top Kennen. I think they just pick a power pick mid here and try to counter that Syndra.
I think specifically because the Syndra's there, they're not going to put the Kennen into it, but the Lissandra does make a lot of sense. As you mentioned, it was banned 48% of the time against them during the regular season. They can pick it right now, and they can flex it wherever they want. Either of these champions can go to either solo lane, and they have until 20 seconds to make their final swap.
I think they hold it like this, and then they swap it. There they go. Swap it back again. Do it one more time. Back and forth, but still, I think that the Lissandra is definitely the better matchup here.
Yeah,
Lissandra
so
has great wave clear and matches the Syndra.
And I think these champion selects also set us up for a lot of team fights, Riv, because there's a huge amount of initiation on both sides. Like, there are crowd control or initiation aiding abilities on every single player. So that could not even be team fights. That could just be picks and fights all over the map.
Yeah, and I love that Cloud9, they have a little bit of a pick composition with the Syndra and the Ashe, and they have ways to actually get people out of position with the Tahm Kench ultimate. But then you look at Envy's comp, it's just team fight through and through. They want to run at you, they want to engage, and that's been one of the things that Envy have needed to kind of gravitate towards, because their teamwork has been all over the place, and it's much easier to execute on these types of compositions.
Well, you love it, chat. Zyrene, you love it. There's a lot of love in the air, so you better head over to Twitter, share your love as well, make your predictions, tweet hashtag C9win or hashtag EnvyWin for who you think is going to pull out of this quarterfinal matchup. We'll tally your votes and check back in a few minutes. What a way to start things off. Like Jad said, not how we expected. And with even the new patch of 6.15 now being implemented into the NALCS play, we're going to get even more different play once we hit the Rift. So you were talking about big level 6s. Those are going to have a huge impact if they're starting to rotate around for those first turrets at that level 6 as well. We're about to be on the Rift. It's Cloud9 versus Envy in our first matchup of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and what I also find very interesting about these drafts is we're most likely to see standard lanes. It doesn't guarantee that we see a standard start.
Absolutely.
As in the Korean semifinals, we actually saw a very early jungle invade, and they were just able to kill Blank when he was starting his jungle in the KT versus SKT series. But we also have melee supports on both sides, which means that they could have gone with something like a Soraka and tried to play a stronger laning phase, but they didn't because they wanted the utility that these tanks bring, and they think they can get away with the laning phase.
Yeah, and I think that both of these supports actually bring so much to these team compositions with the pick of the Tahm Kench and also the team fighting prowess of the Braum. There are a couple things here that are a little bit different. When we look at a patch that comes through that makes you play standard lanes, this also means your jungler is freed up. Prox is freed up, Meteos is freed up, they're level 3s. I'm really interested to see what happens here, because the Syndra kind of shouts to me that level 3 gank may come through here in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, and you see Ninja has the teleport, so he has no cleanse if Jensen would be on the money with his stun. I think that's a very real possibility.
Sneaky too.
Even beyond that, I do feel like the Rek'Sai has become the #1 jungler on this patch because of the Tiamat rush, which can just accelerate your jungle and give you more overall jungle pressure. All of that is yet to be revealed, obviously, and we're seeing both junglers start on the same side of the map, so there's a good chance they can meet up.
And speaking of meeting up, Cloud9 gonna get found out there. Nobody's gonna start on their buff, or their, I guess their camp.
Yeah, I think that was basically just, we're going to see a lot of these little mind games as the dual lanes start, because if one team can get a camp and the other team doesn't take a camp, it's a huge lane advantage. So you'll either see both teams taking a camp or one team invading to prevent the camp start for a dual lane.
Looks like junglers are going to end up both on that bottom side here as we start off, so we may get a little bit of action. Also seeing a lot more teleports for those top laners come in lately due to that action being in the bottom lane at a possible level 6. It doesn't look like anybody's going to gain too much brush control right now. Smoothie and Hakuo just trading back and forth here.
Tahm Kench is so good into other melee supports.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get eaten right up if he goes too far forward, but...
Oh, you got to make sure. Sneaky's trying to farm waves here. Smoothie's still trying to fight. A little bit of miscommunication. Or rather, Smoothie got himself caught out as well.
But Meteos is coming down right now. He's at that Scuttle Crab.
Meteos has done a very interesting route, and this is going to differentiate him from Proxen. He's actually gone with 3 small camps into Scuttle Crab, so no buffs as of yet. Really heavy on experience, but not huge in combat power. Just make sure he gets river control. We've seen a lot of junglers do modified routes to get the bottom lane Scuttle Crab before the other team. This time, Meteos gets it uncontested, and even though the supports were trading very heavily, that's why they bring 4 biscuits to the lane. They're most likely just going to use a bunch of health pots, and we'll get to see if we do get an early gank. Proxen saw the Scuttle Crab, realizes he can't go through the river.
Yep, and that actually stopped him from going over there. But Meteos, because of his level 3 route, there was an opportunity to go bottom, but it looked like he wasn't completely informed of wards or anything like that on the bottom side. Doesn't decide to take the risk and instead goes for the kind of the standard play there and just the easy, safe route.
More farming it out. Not like the beginning Meteos. The early Meteos of old, we remember slingshotting himself in from the sides on Zac, trying to gank it every efficient kind of point possible.
I also remember heavy farm and amazing KDA back in the day.
He's still got the amazing
farming
KDA.
champions. Yeah.
Meteos still has the amazing KDA, but his CS differential or CS per minute isn't as extreme as it used to be. His ward stats are definitely up though, which will make it interesting to see if he goes with the Sightstone, which was the Rek'Sai strategy earlier on in the split, or if he goes with Tiamat, which seems dominant right now. Good blue handoff.
Gonna be very nice for Jensen. Ninja will not get the same treatment as of right now, but Proxen's gonna try to use those buffs for good here in the top lane. Impact sitting in a nice minion wave.
Seraph has a W charged up.
Body slam may not work. Electric Surge goes in. They do get Impact on a hit, but he's able to hop out. Do they go into the turret? And the final attack is not a passive one from Seraph. He doesn't get the Thunder Shuriken in.
Yeah, they layered the CC there a little bit too hard. Proxen went for the body slam flash. Yep. Maybe could have walked up, gotten the slow, and then gone for the body slam flash afterwards. But still, layered those double stuns.
Got the flash.
Get the flash, though.
Now, one of Impact's flaws earlier in the season was a little bit too much greed in lane. This time he gets out of it, but now without his flash and without his teleport, he's going to have to play very passive and most likely give Seraph a bit of a lead in the lane. Let's see if he's willing to do that, knowing that at least his mid laner in Jensen is doing well, and overall the team will be okay. Impact, though, does like to greed to try and stay in the game.
Could happen. I mean, he could pull off a pretty good Gnar move. Can never put it by this guy out in the top lane. A previous world champion still has a bit of those on his feathers to use.
So he had to use a teleport to get back. Seraph decides to trek it out with Kennen. You actually get a little bit of a leeway here with the Lightning Rush to continue running back. I love that he's maxing the W first. It gives him a lot of wave clear. A lot of people will max the Q, and it's kind of a trap because you have to land the Q to actually do the damage. The W, increase your auto attack trading in lane, and then you also get the wave clear a lot earlier than you normally would and get that break point.
It's a nice cooldown as well on W. You can almost use it twice before storm marks start to wear off.
Once you get some CDR, which is now in Kennen's build. It wasn't previously, but Abyssal Scepter, Zhonya's Hourglass, Proto Belt all have CDR, which he didn't have access to before.
Good to see him back. I like it. Still has that teleport ready. Remember, 6 is a big thing we're keeping an eye on here. The bot lane's a little too low for that, while mid is actually hitting that number right now, so we may see some action in that part of the map. But as of these standard lanes, things seem to be going slow. It doesn't look like anybody wants to put themselves in a dangerous position. That's why Meteos is warding up, doing everything very methodically.
Already gets some decent wards in the jungle of Envy. Has a pink ward that he can place later, as well as securing the Grump. So he's really trying to take control of that bottom side. But it is also going to be not having control of the top side. So maybe Proxen decides to go for a repeat gank. And if that happens, Meteos will need to make that control on the bottom side count.
Exactly. And it is a flashless Gnar. It is an Kennen with ultimate and flash. Gonna chase him down.
Oh, he gets out!
Oh, he doesn't go for it.
Oh!
Wow.
then Proxen smacks a minion. So failed gank there.
I'm very surprised that Seraph decided not to blow his flash there. You can actually cancel the animation of your ultimate if you ulti flash.
I'm very interested as to why he didn't blow it as well. Moving on though, Seraph and Proxen move out of that kind of without getting anything. Gonna see the revolver first buy for him. So Impact did catch up on CS. Now he's avoided 2 ganks. Where's the extra pressure go? A good fight in mid lane. Glacial Tomb going on to Ninja. He heals himself back up a bit, and Smoothie's gonna chomp him up to safety.
Whoops.
I was gonna say whoops.
Yeah.
But they're safe. They're good to go.
They get that teleport too, and that was one of the advantages that Envy had. They had teleport and flash advantage top lane. They don't make use of the flash advantage, and they actually squander their teleport advantage, which could have been a bot lane play. You see that ward behind Sneaky right now. Could have been a great one.
Yeah, and this actually opens them up a little bit towards being vulnerable in the bot lane. Ashe being level 6 can trigger a gank pretty easily. Impact will have teleport up before Seraph does, and Ninjas will also be on cooldown when Impact is up. Not to mention that Jensen is usually being able to push in Ninja, so if there is a place that we're going to see First Blood, the most likely thing would be bottom lane on either Laud or Hakuho.
It looks like it. The wards are getting placed in 2 pings, one in front of and behind blue, right where the mid banana brush is. It looks like it says, let's get a turret, maybe a kill, and dragon after that. It's 8 minutes in. It looks like Meteos is starting to put a little pressure mid here to see if they can catch Ninja off guard.
Yeah, Cinder Hulk start for him. Looks like he's going to rush the whole thing with the Bomby Cinder. No Tiamat start. May go for the Sightstone. They're both boring.
I don't like it.
Build.
I like the Tiamat build. I think it's superior. You farm so quickly, especially with all the counter jungling he's trying to do. But he has a little bit of extra health, and can they steal the blue? Nice.
Oh! Well done. Well done. Woo! Smites it right before Jensen throws it over. Great communication there, and great actually getting that buff to Jensen.
Yeah. Gone are the days that Meteos is not willing to give over a blue buff. Now he's smiting it to secure it for his mid laner.
Things change. It's like Froggen said when I asked him the question, when you plateau, how do you get better? And he's like, sometimes you got to give things up to get better for
Streaming
other people.
changed.
Also, he's on Rek'Sai, so I feel like that helps a little bit too. When he
You got a good point. You got a good point.
Yeah.
Coming up on 10 minutes here, not really much of a lead for Cloud9. Envy, I think the standard lane is kind of helping them here to not really put themselves in any bad spots, allow them like kind of just textbook strategics to happen here in the first few minutes of the game. It's when Cloud9, I think, and we even saw in Europe and other regions, when they do start to decide to swap maybe after a 78-minute mark, where you can start to throw the game off.
I feel like both actually want to stay in standard lanes, though.
Right.
I feel like the bottom lane feels like they have pick potential. I think Envy also feel like if they can catch the Ashe out, then they have a good chance too. But speaking of catching, Proxen.
Nice cleanse. One after the other. Quick scatter is going to save Jensen there as the arrow comes flying.
Oh, but bottom lane.
by.
Friendly arrow. Yeah, there's a Rek'Sai in the top lane, so that's not where it's happening. Basically, it looked like Envy was trying to get aggressive when the arrow got shot from the mid lane. But that's why Jensen brings Cleanse, and that's why he has Magic Resistar ready to try and lower the threat of such ganks.
I'm seeing actually really reserved play here from Proxen. Body Slam Flash at the start was a little over-aggressive, and now this.
Got a level on Meteos, but
still has to run.
Small things like this could easily sway the game in a direction that you want. Now that's Meteos having knowledge. He can kind of dip set wherever he wants to on the map. Make something happen, especially with that Void Rush up. He may just choose to keep farming. They're going to actually give Jensen the blue and keep that strength in mid lane still.
Perma blue buff for Jensen.
Yeah.
He is just trying to get
All
supercharged up against Ninja's Lysandra. He does have a minor CS advantage, but it's not a giant CS advantage that you might hope that Jensen would be able to pull off against Ninja. So I would actually have to credit Ninja for this lane based on the fact that Jensen has just been fed blues. He got a blue at 4 minutes. He got Ninja's blue at 7 minutes. He's got his blue back again at 10 minutes. Like, this is a lot of stuff that Ninja has to deal with, and he's only down a dozen CS.
Also bringing a matchup. I mean, this kind of goes for both of them, however much Jensen plays against Lysandra. But when's the last time Ninja's really played against a mechanically well-prowessed Syndra, right? Jensen's going to be able to throw that damage in there, kind of get a few tricks of the trade in that he's learned over the past week of practicing that.
Yeah, it's always different, too, when you play against somebody who's playing it solo queue versus playing it competitive.
Yep.
They're always going to play sometimes a little bit more reserved than you think, and they're going to just wait for those perfect opportunities instead of jump at every one of them.
Yeah. Proto Belt finished up for Seraph.
And I also like that Ninja's going for the Abyssal Scepter to help out the Kennen in the top lane.
That's true. They're going to synergize once these fights get together. They have Lod to get everybody into that fight as well. That's going to be great for Kennen's or Seraph's speed once he actually has to initiate.
Yeah, if we look at these teams, because of the two big AoE ultimates that Envy has and the Sivir, they might have better team fighting. C9's going to have to be able to find the picks.
This could be one. Bounces him back. There's the W. Follow-up. Meteor should go down here, but he's able to flash out. Jensen providing enough cover for the team. Seraph very close to being able to flash Maelstrom into this fight, but he decides not to.
Yeah, they end up getting the flash from Meteos, and they get the teleport from Impact. So once again, Envy now have Summoner Spell advantage in that top lane. And still Body Slam Flash available to them.
Our first blood probability predictor is now changed.
Yeah.
There's 2 teleports on the board for Envy and a flash on Gragas. So really, wherever they would want a double teleport. Now it's just one.
What?
Ninja wants the CS. CS teleport right there.
I feel like he wasn't going to miss much either because Jensen's just hanging back too.
Yeah. Well, at the same time, Jensen hadn't recalled, so now he's got to stick around.
He's actually probably going, why did he TP? That's so weird. Seems like a play you would only do if you had some pressure around you.
Yeah, if Envy could get a ward in the bottom lane that isn't swept out, that's one nice thing that the supports are already on Sweeper because they know the potential for teleports coming in. But either Lysandra or a Kennen teleporting in behind Ashe and Tom Kent would probably be a kill.
Both supports, I believe, are out of wards right now. So even with that recall that's coming through, I don't think Hakuho even has one to throw down.
It is pretty interesting looking at how Seraph and Ninja both will work against the Kench. Pretty much freeze him in place, and it doesn't matter if he eats up Sneaky. He kind of loses out in that situation anyways. Mountain Drake, I should say, still hasn't really been anybody's plate just yet.
They want Jensen.
And it might just happen. There's the hit. Back and forth. Jensen cannot even move from that crowd control.
Yeah, had cleanse, had flash, but still, it's too fast to actually react to that. And they knew that Seraph had actually roamed because of that ward in the Tri-Brush top. So Jensen, even at his turret, still got dove. Wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, a lot of that credit goes to Proxen, but then also the fact that Seraph had been able to get enough pressure in the top lane to make the roam mid lane. Like, that's not really a kill you can expect Jensen to avoid unless he was actually just foregoing all CS at his turret.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is the Gragas snuck in. They were pinging him, actually. They said, I think he's here, but Meteos couldn't make it in time to defend the gank, and Jensen is gone before Meteos can react.
Now you know why Ninja teleported. No, I'm just kidding.
It all makes sense.
It's all coming together.
It's like watching Memento the second time.
Full circle.
Or
So
fourth time.
the Dragon does go over to Cloud9 after Envy back to spend their spoils of war on Jensen's first blood. So Cloud9 come out okay on that. Jensen's still going to be all right in the mid lane, and now warding up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, a big fear will be Seraph and whether or not he can snowball now. With Proto Belt's complete, he's got a lot of magic penetration. There's a little bit of magic resist on Impact Gnar, but the potential teleport plays and the Kennen team fighting is scary for a relatively low mobility damage-dealing core that C9 has with Sneaky and Jensen. Having to deal with Lysandra, Sivir, and Kennen is going to be tough, especially since we're 15 minutes in, and C9 hasn't generated any picks.
Yeah, and I feel like this is one of Envy's biggest strengths is backline disruption from their top laner and their mid laner. They've always played that dive style, and they've always wanted to get there, but look at this.
This is actually really big. It's a hugely underrated amount of gold. Watch this. They give all the local gold to 60. 650 gold? Seraph got 400 for first blood. The first turret gold, not to mention the local gold that the other turret already gives.
Right.
It's over 1,000 gold for the team, but 650 individually for Sneaky. That's actually huge.
Yeah. Basically picks up another kill in what he would have previously on actually taking down a turret, which was 400 gold before.
He had 1,000. Now he's got 680 after that and a few farms, so going to be completing his items quite quickly when he goes back. Cloud9 likes to sit on a bit of gold, though. They play that safe enough, so it's a situation they can play around. Bot lane will, however, get that money spent. We'll see what they come to the table with. Impact has started that Frozen Mallet in the top lane, so Seraph can't get too far ahead. He's hoping to slow that snowball down.
Ooh, Prox is actually trying to sneak to the top side, get some vision of Meteos, give some cover to Seraph.
They know where the power has to
arrow down the mid.
Yep. That is everyone's feeling when that arrow happens. Except for Ninja. He's
Not
pretty
Ninja.
happy.
It's like, it's a different type of side.
Very tough one to try. Also with blue buff, Jensen probably take down Ninja in that situation if he wouldn't just kind of glacial tomb him and walk out of it because he still had the cleanse. So whether he's killed, he's pushed out of lane, even if he does not die. So you can see C9 trying to do little things. Even if he's not dead, we still get lane control. We can push up. Their wards have died out on the side of Envy, so they're a little bit hesitant now just to farm the lanes.
Yeah, Proxen actually just walks through mid and gives himself up there. I'm trying to see what he gets out of it, because giving away your position as a jungler leaves your lanes open to pressure.
Woo! Yeah. Once Gnar gets a Frozen Mallet, he becomes a whole different beast in lane. Gets you substantially more hyperprocs and increases your accuracy. Here we go, TK.
Abyssal Voyage, one more hit. Oh, he throws Sneaky out for the boop shot, and he boops him.
You get so little time to actually react to the Tahm Kench ultimate. I believe it's like 0.5 seconds of actual warning to your opponent before you start coming through. And Ninja's is not expecting it, blows his flash as well.
And that was opened up because C9 was killing the turret in the bottom side, and actually they're getting a bit more pressure. The Frozen Mallet for Impact. Oh,
he didn't pull aggro.
What? Seraph was trying to avoid getting dove. He was hoping to ult as Impact was auto-attacking him, but Impact was able to hold off, and it's the discipline that burns the cannon ultimate. That also diminishes Envy's team fighting potential. Proxen, though, wants a game.
That also seemed like a very nervous way. You don't rush like that before you ultimate. You're missing a mark.
And it's a free man.
Seraph kind of misplaying that one. Proxen, however, they're going to make up for this here. Impact, he's actually going goal side to Envy's base. He may be able to make it for quite a bit here.
Because they're going to get mid.
He is going to be able to jump over wall at some point if he finds Hakuo or just runs it out. You're right, Zyrene, as well. Mid is going to go down, and Impact is giving himself up. So Cloud9, oh, he's still going because of Mega Gnar. It is a field day for C9 in the mid lane now, and #Worth is written all over that.
That's it. He gets the death, but all 5 people on Envy spend 20 seconds chasing through. Not worth the mid lane turret whatsoever.
Cue the music.
That's the top lane dream when you're getting camped. Stall him out. Perfect play there from Impact to actually burn his flash really early on to avoid the barrel back. And just, honestly, very beautifully done.
Yeah, and on top of it, Seraph didn't even get an assist. Like, his lane opponent didn't gain anything from this aside from being able to clear the wave. You see the start of it, the teleport in, the throw Gragaston. He hops over Seraph and then slows him with the Frozen Mallet, so he's gone. Proxen actually has to flash. Smart flash to not get hit by the slow. It's all about avoiding anything that can tag you for diminished movement speed. And then also, because he's landing a few skill shots on the backside and taking a bit of damage, his Gnar bar goes up, so the final kill, he transforms, gains the bonus health, meaning they have to spend extra time to finish him off after that. And guess what? The mid turret pays the price.
I wondered when the split was going to be. We had standard lanes for a while. Who was really going to attempt the first thing? And they kind of looked before they leaped on that, and Envy leaped a little too far.
Yeah.
31.9 is a bit of a lead for Cloud9, but the way they got it with the turrets being down, I think, is going to mean a lot more.
Oh, arrow on the Ninja.
Lost.
Well, the picks are beginning. The arrow actually landed, but even if it didn't, the Tahm Kench coming in after they fire the arrow, pretty awesome combo actually, and this could actually be the inner turret in the mid lane going down as well.
When Tahm Kench was meta before, we did not see a lot of Abyssal Voyages come through, and ever since the change, now people have actually been utilizing that ultimate. The complaint before was he's so powerful even without using it. Well, now he's using it, and you're seeing the power of this Tahm Kench when he's actually a global support that assists people.
So you're saying more complaints?
Yeah.
No,
I'm just saying, like, he's nerfed in other ways. Don't worry, he doesn't get health back from his gray health.
Well, he's definitely still something you got to look at in picks and bans now. I'm sure he'll be recognized coming into Game 2 here, the first of the quarterfinals. You know, right now, Cloud9 is ready to do with the outer, or do away with the outer horn of turrets, and the third one will go down as Impact tries to get this wave reset.
Yeah, and a lot of Cloud9's success is tied to their ability to pressure the map right here. Since Envy is the double teleport team with 2 awesome teamfight mage ultimates, Envy wants to control the game and have the right pacing. But C9 is consistently getting picks and forcing ultimates and flashes out of Envy when Envy doesn't want to use them, which is preventing Envy from finding a cohesive team fight. As long as C9 keep up the pressure, they're in good shape. They may actually give up the Cloud Drake just because that's when Envy was actually grouped with all their ultimates available.
They may pick it up here, but Impact is getting damage on the top side. And now Seraph had to go mid to actually defend it because they could just rotate from mid to top and get another turret here. Kind of had to tag him out.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit dangerous having to give over the Cloud Drake, though, especially when C9 is so skill shot reliant for their picks. Whereas now Envy, if they're out of combat, will have that extra 25 movement speed, That's that fraction of a second to maybe get out of the way of the Ash Arrow, or maybe give them a chance against an Abyssal Voyage.
Yeah, they're as well built on engage. So once they get a nice chance, they may be able to throw Lod's ult on and Seraph in as well. A lot of options. But like we said, when you use all those ults, when you're chasing down somebody just to get one, there's no value out of it because the next fight, you are sitting on a lot of cooldowns. Seeing the items come in now. Impact finishing up a Banshee's Veil so he can be even more of a nuisance. That was CS down by at least 10 at one point in the lane, and the way that Cloud9's been able to play around the map has just pulled Seraph out of lane, and Impact has a clear lead now.
And the global pressure from Seraph with the teleport, both top laners actually haven't gotten too much out of their usage.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is just because they're not set up properly, and the communication is not actually seeming on point, especially for Envy here, because they've had a lot of opportunities that they haven't jumped at, and it's been a problem for them the entire split.
Yeah, and I also feel like C9 is playing a fairly slow style, which they've been good at throughout most of the split. That's one of the underestimated things about C9. They have some of the lowest death totals in the LCS and one of the best kill-to-death ratios, and you can see their vision control style is trying to prevent Envy from getting picks. 2 Ruby Sight Stones completed 22 minutes in the game is very rare, especially since so many of the Rek'Sais have been going Tiamat. Meteos not actually trying to outform Proxen, but he is trying to outpressure him and control the map, and it's all about getting picks for Cloud9 and avoiding initiations from Envy. But Seraph's trying from the side.
There we go, blank from Seraph.
Slicing Maelstrom, he flashes in on 3. A 4th is going to enter. Jensen gets out on the side, and he may be able to deliver damage back. Meteos is trying to get to Lod, but he's been pinned against the wall. The belt comes out, and they're trying to dash away. They finally are able to take down Sneaky and Smoothie, and they can turn and focus on the rest of the members of Cloud9. Envy had all those cooldowns back up they were waiting for, and they made it count that time.
Caster Curse. They had no control when they tried to push up. They get initiated on. Envy actually did what we talked about, though. They found a way to group up as 5 without having a pressure pocket somewhere else on the map, and they did an initiation with all of their ultimates.
Still there.
Perfect actual position there for Seraph because he had access to both of the carries, both Jensen and Sneaky. The return damage was not present. They were able to pick up Sneaky very quickly, and then Jensen had to kind of run for the hills after this because it's just such a great position, and they were not expecting that, and they were funneled into this choke point with a Kennen. It's an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, they not really sure why they were pushed up in that specific point since they'd already killed both inner turrets.
Right.
But you can see the actual fight. Envy is basically just all grouped up since they were able to kill the carries right at the start. Nothing to really get them away from being grouped up. Like, C9 doesn't have very many AoE threats. Like we said, they're all about trying to get a few kills really before fights start.
It seemed just like a lapse in judgment. They had, like you said, 2 Ruby Sight Stones and no shoulder wards when they were even approaching a lane with no turrets in it. So it's kind of like, we have a lead, so let's kind of hang around and mid. Like, you gotta activate on that lead. Unfortunately, they were acted upon by Envy.
And if Cloud9 are looking for team fights, then it's not necessarily the right choice against this Envy composition. You have to pick before the fights, like Jat was saying, where you want to have it be a numbers advantage in your favor because you already just took somebody off the map. It doesn't really matter which carry it is either. Like, everybody, you really just want to kill one person on Envy and then start the fight off.
There we go, back into the jungle.
Get that blue impact.
Oh, he even uses the ultimate for it. That's how much they're trying to deny Ninja all game long. No blue buffs for this guy. He's gotten about 1 or 2.
Change his name to Blueless. Should be a name for this one. You alter your name per game because that's got to be hard, especially when he's expected to clear just as well as Seraph is in the top lane when he can get to it. It's making it hard for Envy to even control some of these lanes. Impact now to the bottom, so somebody's going to have to be there to respect that as well, and they are just running Envy thin here with a smaller amount of numbers, really.
Yeah, they have to make sure they're keeping spread out. Impact has gone for a lot of early magic resist in his build, which makes the kill threat from Seraph or Ninja almost non-existent when he's in a side lane. So as long as Impact is here, Envy can't pull off those initiations.
Looks like they're going to try to trade that turret, though.
Well, they're going to get that top turret here, and Cloud9 are not in a position to really capitalize on this and get their turret of their own.
So you don't want the inhib turret, but they'd have to push really fast.
Yeah, and they're all in plain sight, too. The reaction from Envy would have to be incredibly slow.
It seemed like a mixed decision. There were pings on the turret. Meteos was going back and forth. And now Cloud9 almost in that same position we saw them in mid, but Envy is not able to get a gank on this one as they just took down a turret. C9 now just going to go ahead and exit as they move around. This was really, I guess, for Impact to have that pressure top lane. Didn't get much out of floating around in the mid.
Definitely not, and they can't even get full control of the Baron area because the Scuttle Crab had already been completed by Envy. So I do have to credit Envy for kind of sticking around in this game and only having 4 deaths against what is such a lethal pick composition from C9. Because the team fighting down the stretch will obviously be interesting. There's a lot of magic resist that C9 can stack on their front line, which will make it difficult for Envy to deal damage.
Yeah.
It is also good for Laud that he has 2 of the kills, since that's going to be the thing that can push them over the top in the team fight. So even if C9's tanks can stack magic resist, there's not much you can do to deal with a full item Sivir.
Exactly, and the Sivir crits would just come through and do so much damage, but you can see Seraph is already trying to itemize against the stacking magic resistance. He's going for that Void Staff next, and Sneaky knows what he's up against. He gets an early Hexdrinker on Ashe, 3rd item here for himself, and everybody's pretty much prioritizing that now, getting some early magic resistance. Smoothie going for that Aegis as well. And he's just trying to keep Sneaky alive. If you can keep Sneaky and Jensen alive in these fights, you can win them. But you have to survive the initial burst.
C9 wants Baron. Baron actually doesn't have very good... C9 doesn't have great Baron damage. So they were threatening the Baron, and Envy actually pulls off Mountain Drake before even C9 started Baron.
It's actually a really good call here. They get that mid turret because Cloud9, that threat on the Baron was really a bluff. They had Impact trying to stop the Dragon, and Envy call it.
I think they saw the damage isn't there as well. You're working with a Syndra. Not much is going to come out of her in the mid lane, or a Tahm Kench. So see what they can continue to do as they pressure back and forth here. Envy looking to pick a fight.
C9 might try and initiate. Like, their split push game hasn't been giving them very many advantages. The goal lead is actually getting smaller and smaller for C9. And even though Envy have the team fight force, like, C9, they're looking a little bit impatient, and they're going to probably try and force something.
Looks like it might be the Drake here. Seraph backs, has teleport, would have the home guard. There's some wards on the bottom side to set him up. He's looking for a backline.
That was an unbreakable arrow, so a lot of the damage was blocked. Ninja's in a bad spot, but he can save himself. Half Zanya's out of that one with the ultimate. Meteos in the back line, but no pressure, so Cloud9 now has to yo-yo forward. And both teams looking at each other. 5v5 back off with a few members limping away.
Yeah, Smoothie hijacks Sneaky and gets him out of there. And then Ninja came in, and he didn't have a target that he really wanted to use his ultimate on, and that didn't set up Seraph because he wasn't able to use the Frozen Tomb.
Pretty impressive fight for Cloud9. If they're going to fight, they have to go more like that, where Jensen and Sneaky can stay far away from Ninja and Seraph. Seraph didn't even use his flash because he was never actually even in flash range, which is going to be tough against Lissandra and Kennen, who both have home guard teleports with proto belts. Very hard to stay safe.
Especially if you can't get the wards cleared. You see 2 full sweepers on the side of C9 trying to do that, as well as Meteos taking that Raptor buff at every point in time. It's coming down to a lot of vision now, especially with arrows on the side of C9 and Seraph with the potential to do engagements like we saw before. Envy's had a few walk-up engagements in this game, and that could really be the way they get back into it with a Sivir Kennen composition. Ninja to lane clear priority now. It looks like Seraph will try to do the same in the top lane if it ever comes back his way.
Yeah.
See if Cloud9 can make anything of this here. This is where they seem to kind of waffle a bit before they choose what to do.
Yeah, Cloud9, though, they don't really have a great Baron composition, but they have 2 Mountain Drakes now.
They did get that
definitely
second
gives
one.
them a big boost now in actually threatening to take the Baron if Envy are in a mispositioned side, and they can bait the Baron a little bit, but baiting a teamfight composition can be risky, but it is great for a pick comp. You can get some kills out of it if you're C9.
It's actually pretty interesting with Envy having the Cloud Drake and C9 having the Mountain Drakes, because both of these things will create push-pull threat around objectives. Envy will be able to respond to Baron or turret pushes faster, but C9 will be able to take those things faster as well. So in a sense, they're helping to cancel each other out in power.
I also found it interesting, we talked about it a little bit ago, but the choice of magic resistance, kind of not selfish, but Banshee's Veils on the side of Cloud9. Well, you're looking at Jensen is against 2 lockets now that the money has been into for Envy. So we're really putting a lot in that area in their items. Shields may help, though, save you from Jensen's ultimate. Ooh, it is something that could pop Envy off this map very fast, as still toe-to-toe.
Oh, they hit Seraph.
It's going to be Seraph that gets hit. Cannot even Zanya's to keep himself alive, and it looks like Impact right in the middle of the fight. Hakuo throws his Glacial Fissure backwards, but the team's able to get past it. Smoothie's low, Meteos slow, Laud on the back with ricochets as Ninja tries to lock the entire team down with his ultimate, but Proxen trying to keep Impact off of Laud, pushing forward. Ninja Ninja Zanya's in the face of just about 1,000 combined HP, and he can't clear it out. That's gonna be Proxen going down, and Jensen walk Envy out of the fight.
Nobody on C9 dies, and they get 4 kills in a team fight, but the key thing there is they really won the fight before it started.
Exactly.
Seraph got nothing done. It was all about the initiation. It was a team fight pick, so to speak, and C9 get the Baron after.
That's exactly what they want. They get it so quickly at the Mountain Drake, no threat on there, and picking Seraph, exactly the person you want. They put the arrow through, they double down with the CC from the Rek'Sai, and Impact was ready to leap in and gets an enormous Gnar.
Yeah, the timing of the initiation was amazing as well because of that Gnar. Also got a shout out to Jensen for bodying. Yeah, he bodied the body slam with his Syndra play right there. Impact, frontline beast the whole fight. And then Ninja, while he did do a lot of damage in this fight, was never able to apply fatal damage.
And this is where a slicing Maelstrom just kills the entire team. If that had actually started the fight off, it's a very different looking fight for Envy and even C9. Like, they're walking away with 4 people with flashing health bars.
The hope is that you can kind of explode as Envy were trying to and dodge that arrow. If that arrow had missed, that's Envy's fight, right? That's Kennen right in the middle.
Yeah, Sneaky took that opportunity because Seraph had put himself between the dead turret and the wall, so he has no escape route there.
Yeah, and a fight for Envy could still happen, right?
That's
like
true.
They still have flashes, or they will have both flashes available for both of their AP initiators, both proto belts available, and Jensen is actually without flash, so there's even a little bit less mobility on the side of C9. This push from C9 is going to be very dangerous. They should be very trepid as they approach.
Yeah, they can still actually counter in the fights a little bit here. Smoothie has that exhaust. If he can get it on Seraph before Azonia's, if he can actually catch Sneaky and put him in his mouth, then there's some great ways here that Cloud9 can turn him around, and with a gold advantage and the Baron in their favor, it's not completely catastrophic if the fight starts now, and especially with the Locket finally picked up.
Ninja looking for that engage from the side. Looks like Sneaky's going to be on push mid duty. Top lane should be there in a little bit. They have a second tier turret if they want to work on that, and it looks like they may do a cross map switch here to make sure it's all safe so they can take that last outer turret.
Yeah, and also notice the... Oh, here comes an arrow. They hit Proxen.
He gets scattered. He's going to get taken down. There's too much CC after that pick. Walking into the jungle just to try to get wards is not an option right now for Envy, and Cloud9 is taking control here as they go from coast to coast.
Yeah, that's actually really critical because that lowers Envy's initiation potential. Plus, they still have Baron minions on the other side, so they're going to be able to get 1, maybe 2 if they decide to get aggressive.
Oh, Mountain Drake.
Yeah, still some decent wave clear as well, though. With the Sivir and having the Lissandra for Envy, they do have some opportunities to clear these out, but they have to put themselves at risk pretty heavily.
Will Envy be willing to fight 4v5? I think that's the only way they stop him here.
I think you're almost forced to fight. They throw the on the hunt on. It's not even going to deter Cloud9. They said, great shout, sounded nice. We're still going to take your turret. Meteos on Lot. He gets crushed. It's going to be the hits from Sneaky. Seraph to the backline. It's what he's been trying to do all game. He gets it, but there's almost no follow-up for the team. Instantly taken down by Jensen as he comes out of the Zanyas. And Envy does save the inhibitor, but they lose that turret.
Yeah, it's a 2 for 2. They took the 4v5 fight, and Seraph finally found a way to get to that backline, using everything to get to Sneaky and picking him up. Even with an exhaust on him, he still picks him up, and that actually relieves a lot of pressure for Envy. And they were just waiting for Impact. They're waiting for Impact because he has that Mega Gnar, and then it actually goes off. He can't follow the initiation up, and Meteos dives in, but then Seraph goes in, and Jensen's the one who gets picked by Smoothie to actually survive.
Yeah, so Smoothie can only save 1 if they both get caught in the Kennen ult.
Who's your favorite?
Yeah, Jensen, apparently.
I mean, Jensen
trust issues in the bottom lane.
Jensen is funneled most of the gold for Cloud9 in the later parts of the game.
Yeah.
So keeping him alive is very critical.
That's what I wanted to talk about as well, is the farm distribution of both of these teams. When C9 has been grouped up, it's been Jensen who's been getting the CS. Whereas when Envy is grouped up, it's been Laud who gets most of the CS. He has nearly 100 CS advantage over Sneaky. I think that could be a very conscious choice by Envy. When you look at how C9 is stacking so much magic resistance across almost every position, with the Maw even being completed onto Sneaky, the way Envy gets past that is to give all the gold to their physical damage dealer.
Right.
But for that to work, Lod has to stay alive and be present in these team fights because he has not been dealing very much damage in a lot of these, and he got picked off at the very start of that last one.
It's definitely a little bit harder when you don't have a front liner, like a big tank in front of you, because he's getting dove by Anar pretty much every time. The Rek'Sai hasn't been peeling the backline. They're pretty much leaving Smoothie just to peel for Sneaky and Jensen. So there is a decent amount of threat on Lod. And so far he's playing it all right, but another behind the turret.
And they CC chain? Nope.
Choice by Hakuo.
Yeah.
But you're right. He always looks for that. You're guaranteed a shot, or even more so if somebody's standing against the wall because they only have one place to run. It's away from the wall or straight along with it.
Gotta stop doing that.
So Sneaky always fires at the wall. Why not? It's a great shot.
C9 has a decent position to try and end here as well. They have double GA on their front line, and if they get a pick on Envy in the base, they could look to get a near insurmountable lead. They want to get 1 or 2 inhibitors down, but maybe they're just getting vision control for the Baron that's going to be up in a minute 40. They obviously still have to respect the initiation of the double proto belt, and very soon, when Lod completes his Bloodthirster, it will be a little insane.
Lod, I say, he definitely talked himself up at the beginning of the year. It's a good attribute to know what your skills are, and he has shown to be a bright spot in some of the games here for the team, as Lucian was always very good. The Sivir isn't exactly the ultimate carry, but in the end game, those ricochets definitely put your team in a damn good spot in these fights. And Lod is somebody that can actually do that for the team.
She's one of the best 6-item team fight AD carries if you can actually get to that point and be in range. That's the big caveat, is her range is her crutch there.
It's going to be tough. He's going up against Guardian Angels now, as well as Sneaky has that almost in Smoothie. He's the one he chooses next time if Sneaky gets that priority to be saved. And right now, he's got a little help from Smoothie there. But Lod, like you guys said, has the work cut out for him. Haku was usually ulting and running to try and peel, where Seraph's in, Proxen's in the fight, Ninja's in. So like you said, this bot lane has to be very close in communication because it seems like the other three kind of do their own thing.
Yeah, I actually like Smoothie building the QSS right here. It guarantees that he will be able to devour a teammate even if he's getting locked in by CC. Would be one thing that could keep Jensen a little bit safer, or Sneaky a little bit safer. Jensen also hitting 6 items already, so very high priority to keep alive.
Yeah, he also got himself the Rylai's Crystal Scepter to have a little bit more HP in the bank, make sure that he can actually survive the Kennen ultimate. A little bit easier without too much assistance, but the QSS is actually something we've been seeing more and more on Tahm Kench's. It's been very popular. I mean, it used to be people would buy the Merc Treads to get out of the CC earlier, and it's just like, oh, I can get out of it instantly. Let's do that. Does take up a support item slot, so your build gets slowed down quite a bit, but you're a support. Your build's going to be slow pretty much anyway.
Yep. He's all right with it.
But speaking of getting out of CC, the Mikhail's Crucible for Hakuo will save Seraph from an Ash Arrow if it comes through.
They got to be on point in that initiation. Those two usually aren't near each other with what we've seen Envy initiating, so it definitely changes the style of initiation as well, that they have to be closer and more grouped up. Cloud9 just showing full control, and they have been for the past 5-6 minutes in this game. They were even able to take that second Cloud Drake 3 for themselves now, as we're going to be seeing that Elder Dragon be our next spawn. Looking to work off that top, pushing in. It looks like mid, or rather bottom, is going to be pushing out for them, so they look to work mid and top here.
Looks like Baron as well with those 2 Mountain Drakes.
Mountain Drake.
They have vision though. TP from Seraph. Or it's actually Ninja.
It's a fight.
Mid-top of the fancy Baron bait. Proxen in on impact. He's going to go Tiny Gnar. It's actually Mega Gnar eaten up, but it'll be Tiny Gnar very soon. Seraph's getting kind of worse for the wear here. Hakuo goes down with the ult coming in from Jensen. Smoothie's very low. Pops his shield, stays alive. Slicing Maelstrom continues through the Zhonya's, and Seraph looks for the backline. Ninja makes it to the backline and takes down Jensen. And Sneaky was open for just a moment. That's all he needed for a kill, but then turned again on by Ninja. And Meteos is forced to run scared in the fight as Envy gets the composition of fight they want.
And here they come. They were down in gold, but this can pop them right back into the game. Seraph and Ninja were so patient during that fight, and now Meteos would be tasked with the Desperation Steal. Maybe he can stop him. It's only 3 people on Envy trying to take the Baron. Let's see what Meteos can do.
He did alert them with that Prey Seeker so they could stop damage and try to kill him. He doesn't even attempt to go in. His GA is actually, would be down, have to come back up, so maybe they're saving it for the fight.
Yeah, I don't think he had vision to actually get in there through the Prey Seeker. And then, oh, it's just a big guess.
Right.
This is exactly what Envy want. This looks like a fight at the start where they're separated. Jensen was off on the left side. Jensen hasn't thrown a spell out just yet. He's going back and forth, and Impact has already taken more than half his HP. And then Jensen uses his ultimate onto Hakuo because it's the target nearby. That's exactly what they want. Exhaust comes down onto Seraph. He gets backline access. Seraph and Ninja need to kill the backline. They kill the carries, and Laud needs to kill the members with GA, and he's doing exactly that.
And what's going to be really tricky for C9 if they are unable to avoid fights like that in the future is that was eating the cannon ult through exhaust, and they still died.
Yeah.
So if they don't get an exhaust cleanly off onto Seraph and Ninja's able to follow up in the same fashion, especially if Ninja's able to complete that death cap, those become super fatal. Knowing that Jensen is already maxed out on items, knowing that Sneaky only has one more slot, probably going to have to go with the Scimitar, which is not going to maximize his damage the way he would like because it would be a build without an Infinity Edge. And it's really anyone's game, Riv.
Also, kudos to Hakuo for the fast fingers on the Mikhails there. Laud was hit with Scatter, then an arrow, then he had to heal Flash out. And had he died, they probably would have not come out on top of that. And that's one of the craziest things in this game that leads into, is with the items built, you have to start choosing new ways to engage. There's Banshie's Veils. You can't go for the Guardian Angel guy anymore. You have to be more creative, and these teams are being pushed to the limit here in game 1.
Exactly, because C9, normally your battle plan is kill Laud.
Is it shoot the guy with the shield? It might just be. They go for Hakuo. Impact throwing back a few. Meteos not able to get a true pop-up, and Impact throws himself too far in. Laud is able to take him down, and Seraph moves forward with the slicing Maelstrom. Keeps himself alive to analyze the fight with Zanya's a few more seconds, and the team is battling over the wall back and forth. Meteos and the team getting popped up by the belly slam of Proxen, but it doesn't seem like any more kills will come through. Ninja does not take the claw, but it is respected as Cloud9 backs off.
Yeah, Impact couldn't get the clean initiation, and Laud was standing strong in that fight to get a lot of kills. Envy's looking to chase. C9 is very injured.
Not afraid to bite off more than they can chew. The Baron wave, it's coming right behind him. Why not keep going?
Meteos.
Oh, man.
He's looking for, I don't know what he's looking for. Getting a flank would be very ambitious.
Yeah. Seems like the fights have been happening so fast that Meteos is left, almost turning left and right, looking for the next target to peel or help.
Yeah, he's full tank Rek'Sai as well, so even if he gets onto Laud, at this point, he's actually just a teddy bear that can be life stolen off of. Like, he has no kill threat on Laud whatsoever.
Ninja got hit with an arrow. It's gonna go through.
Oh, the fadeaway hook.
Yeah. In that previous fight, though, Ninja got a fantastic claw to get out. Impact had used his Gnar to throw him towards his team, and it still had that timer on him to be taking that actual E to get out.
I agree. Sneaky's also sitting on 2,000 gold, so...
They love to do that.
If he goes back and gets a BF sword, he's all in on trying to kill people. That's... maybe he's been having issues getting through Hakuo and Proxen. I know one thing for sure is that Jensen would love to be able to unload his ultimate on a squishy, but he can't because he's either having to throw it at someone with the Zonias and doesn't want the balls to go to nothing, and doesn't want to get it, and then he never has access to Laud, so he's been killing Hakuo or Proxen.
Yeah, a lot of that is the pressure that Envy's backline, I guess, or their divers, are putting onto Cloud9's backline. They're putting so much pressure onto Jensen and Sneaky, and without like a huge front line to back them up and multiple damage dealers. Hold on,
this
though.
teleport's way in the back.
Dun, dun, dun. Where's he going with it? Where's he going? Who's he gonna get? Throws the claw over. Isn't gonna have an entry. Kind of locks down Meteos. Ninja's in a bad spot. Impact wants to build this bar. Impact is just throwing himself in the fray. That's going to be Ninja down. Maelstrom on to Meteos and Impact. They're going to drop. The Guardian Angels are there. So there's a second fight here. Cloud9 back to bat. And that's a double kill coming in for Jensen. Hakuo, Proxen, and Laud all forced to run for the hills.
Very questionable choice for Seraph to initiate after Ninja had already died. It was already a lost cause, but they suffered 2 casualties.
Oh, Meteos?
They picked Meteos, maybe.
Oh, talking about questionable decisions. The boomerang hits true.
Oh, man.
That's exactly what they needed.
2 for 2.
Even.
They had to stay even, especially having the smite to be able to take the Elder Drake. Sneaky is still alive, though. Amazing that with such a disastrous start, Envy is still able to equalize that fight at the end of it.
Not that they need it, but that was a nice bit of gold. 12 assist shutdown for the team as well. First death for Meteos, and let's see it again.
Yeah, this was the big questionable thing for me here was Seraph doesn't have flash yet. He's like 20, 30 seconds away from having it, and they still choose to go for this engagement. And now they're in a choke point. Seraph gets pushed off to the side by Sneaky, and now he can't walk around. He has to go straight through the tanks, which is not what he wants to do. Proto Belt's in, but he still can't reach Jensen or Sneaky.
Yeah. And that's really what these fights are entirely about.
Nice
if Jensen and Sneaky are able to be closed on by the Kennen and the Lissandra, it's over. But this is an Elder Drake fight happening right now.
Only at 75%. Definitely time for C9 to sneak in here. Impact looking to just add a bit of damage.
Seraph has flash, but no ultimate. 5 seconds left on it.
Ooh, arrow misses. A lot of those initiations are down now, and that leaves Envy feeling
no
a
Meteos
bit
to smite
more
Meteos.
secure. This is going to be Elder. It's only on the one cloud, but that is going to be a good fight now. Scatter the weak back. Seraph doesn't get the slicing Maelstrom in. Very fast fingers from Jensen to save the team from what could have been a big initiation. Ninja's going to take it. That's the one they want to go for, though. Even with the failed ult, they still go for number 2. And Envy strikes well this time. They're going to be able to take down 2. Lod gets a double kill, a triple kill for Lod as they pick up more kills.
And with the minion wave in the mid side and a cannon, this could actually be game 1 going over to the 6th seed Envy.
We have 60 seconds on the clock. They said they were the underdog, and they know it coming in, so they don't let anything to chance here. And Envy take it to the late game, just as they do every time. Sometimes creating a danger zone for themselves, but this time pulling through in a great fashion. Possible with 30 seconds left on the clock that they can take down the Nexus turrets.
Their composition was completely fluid. They're going to try to kill Meteos, and that's going to be the game.
One more onto him. You are correct. The Nexus turret goes down. That's number 2. And game number 1 is going over to Envy for momentum in the quarterfinal series.
What a way to start this series. C9, hopefully for them, not having flashbacks to the spring where they fell to the 6th seed, which was TSM at the time. They said this split was going to be different. And Envy, even though they were slumping towards the end of the regular season, ended at 8-10. They come together throughout the mid and late game. Love the fact that they gave so much farm to Lod in that game.
Incredible.
So he could hit his item breakpoints towards the end of the match and carry some of those late game team fights via damage, with Seraph and Ninja doing the distract.
I just think it's such a great composition for them, too, that fits their style. They give farm to Lod. He's able to farm those side waves. And then they have the divers there with both Seraph and Ninja. And big problem for Envy during the season was their draft. Sometimes their drafts were like, oh, we have a Kog'Maw in a composition that can't protect him, and they had a composition that could protect someone, and then they picked Ezreal. Like, these compositions haven't made sense for them in the past, and this one was perfect.
I think the players were right coming here. Seraph said it, a few others said it, that it's a completely different game that they're entering in here to come into the quarterfinals. A lot of things have changed. People have practiced different things, and we saw an abundance of that here in game 1.
Yeah, we saw 3 champions in this game that neither of these teams had picked during the regular season. The Tahm Kench, the Syndra, and the Kennen. And I actually think all of them were successful in their own right. It's just that C9, when they're able to pick people off, were never able to completely finish the game. They caught a few too many fights negatively, and Envy was able to outscale at the very end of it, but an incredibly close game, and I can't wait for the rest of the series.
I'm excited to get back into game 2. So with that game 1 complete, let's check in with the analysts for a deeper dive on that Team Envy victory.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Envy coming away with the first victory, but this was an exciting way to start our best of 5 here between our 3rd and 6th seed. We were saying that for most people, they're looking at this as a pretty lopsided matchup, but Envy coming out in game 1 and saying, we're going to put up a fight. We're not going to go down, at least without trying. But I want to hit Champ Select first, because we had talked about at the beginning of the day how much of this series might be decided based on the mini meta of the series itself and the way that these teams adapt and draft within that meta. What are your thoughts here in game 1?
Well, what's interesting is I think that these teams play pretty different in terms of their champ pool. So I don't know if it'll evolve into this, like we're both going after the same kind of picks, especially based off how game 1 went. I think Envy had the clear idea that they had a couple counter picks in their solo lanes, and Proxen tried to pressure those. The Kennen pick was one I was initially hesitant for, because against Gnar, it's not like a smash your lane kind of counter pick. It has pressure, and you win the lane, but it's not like destroy. And Proxen went up there a couple times and used a lot of resources, but they didn't actually get anything out of it.
Right.
So I thought that wasn't going to be a good counter pick, but obviously by the end of the game, we saw that Seraphon Kennen's actually pretty good.
We saw the usefulness of the AoE CC.
Well, to me, one of the things that stands out is before in the regular split, we saw Envy playing a more of a 5-man composition, lots of tanks, lots of frontline CC and damage, and now we see a very similar composition, but with a little bit more emphasis onto the laning phase. And while we might think, oh, they just had all the counter picks to the lane, I mean, just looking at it, the Kennen didn't really do that well in the laning phase. Lissandra is awful into Syndra.
Oh my God.
If it's a counter and so it's the counter pick, this is it.
Right.
And then picking Braum into Tom Kent, again, not a good matchup for winning the lane flat out. Sivir, of course, a massive late game carry. So I was thinking maybe it's more of a just wombo combo composition and just try to deal with it because they do have a lot of tendencies to build a more full AP composition. But this time around, at least they stacked a lot of crowd control and gave all the farm to the right member, Lod. So the fact that he was so fed and Sneaky took a more of a getting destroyed role and no farm from his team, his itemization was unable to deal damage.
Which is interesting because we do see the Tom Kench pulled out here in North America. It's been rather meta in many other regions, and we've seen it in that both in the support and top roles, but in particular used to protect those main carries. And in this situation, we saw the Ashe not getting the farm to necessarily put out the damage in those late game fights and having to be forced into a weird itemization based on the team composition he's up against.
I think that just plays out to the way that Envy was playing. You have double teleports, and while I thought that their use of TPs was extremely lackluster, not using it on TP advantages and whatnot, they were allocating farm properly. You can play a 1-3-1. You have two relatively safe champions in Kennen and Lissandra in the side lanes. You put Sivir in the mid lane. Pressure there, lots of farm.
Now now let's take a look at some fights here. We had mentioned the fact that Envy being a little bit more pressure-oriented out of the jungle, both out-farming Meteos on the side of Proxim, but also out-pressuring in terms of ganks, right? We saw a couple ganks go up into the top lane, not necessarily get anything out of it. It's not until 13 minutes that we finally got that first blood in the mid lane when they transitioned the pressure. The game, though, didn't break open until about the 30-minute mark. We saw a very, very static game, very reminiscent of most best-of-5 game ones where the teams are really, sussing each other out. But this was the big fight that broke it open in favor of Cloud9.
Right, so the insta give to Kennen, you think it's a pretty free fight, and Envy actually has the chance to kite out here. We see them drop this ult and get a lot of good damage, but Law's gonna walk into melee range of impact here and just get chunked out super hard. I think if Envy played this fight a lot slower, they might have been okay. We see Jensen burn his ult on Hakuho, and then from there, they're just too low at this point to really fight. Ninja gets another good chunk of damage out, but Lod can't follow up. If he was healthier there for that part of the follow-up, maybe they can turn this fight a little bit, but they really should have been in retreat mode once the Kennen got
I'm
popped.
so glad you brought that up. Jensen blew his ult on Hakuho. For some reason, this happened so many times. Now, Syndra, her biggest strength is being able to just pop squishies instantly. She can just one-shot them with ultimate, nice and easy, and her weakness is killing tanks. So every time that you use your ultimate on a tank, it is not playing to the strength of the champion, and every time that happened, they lost fights.
Cloud9 on your screens now, maybe being plagued by images of last split's playoffs where they were once again the 3 seed up against the 6 seed, and they were unseated by TSM back in that split. Of course, here, we still got plenty more League of Legends to play. So now the question is adaptation out of, say, Coach Reaper. Before we get to adaptations moving into Game 2, let's look at how the rest of the game played out. Moving into our second replay, 40 minutes into the game. This is a 4-for-2 for Envy around the Baron.
There's two bad things here. First, his impact ults everyone away. There's no chance that his carries can follow up, and he doesn't even get good stuns or damage. So he's basically no longer a threat. They kind of go on Lod. He kites it out. And then, once again, you see the Jensen ult onto the Braum. It's great that you kill him, but look at Kennen go in.
It's all about the Pharrell.
And now Lissandra's free to follow up.
Right, so there's no more threat, no giant burst threat from Jensen. They're able to go in pretty freely, and they kind of get pinned up against Baron as well.
And I think what stands out before this fight, especially with that Gnar ulti, is that they just weren't actually looking at the itemizations. Lot had a QSS, so if you're actually, or is it a QSS or a Crucible, so being able to actually disengage out of the CC is so important when you're playing one of these carries that your main role is to just crowd control the carries. And if you're not paying attention to this, you're going to pay for it. And which also is a reminder of the first blood that happened in mid lane where Jensen died with Flash and Cleanse, could have easily dodged out of that misusage of the Gragas Slam where you can just auto and then flash out of it instantly. So maybe a little bit of nerves or hesitation.
Very much so. We'll be tracking to see if the mechanics improve throughout the rest of the series. Our final fight came 46.5 minutes in. This is a 4-for-0 in favor of Envy near the Elder Dragon.
And this is because Medius isn't there. It's nice and easy to start this Dragon. And once you have Elder, you really have no chance. It's Sivir. You're going to belt.
And, I mean, Seraph, AoE, it's the whole team's AoE, actually, if you really think about it. Gragas AoE, Lissandra AoE, Sivir AoE, the burn is going to apply to everybody. I think they had 2 dragons or something at this point, so it's not huge, but it's substantial. Yeah. And the fight's pretty easy to run through because they had pretty good access onto the
And C9 made their best efforts to wait out those cooldowns, those key cooldowns in the Lissandra ultimate and using, Lissandra's E in order to keep Kennen out of the fight. But as you mentioned, just the sheer damage increase off of Ricochet ricochets, for example, on a Sivir and her ability with her ultimate to close the distance, there was no kiting it all the way back to our
Well,
base.
I think the problem was that Cloud9 fell too much into the game plan of Envy, which is just, we're going to just 5-man brute force, fight you, and beat you every single time, whereas you have the Ashe, you have the Tahm Kench, you have globals, you have a Syndra and a Gnar that can split push. So being able to play the game plan, use the arrows, and we saw just how effective the snowball was. Off that first turret, you go middle, bam, 2 turrets right off the bat. Why not keep doing that the entire game? It just stopped for some reason in the mid game. Would have liked to see them continue on that track.
All right, best of 5 series means we're looking out for adjustments. We're going to see who's going to adapt better moving into game 2. So with that, Envy has chosen red side. They've elected to stay on red side here, maybe perhaps still looking for those strong counter picks and strong lanes. But your guys' thoughts on adaptations moving into game 2 from either team?
You got to get rid of Sivir.
Yeah, I think Sivir's a big one too. What's interesting is I think Syndra is very hard for Envy to deal with in lane in terms of their champ pool, but it was kind of hard to play Syndra in that game in terms of targets. You don't really want to ult Lissandra. You don't really want to ult Kennen before he pops his Zhonya's.
Double Zhonya's.
Yeah, there's double Zhonya's as well as the self-ult.
Braum is huge.
And Braum is a huge blocker on Syndra ult. So I think it was difficult to play the Syndra in the later game, but I think from the lead that they had with it, it shouldn't have shaken out that way. So I'm interested to see how the Syndra pick plays into the future games.
Okay, so we're looking for maybe a Sivir ban or takeaway on the side of Cloud9.
So
either way, they're the ones that have to react and adapt. As they lost and they're staying on the same side, they're going to have to look for a new strategy. Team Envy has come out to an early lead in the series, but we'll see if Cloud9 can tie it up after game 2. That hits your browsers in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Cloud9 versus Envy in our first matchup of the quarterfinals.
I guess remember this is playoffs.
Yeah.
We need to win this shit.
We are stronger than them mentally.
Flank from Sir. Slicing Maelstrom. He flashes in on 3. A 4th is going to enter. Jensen gets out on the side and he may be able to deliver damage back.
Hey,
we're fine. This is really good. This is really fucking good. Fight, guys, fight. I still have ulti. I still have
An impact throws himself too far in. Lot is able to take him down, and Seraph moves forward with the slicing Maelstrom. Keeps himself alive.
I'm going. Syndra.
We can't.
And game number 1 is going over to Envy for momentum in the quarterfinal series.
Yeah, Double Lift now in a bit of trouble. Hyper's going to proc. Impact will keep testing in. Bounces on his head. Double Lift falls to misses the net. And Impact going to chase him down. One more on it. Gets a door. Now they're going to stun him up. They get it under the turret. And Impact. The Bio God is in the house. Double Lift was praying to his lord. And he came to save him. Holy moly. Biofrost comes in to save the day.
Every split of the LCS delivers amazing plays, and throughout the playoffs, we're going to take some time to go back and look at a few of those plays, relive the moments and the experience that was had during those times. But now, we got to get back.
Right there, man. Like, we just showed that. That was rude.
But now we got to get back to living the experience that is Cloud9 versus Envy. And Cloud9 came into this match as the favorites, no doubt about it. But Team Envy ran away with a victory in Game 1, and now they, I should say, have a lead in the series.
Yeah, not only did they end up actually coming in as underdogs here, Envy, well, a lot of people were saying maybe they shouldn't even be in playoffs because Apex had a better game record than them, but they are showing that they can compete with the top teams right now, and taking down Cloud9 would just be a big statement for them.
And they're also coming in with pretty good strategy. The fact that they counterpicked both lanes, the fact that they had some of the unique champions pulled out, and the fact that they have also elected for red side again to try and recreate that scenario. In that last game as well, Jensen, while he did get ahead in the early game, was unable to carry down the stretch. I do have to credit Hakuho a fair bit for preventing him from completely taking over the game, because Jensen, with those stats, 100% KP and 800 damage per minute, was kind of everywhere.
Yeah, he was just getting picks over and over again, and they were actually focusing his lane. Ninja was the first 2 deaths of the team. They're just throwing arrows down and focusing that, but I definitely think that Hakuho played a big part in that, but at the same time, Jensen, as good as he actually did in that game, Lod was somebody who was playing a lot of that cleanup duty, that big threat on Envy. Even though they had the backline dive, it was almost as if there was 2 teams, 3 members in the top side of the map, and then they had the bottom lane here, and he was just doing so much. 1,047 damage per minute is really, really good, especially as a short-range AD carry. He was just able to wail on tanks the entire time.
It's absolutely crazy, too, because they had to change, kind of being like, Seraph got first kill, should we snowball him to, we need to have Lod carry this game.
Wait a minute, everyone has built Banshees, Veils, and Aegises. Maybe we should give some farm to the AD.
We'll see how it happens coming into the next game. Team Envy are off to a strong start in this playoff match, and Lod has no qualms about being the 6th seed underdog.
The regular season in the grand scheme of things doesn't really matter. It's playoffs that matters. I mean, TSM was looking terrible last split. They were 6th place, barely, just like us. And they kind of like got things together in that 2-week period, and they made a run for finals. And they were like 1 team fight away from getting 1st place, all the way from 6th place in the regular season. So I've never really felt the regular season matters too much. I mean, it would have been nice to get like 1st or 2nd for like the bye, but being 6th or 3rd or 4th or 5th, it doesn't really matter. I think it's just, you know, it just like depends on how well you prepare for the games.
And Lod's a player that's, for honestly, all intents and purposes, a rookie. He played very little games actually in spring as a substitute, and now he's on his first mainstay team in the LCS, made his first playoffs in his first appearance, and the guy was in Challenger for over a year. He's really wanted this opportunity and not feeling the pressure. He's got nerves of steel.
I gotta say, the whole split wasn't actually that smooth for these guys. They had a lot of ups and downs, started up, went down, hopefully coming back up again, but we've also seen a lot of best of 5s before. While the first game is important, you got a lot more to play. Just like he says, the regular season isn't as important as the playoffs. The first game isn't as important as the next 4.
So we see a swap. That Sivir goes in for Gangplank on the side of Cloud9 for their bans. And it was Shen, Talia, and what was the last one?
It was Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia, that is correct.
Shen, Talia, Cassiopeia, Vladimir Karma, Gangplank previously.
The TK ban shows that they were a little annoyed with Smoothie in the last game. Specifically, I feel like with that Abyssal Voyage and how quickly he was able to create picks. And wow, an Ashe pick, because of the Sivir ban, trying to lock that down for a strong duo.
But it's also been so successful for Sneaky on this team. I mean, he's also a Jhin player, though, so it's a little bit questionable, but they just don't want Lod to pick it up, and they just get other priority picks.
Gangplank and Gragas, no hesitation from Envy as they lock those 2 in, which now gives a little bit more global presence from Seraph and puts Proxen just right in the role of Gragas again.
Yeah, and we've also seen that Envy takes a lot of inspiration from the LCK teams. Gangplank's been nearly permabanned or early picked in the playoffs over there in Korea, so Seraph No hesitation on the Gangplank pick for good reason. Not the strongest laning phase, but a tremendous late game. That's the script that they followed in the first matchup, actually, as far as the way the gold was going. Not necessarily with their champion select, but they want to be prepared in the late game, and Gangplank helps that.
Gangplank.
Yeah.
From the way the game 1 went, this series, it could set the precedent to be another 45-minute game, another grudge match, back and forth that tests mental and physical prowess of these guys. And Cloud9 is a team that has been in those reverse sweeps a lot, so this may fall in their favor. These games could be very, very tough.
Yeah, it definitely takes a lot of mental fortitude, and you're playing BO3s throughout the season, though, and that's what people were talking about, is it might prepare them for best of fives and playoffs. So these teams have been through many games leading up to this point and getting their seed here. But I definitely like that Gnar pick for Impact, changing back to the champion select here into the Gangplank. You can shut down those barrels early. But once again, it's Impact on a champion in the top lane that's not really meant to carry, so the resources are going to be elsewhere, and he's really been that sacrifice lane on this team.
It's crazy that they can almost run the same composition here, maybe even with a Bard now, right? You lock in almost the same thing here for Cloud9, so they got to feel good coming into this game, even though it didn't quite work from game 1.
Yeah, and you can tell Envy is pretty hesitant on whether they want to pick a mid laner or their AD right here. They got to be careful, because if they pick Jhin, I think what Laud is saying is, hey man, we don't know what their support is or what their mid laner is, because they can pick a Bard against it and just throw the Tempered Fate every time he opens up the ultimate. There's the low mobility on Jhin can be punished by certain picks. Be interesting to see what Cloud9 does here, knowing they also have to pick a blind mid laner.
I actually think they go with both of them. The Syndra, once again, blind for Jensen here, and then the Smoothie Thresh. Gonna try to get some people out of position here, and it'll serve a little bit of the same purpose as the Tahm Kench, getting somebody out with the Lantern. It is a bit of a playmaker for him, though. A little bit more initiation power.
Yeah, and it really just signals to me that Cloud9 is ready to stay the course, and they feel like that first game was completely winnable. The only change in their overall team composition now is going to be a Thresh instead of a Tahm Kench, and that's because the Tahm Kench was banned away. So they don't really care what Envy throws up against them. They blocked the Sivir. They said that was the problem as far as aiding the extra things to initiate on them. And Cloud9 is going to be confident that they can take this strong regular season, shrug off the first game loss, and make it through the series.
I almost think there's more catch potential for this C9 team. You just don't have the movement. Lissandra gets locked in, as we thought, on the side of Envy, so a few things gone back to for teams here for comfort, but we did switch a few things up as well.
Yeah, Lissandra has been Seraph and Ninja's one of their most played champions, both of them. They're both very adept at this champion, and that's why it's been banned against Envy almost as much as Vladimir has, because it's just so powerful in either person's hands as a flex pick, and also the pick potential that they have for starting fights. Envy, when they have tools to start fights, they will take those fights, and that's how they won a lot of their games.
Even trying to bait Jensen in to say, hey, that cast is open too. Maybe you want to play that. He says, no, I like the range. We'll keep getting picks with that. It just continues to provide that mid-game advantage. It's in the late game where Envy was able to do some 6-item damage over on the side of Cloud9. We'll have to see how it starts heading into game 2. The compositions are locked in here, in Envy, the underdog, with a 1-game lead here in the best of 5. We can pretty much expect this to go at least 5, or at least, I'm sorry, 4 now, because you know Cloud9 is going to come back.
You're giving away the script. You said 5 earlier. You said 5. Come on.
After the first game, definitely go 5. No question.
So we'll have to see what they do. Get over to Twitter once again. Provide your votes. Hashtag C91. Hashtag EnvyWin. C9 still on blue. Envy going to take the fight from red once again. We're about to be on to the Rift. We'll see if Cloud9 can live up to the playoff prowess that they've always brought to the table. These are the reverse sweep kings, so one more game and they could be in final form if Envy wins.
Yeah, and they mentioned as well that Cloud9, every year they've been in the LCS, they've also been in Worlds. Last year was definitely the most trying. They didn't even make it to the Summer Split playoffs and then made a run through the regional qualifier. This year, wouldn't they love to be able to move through the playoffs? Because if they win this match, they would actually guarantee they're up against Immortals, and then they'd have to play the final. So like, it's a long journey for them. They need to make sure they're not looking too far in the future and overlooking Envy, who Jensen even said he was expecting to be fairly easy.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is one that, you know, there are a lot of things will end up getting changed if Envy do pull it out. Cloud9, they have very little in terms of championship points from the spring, and so I believe they're only sitting on 10. So they'd have to fight their way all the way through the regional qualifier. They wouldn't be able to actually go up against an easier seed. And Envy would have to take on TSM.
Yeah,
and that's something that you definitely do not want to do, because people like you think about the dynamic seeding that happens in playoffs, right? If Cloud9 wins, well, they play Immortals, and then the winner of 4 or 5 plays TSM. So now, if Envy win, winner of 4 or 5 has to play Immortals.
The Noriega hanging out in the crowd. Got some P1 love. I saw some other players as well. Coaches here to cheer on and give some camaraderie to other players in the league, as well as friends. But Cloud9 and Envy, for the moment, enemies on to the Rift. And we'll have to see who pulls out the victory on this one. Envy working with the momentum from game 1. We'll see if Cloud9 can stifle that out.
And Ninja did this last game too, where he starts Sweeper. He didn't even use it last time. It went back right before the game had the minion spawn and swapped it out for just a regular warding trinket. So hasn't used it before. Interested to see if Envy ever really change it up and go for an invader, actually sweep something out.
I wondered about that last game myself. I was watching him, then he just kind of goes back. He's like, yep,
yeah,
just bring it back to my trinket. Thank you very much. It seems like they are setting up to maybe move forward here.
Oh. Bullseye.
Cash money.
Yeah, that'll make the jungle start from Meteos a little bit scarier.
Impact wants to put one down in there, but nope.
Yeah, then he wouldn't have it for the early lane wards.
Ninja will back and swap his trinket out. Boop, boop.
You can't obviously place a ward, so it's still net the same number of wards on the map, but he's got that CS advantage over Jensen now. 1-0.
Wards give experience as well, since a couple patches ago, right?
Yep.
Oh, sitting on a
very
very bit.
small.
That level 6 attack.
Very little.
It's like the size of the finger.
Well,
you
Proxy's
get the
got
point
some
on the
too.
screen with.
Very tiny bit.
Sharing is caring. We'll see how this gangplank plays out for Seraph in the top lane. He obviously is going to help hard start Proxyn as he roams around the jungle. And same thing with Impact in the top lane. It seems like for some of maybe the newer teams, as well as teams that lack a lot of communication across the board, the fact that you start off in standard lanes is something that's going to help.
Yeah. It hopefully creates more of a standard feeling for these guys.
Yeah.
They know what type of game they're going to see, but at the same time, you can have modified jungle routes. Junglers can do different things each game. Like, for instance, Meteos last game did Gromp to Wolves to Scuttle Crab. Here he's making a stop at the red buff, which actually increases the probability of him doing an early level 3 game.
Smites it for the HP at the end, I believe.
No.
Gets it. And now he can go straight
Healing
for a
when he
game.
burrows, and he can go straight to the Scuttle Crab, apparently.
I was gonna say,
probably.
Everybody's pushing up a little bit. You got volleys from Sneaky in the bot side. You know, Syndra
On the other
spam
hand,
as
though,
well.
Proxyn is going for the blue, and especially since he sees Meteos, this is going to be Proxyn picking up that blue.
Yeah, this was actually really close to Jensen being able to get this done on Ninja before he jumps away. And it's a smart counter jungle by Proxyn. Seeing Meteos doesn't have blue buff, he was preparing for this already. Easy pickup.
No perma blue for Jensen this game. Maybe that's going to be Ninja's this time. We'll see how much that sways the matchup in mid. Also allows a little bit more roam once it comes to it. We saw this, so rinse and repeat here. Impact getting ganked once again. You see Seraph has to deal with quite a wave and didn't exactly want to get off on that. Body slam is there, but he doesn't have it for the turret. That could be a throw back.
That's definitely worth, though. Getting the flash out of Impact.
Yeah, and great discipline. The Proxy didn't burn his flash either, because that's what's expected, that he's going to be able to go for that kill.
All the way under the turret.
Wow, really pushing the boundaries on that one. I thought he was going down with a boomerang over the shoulder from Impact.
And another turret shot, yeah.
Right, another turret shot would have ramped up on him. So this is them, C9 saying, oh, yeah, we know what you did. We saw where your roam was and that you came out of top lane at this time. So Proxyn took the blue. They give that back over to Jensen. So he actually fares pretty well in that instance.
Wow. Hunter's Potion actually for Proxyn. I'm a little surprised by that on the Gragas. Gragas is usually really okay clearing out the jungle, especially since he gets first item Runic Echoes.
Yeah. Maybe he goes Cinderhulk this game if they have enough damage. It is a choice that some people still go for if he's just trying to soak damage, or it was just a gold thing. Sometimes you have a small amount of gold, may as well just upgrade. At the very least, it's going to make him a little bit less vulnerable to counter jungling because he will almost always be at full health and mana.
Nice heavy warding from Seraph in the top lane. He may try to activate something on Impact before that flashes up, or even a level 6. Nars out of the bad situation.
Used a couple CS at the turret, and it's actually really key that the gank arrived early to give Seraph some breathing room in that lane. But here's a gank.
Oh, the flash in. The claw is not respected, as it shouldn't have been that time. And before 5, pre-6, they take down Ninja.
Yeah, and last game they were unable to really punish the fact that Syndra has such amazing gank support. But here, Meteos makes 2 trips. Even though Ninja had his flash, you can just see the CC chain, and that's pre-6 on Syndra as well. So that's not even the maximum damage burst. CC alone is enough to get the kill.
Yeah, and with the changes in 6.15, junglers have all these different routes that give them great timings into mid lane, and I feel as though this Syndra is trying to abuse that. They're trying to actually have these early ganks come through and shut down Ninja, who has honestly been one of the weaker points of Envy when you look at statistics. I mean, he gave up a lot of early kills last game. He's one of the members that gets the least amount of gold on the team. And so if you can shut him down and get Jensen ahead, who takes a large amount of Cloud9's gold, and you just create this gigantic delta, and that lane is honestly, when people are like, it's over, that lane would be over at that point.
Quite a big wave mounting here for Sneaky. He's trying to thin it out before he gets to the turret. It's not going to help. Grenade and Blossoms push that up a little harder. But Envy leaves for this one. They want more vision here in the bot lane. So another slow start to the game with that first kill on Ninja in mid, which really was a kill on Jensen last game for Envy. So just a little bit of a flop there. 54-48, so Sneaky starting to pick up in the AD carry lane, as well as Jensen in the mid after that hit. So they kind of tried to play it last game with arrows just onto Ninja, push him out of lane, and they can do that once again with that teleport down.
Yeah. Seraph gonna fight Impact in the top side.
That's not wise.
Standing that all, you're just gonna gnaw out,
So
and he
he's
is gonna use the damage to make it happen. Does he leave in turret range? No, he holds it. Like a little bit of hesitation, and he's happy with just the lane advantage as well.
Very lucky that he had the early gank so that Impact doesn't have flash, because Impact
that would have
probably would have
flash
followed
kill.
that, probably would have gotten a kill there. So Proxen definitely gave that edge to Seraph, so he gets out safe.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, was Smoothie in range?
They didn't ping it.
He did not. There's going to be a Dark Passage Lantern for him anyways. They have a good minion wave to stand behind.
I also think it was very greedy up top of Impact to go for that, but now, here's Proxen.
Oh, level 6.
Nice flash away from the deadly flourish. Can Smoothie get out of this? The exhaust keeps him in range, and it will be the kill. Auto over to Proxen. So they do get something out of waiting here in the bot lane. And Jensen's pressuring his luck here in mid. He seems to be getting away with it.
It was really good from Proxen on that timing, because we had seen the bottom lane earlier where Smoothie was pulling a cannon minion wave up towards his Tri-Brush, and then the Meteos came by and actually swept that bush. So that means that Cloud9 were trying to freeze it for a bit, and when you freeze, it'll eventually push back harder in the opposite direction, and we saw Envy stall for that moment, and Proxen was able to come into that bottom side. That's why they have all those caster minions there.
Sneaky and
It's
Smoothie
great
both
timing.
wanted the recall. Proxen wards in, as well as jumps. Then he actually flashes to make sure the Braum passive can get the stun, since Smoothie's already down summer spells, and nice kill.
A little pressure relief now for Envy. See how they use this in the early game. Weren't able to push up to the turret, didn't have the minion wave in their favor. So, Lod's gonna have to do a bit more work with this kill to make something happen. If Meteos can keep a track of where Proxen is here, things may be able to happen for C9.
It's actually a huge roam up in the top lane. 3, potentially 4 people. If they don't even get a kill, they could get the turret.
Yeah, Smoothie's on his way as well.
Meteos, what a beat. Now with the team, unleashed power from Jensen is going to drop Seraph. He's just been all alone by himself in the top lane, and now he starts getting harassed for no reason. He's wondering what's going on, and C9 just starts to take control.
Kill the Gangplank. He's going to be killable for the early game before he becomes a monster. You don't actually get to stop Gangplank from becoming a monster, but maybe you can end the game before that happens if you kill him a bunch. And that's what C9's going for.
No way to defuse the bomb, but you can slow it down. Yep. Slow it down.
It's also an interesting strategy.
Whoa!
Hold on, Ninja.
A little ahead of himself. There'll be some extra damage here for Steve.
Ooh, alley-oop.
Wow. Flashes over the wall. Sneaky going hard on this one. He's going to have to dance it out with Proxen now. He leads Impact into the fight. A few more hits. Sneaky stands on the barrel knowing it's just going to allow him to stay in range and attack. He doesn't have to move. Understood the fight. Took the kill. 2 for 1 overall.
Yeah, really weird series of events. But Sneaky being in the mid lane ends up just netting him a nice double kill, which he can just take right back to the bottom lane. Doesn't have time to shop yet. But when he does, that means he hits his item power spikes a little bit before the other side.
Like a bit of turret pressure from Seraph up here. Should be able to clear to the turret. We'll see this fight one more time.
Ninja wanted the tunnel.
You can see the Gangplank ultimate down below. He had actually used it on the top side of the map instead of actually in this fight here. He was trying to clear out a minion wave. The teleport comes in through impact because he has nothing left to do in top side to shove a turret, and it helps reinforce his team here. So the cannon barrage may have been able to actually salvage a bit of this fight, but Seraph was just trying to keep that turret from going down, and they end up getting first turret gold for that.
Still pretty even across the board. Shows you how far Cloud9 was ahead once Envy was able to grab that. So Sneaky to clear this out now. He'll probably start taking that side wave priority that he usually does now as an AD carry this season and start firing arrows from the Fog of War.
Yeah, they got to be a little bit careful they don't starve him out accidentally like they did last game when they decide to group mid. Like, it's so easy for Syndra to kill all 6 minions before anyone else can even auto-attack them that you can sometimes do it accidentally, but with the 2 kills early, you do want Sneaky to be able to multiply his damage and really become a late game carry.
This is exactly what you were talking about, Riv. Arrow down mid. Will it happen? Jensen's on a pink ward, and boom, boom.
There it is. The Fog of War attack. It is a dangerous thing to be had, and Ninja realizes this once again.
Boom, boom! I mean, this is the cost Ninja's playing. He's not playing Cleanse against an Ashe and a Syndra.
Oh, man.
They're going to try and stop this.
So this is kind of like one of those replicas of the Ashe. Curtain Call almost does the same thing, but it's only if you have enough time to catch up with it with your team, and nobody's there to catch up with it this time.
Yeah.
Jensen and the rest of the team able to walk out, even though a few of them blocked up with that Curtain Call.
It was a really good lantern there from Smoothie. Avoided the explosive task and stopped Sneaky from being knocked into the team. Not much more is going to happen, though. Top lane, turret did go down.
I will say C9 coming into game 2 here with only one small tweak to their team composition, Thresh in for Tom Kench. That's not even having a huge impact, but the way they are playing is much more focused. They have targeted Ninja. They said, why are we letting this guy get away with playing no cleanse?
Flash dash almost gets the kill. Ninja says nope.
But somehow they're also taking Drake. C9 recalled a bunch of people at the same time, so Ocean's going to go over to Envy.
Let's help them stay on the map a little bit longer, as long as they're not fighting Cloud9 at this point. You're right about Cloud9 being faster. We saw 2 of those, you could say, air quotes, waffle moments last game in mid when they got caught out. Speaking of caught out, there goes the minion wave. And there goes a little bit of a phage proc. Wait, the slow, hyper, the connect.
Oh, he's gonna turn mega.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. There's the jump there, the wallop first, gonna get oranged. It's okay with the flash after. But Meteos may go for that diagonal cut. He does not. He just chooses to deny.
But they could be making a play mid.
They can make a play everywhere. Every time we switch the screen here now in this, I was going to say mid-game, but it's only 13 minutes in. Cloud9 is being so much more active.
Yeah, and once their bottom turret went down, it actually made Cloud9 free up Sneaky to keep going mid back and forth. And so Smoothie and Sneaky, 2 really big parts of the pick composition for Cloud9, are being freed up. But they're the ones who don't have that bottom turret.
Yeah, it's going to be really important that they're able to keep the pressure up, though. Giving away the first Drake is one of their bigger weaknesses, I feel like, as a team. Throughout the regular split, even though they were the 3rd best team in the LCS, they had the lowest percentage of first Dragons, only getting the first Drake in 30% of their games. Again, here, they don't get it, despite potentially being able to put resources. They don't do that, though.
And this is an Ocean Drake as well. This will help that Gangplank have a little bit of an easier time in that lane. It's been really rough for him, so Seraph needs all the help he can get.
Oh, bullseye.
was wondering when the bing bang boom came in. There it is. I was thinking of boom boom you said last time.
Hey,
but
at
it's
least
the
you got
1,
yourself
2,
out
3.
this time.
That's true.
It's no longer a 1-2 punch. There's the 3rd one, the uppercut that comes in now that Cloud9 has put together. And it just keeps destroying Ninja. Maybe they can get back on it with this. The Gangplank ultimate allows them to start doing global things, as well as that Curtain Call allows them to not really retaliate on it either. And so that pushes off C9.
Yeah, and the way Envy's been able to defend that mid turret shows a giant strength in the synergy between Gangplank and Jhin. Not only does the Gangplank ultimate slow him to allow the Curtain Call to land, but on top of that, you can also get your W off to get stuns and roots right off of a GP ult. So with almost no one even close to C9, they're threatening kills and burning flashes.
Right now, they might be threatening that top lane. They swap their bottom lane up here. Meteos looking for a possible gank. It would be a 4-on-3 if Jensen got there.
It'd have to be more of a bluff as well. There's no arrow that's up, and if they don't show a fourth person, it seems like Envy is going to buy that. They don't exactly want to take the fight right now.
Oh, Impact has Frozen Mallet right now, and Seraph has no flash.
He can get that barrel.
This might actually be a kill.
Ooh. Neganar's not going to be there. Could get the speed to go around. Yeah, I make it sound like he could get out. It's intense, but Impact just makes it look so clean.
When a Gnar completes his Frozen Mallet, he becomes a whole new beast. When he already has a 2-level advantage on you, it just gets really painful. That is good job by Impact to hide in the fog of war. Seraph was a little bit greedy, but he does need to be able to pick up that farm.
Yeah, it's 112 to 74 already in that lane. Just a few tacks on it, and twice in the early game, it was Impact that was taking the roughness from Proxen. Flash body slam, flash blown on Impact in the game 1, still able to come back very strong. So he's done a great job at not needing Meteos' help that much to make it happen. He got a little this game, but he also does a lot himself.
Yeah, and he did a lot with the matchup that he was given and also the ganks, because Impact, he was one of the lesser camped lanes for Cloud9. They usually played towards sneaky with most of their resources. Meteos just loved to play towards that lane. And Jensen was their secondary with all of the farms, so Impact was really low economy. But right now, he's kind of able to create his own advantage here since he started the snowball.
It's like, I got my own stock market. And I'm invested.
We'll make our own stock market with blackjack.
Oh, good save. I like the death sentence to actually pull just out of range there, but this is going to give that top turret over to Envy. They still seem to somewhat have map control. Cloud9 isn't really worried about giving too many of these up. They can still attack on that second tier of turrets. But this is where Envy kind of builds their strategy, starts completing that second tier of items.
Yeah.
Maybe does become dangerous once again.
They want to make sure that they don't just get completely steamrolled, and their mid-game teamfighting is not nearly as strong as it was with the Kennen.
Oh no.
Look at that damage in the turret.
He's trying to hide behind it so he can't be clicked on. Very smart move by Seraph, and it does kind of throw Impact off with the Cannon Barrage.
Got to have that target champions only button in. Oh,
some don't. Oh, scattered right back. Unleashed Power has not come out from Jensen, and I don't think he's going to be able to, as Meteos is getting that treatment now from Envy. He unleashes right back onto Hakuo. Looks to get the death sentence out of the fight. The Dark Passage to the light saves Jensen as they double kill down onto Lod. He's got to get a little too close on that Jin with an ult down. And C9 take advantage.
And his bottom lane from Cloud9 are just roaming at really unexpected times here. Sneaky's arrows have been on point. Give him a gold medal right now.
This dealing.
And the CC chain, sorry.
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, the CC chain coming through from C9 is really awesome. Smoothie's Thresh, even though on Tom Kenshi could Abyssal Voyage into the fights, has been just comboing up with death sentences. The timing on Scatter of the Week has been on point for Jensen the whole series. Although Meteos does get caught, that's a lot of time Envy puts into trying to get this initiation to happen, and Jensen stacks up a lot of orbs. You can see about 7 on the ground there from his ultimate for maximum damage. Bullseye on Lod, death sentence is just that, and Impact shows off, flexing into the wall with his Gnar ultimate.
Ninja barely gets away with his E, and key thing there as well is Hakuo actually got his Glacial Fissure off, and it knocked up Meteos as he was using his E, so his tunnel went on cooldown. It appeared, and then it was absolutely useless to him. Rek'Sai does not have an escape at that point. Quite easy to pick off, too.
Ooh, another Infernal as well. Our first one here in the quarterfinal series. Got some ocean, some wind, a lot of mountain. Looks like Cloud9's
get some heart in there, too.
Get some heart. First Infernal. Both these teams have heart, that's for damn sure. And try to spill it all out onto the Rift. Right now, Cloud9 realizes they kind of kept their heart bottled up in game 1. They didn't use enough of it. Now 9-3. Getting one of the bigger gold leads we've actually seen in the early game here as they're putting their foot down.
And they also have to have a lot of trust in their teamwork and strategy. The fact that they had to play the same side of the map and then made very few draft tweaks to then come out with a better in-game strat and really punish the matchups they were able to get and play off of the Syndra over and over again has gotten them the very early lead. The question will be now, they've had actually a gold lead even bigger than this in the prior match. Can they close out?
Sneaky giving himself a security net if anybody were to come up to him, maybe down.
Oh man, this is brutal for Seraph.
Oh!
Goomba'd.
He did get Goomba'd perfect. I was gonna say the same thing. If Proxen wants to go in, you just lost your top laner, the guy that you want to deal a lot of damage.
And the hook!
And he's not dealing damage, so why take the fight with the rest of your team? Lod could be the next going down. Meteos doesn't have the damage just yet, as he's building tanky once again, and they're going to be onto that mid lane turret. Cloud9 have turned their tables in Game 2 of the quarterfinal series.
Speaking of closing out, that really helps when you can get a bunch of kills. I do have to say, Seraph is getting absolutely blasted, and there is a theory of, hey, we can pick Gangplank safely even if there's bad matches because you're going to be a beast later. Not if this happens. Not if you're at 100 CS, 20 minutes into the game, and getting feasted on by the enemy team. Impact just stomps him into the ground. Ninja was there to help. It was a little bit too late. Proxen tries to jump in, but he just jumps into a stun and the burst combo, and then Smoothie's there on Ninja comes out. It's all falling apart this game for Envy.
And all the top half of the map there is just completely shut down. They shut down Ninja with a lot of their resources and got Jensen really far ahead on the Syndra. He's hit critical mass really early that no matter who he targets at this point, Proxen, Ninja, Lod, anybody, they're gonna go down, and Lod!
Be safe. Hakuo, oh, he's not gonna be up. Thunderlords comes down in the end to take down Lod. A double kill going over to Ninja. Where did this Syndra come from for Jensen? And we see Cloud9 with the rest of the team pushing forward, ready to take more kills. There's not much Envy can do but watch this turret go down or give themselves up with it.
It's the blind pick Syndra 2 games in a row, and this is what he was going for. The arrows kept coming through mid lane, and then this chain stun combo. Jensen is so far ahead, he doesn't even have to use ultimate to kill Lod, to kill the AD carry, and then he just picks up another kill, just pressing R on Ninja.
Wow. That was like a Q, a W, and a Thunderlord's proc.
Yeah.
That's what Lod is worth right now.
He'll be all right. Oh, Masteries, right.
A few
right.
button presses. Looks like he's going towards Death Cap as well, which will only make it worse. No matter because this has been able to be built up really for Envy either. Watch this again.
Yeah, I want to see this explosion.
Another goal.
And you think, okay, Haku is here, it's going to be safe. But the Q is doing damage, the W does damage, and then, whoa, ooh, then he dies.
Got Zeus.
So quickly,
he dies too.
So fast, so much damage here. 8-1-3, and 70 CS up right now for Jensen. Don't say it often, but man, he's bodying this game.
Yeah. He does Rylai's too instead of a Death Cap. That'll help. That means if he lands a Q, there's really no escape. Plus, it makes him harder to burst out if Ninja's able to get on him.
Everything's just really just coming up roses now for Cloud9. Impact has a gigantic advantage in the top lane. You think back to last game, he was split pushing, getting turrets when he didn't really have that big of an advantage.
Yeah.
Now, Seraph's just completely out of this game. He's struggling to pick up CS, and now he needs a lot of help.
Well, either do something with one person or you do it with the entire team. And Envy says, we might need the entire team to do this. There are 2 in the top lane, though, that could help stop this Baron.
Yeah, this is actually quite risky for C9. Double teleport exists for Envy. If they can get a ward that they can teleport on. But C9 is trying to burst this down quickly.
One more shot. Trying to aim for Meteos here, or
Oh,
possibly
Ninja
the Baron.
could get
He's
in
looking for the
and kill
Baron.
him. Woo! That was close. That was real close.
Smite didn't even go off for Meteos.
Yeah.
A lot of damage. You can tell how much damage Jensen has then, as they kind of calculated to burn it down.
Yeah, that was the 4th shot there from Lod, just waiting to actually blow it up, and then Ninja threw in his E, but Jensen snuck a Q in there.
That was real close. Not what you want when you're up 14
For a
kills
second,
to 4.
I thought that was a picture of Lissandra and not Syndra. Impact just coming back up. He'll be headed towards bot lane. He's got some janitorial duty to do. And it looks like, actually, Jensen is off to the races here. He's not having to deal with any Lockets of Aaron Solari just yet. The magic resistance really isn't there for Envy. So they're going to be exploding, as we've seen.
He's been able to snowball so quickly. It's also the Runic Echoes for Proxen. We were wondering what he was going to go with because he started Tracker's Knight, or Hunter's Potion. The Hunter's Potion's gone. Really, they're just hoping to get some type of flank initiation. It has to be onto Jensen. It's difficult because he has Cleanse. And C9, if they get one Death Sentence or Arrow lands, or if Jensen lands a Cinder Stun, it could actually be game. Because Baron is up, and they're pushing strong.
And as the game goes on a little bit further, Envy don't have that same type of pressure on the backline with the Gangplank top. Like, Seraph TP flanks are not very effective at this point in time, and they won't become too effective either as the game progresses. So Cloud9, they just have so many ways right now to just continue pressuring this game and grow this advantage.
Yeah, Seraph, just within the past few minutes, has actually upgraded that ultimate. He's been so starved for Serpent coins, and even farm himself to get himself into a good spot. That's Hakuo against the wall. That means Lod doesn't have too much feel, but he's already on the back line. And Cloud9 have chances to engage and disengage. They can't really make a mistake the first time. There may be a mistake range now. They have to be very careful, and they do respect it. Envy may be able to take a fight at this point.
Yeah, with Infernal Drake up, I think it's wise of C9 to pull back. The Gnar ult didn't land, the Ashe ultimate didn't land very strong, and they had to back away because of the Jhin curtain call coming through from Envy. But the second Infernal Drake is a pretty good consolation prize, even if they couldn't crack the base on that last push.
A much more accelerated pace in this game.
Oh, yeah.
If it's not the Tahm Kench that goes out next time, it's got to be the Ashe that starts things off. You look at something else to get out on that ban list, because they ran the same thing, and if it is the support, it's conditionally put to a Bard, and then you just have to stun someone against an object after the arrow hit.
Yeah, Sneaky's Ashe is pretty good. The 2 kills he was able to pick up in the mid lane of all places has helped him.
Oh, so many assists, too, off the back of his arrows. He's doing just such a fantastic job facilitating Jensen start carrying this game. And now Hakuo was put in a really awkward position where he's up against a very fed Syndra. Like, well, you got to get Aegis first, but he eventually wants that Mikhail's, but it's so delayed at this point that these arrows are going to hit true for a very long time.
Proxin.
Oh, Scatter the Weak just in range. Something that many players may not be familiar with. The amount of playtime Syndra gets against them in either ranked queue or in competitive play, and they're onto the inhibitor turrets now. Impact, Smoothie on the front line, ready to shut someone down. Meteos making sure the back still has peel as they start methodically taking down inhibitors and inhibitor turrets inside enemy space.
Yeah, Cloud9 trying to run it back as well with what you've been saying, Jat. They only changed up the Ashe, that's it. They said it was, you know, just a little unlucky for him. Trying to run it back, and this is more kind of Cloud9 style now. They say it's not that, it's not the composition, and now they're taking care of business.
Yes, they've even still gone with double Ruby Sightstone. They're just better at getting the picks this game. The Thresh also aids that. The chain CC from Smoothie has been pretty key in making sure they can secure all these kills easily.
Gives them a little bit more confidence, too, to go forward and know that that Lantern will be there to save them.
Be nice if Seraph was the one getting the most of this CS, but they have been sharing farm for quite some time as they've been forced to group together. Cloud9 forces that once again in the top lane. 2 Infernal Drakes, an arrow onto Ninja. Double Gnar ultimate from Impact. And you can almost hear the communication from Cloud9 from call to call and their priority targets.
Jensen. Oh, beautiful stun from the ult.
Almost no follow-up. A lot was wasted in the last one. They may have said, hold on, we can still get the inhibitor. Let's not go too hard.
Yeah.
Also waiting for a minion wave.
Yeah, exactly. They have super minions also pushing down the mid side. And they've already picked off 2 members. They're going to get this top turret. There's no way for them to really defend it effectively. And you always have to stay out of the Syndra stun range.
Easier said than done for sure.
The turret, or rather barrels, not taking down all the minions. Gives Cloud9 just enough time to toy with that turret. 17-4. What a stark difference from game 1 here as Cloud9 pretty much hit the gas. Pedal to the metal all game long.
It's a last-ditch effort. Ninja's trying to teleport him from behind.
That's the hit. You heard the Yomus. Ninja gets slowed down. The vision is there, and he takes a volley. He gets the claw in and throws down Glacial Tomb on himself. Cloud9 is trying to separate themselves from the fight as Ninja gives himself time to assess it, and Zanya's and Meteos is now the focus. Dark Passage to the light, and will Curtain Call close the fight for Envy. The damage to follow up is there from Seraph, but is there more for the Phage chase? Jensen is there. The volley is in. Proxin is looking for that angled cutoff. A straight line is the fastest way to that objective, and they try to take it. Jensen's forced to turn around knowing that fight may come. And Envy peels off finally. But again, we get a repeat of what happened in game 1, or series 1.
Yeah,
game
defending.
Good lord.
From deep within their base, Envy does keep themselves alive, so to speak. It's going to be real tough, though. 12,000 gold down, 2 inhibitors, but the fact that the shutdowns did go over to Seraph gives them the smallest of chances.
See it one more time.
It definitely helps the whole team out with that global gold, and he gets those kills. And then Ninja, this is great. He knows the stun and the knockback isn't there for Jensen. He does get exhausted, so it would have been even more brutal without that coming through. So Smoothie has been on top of those. But then Seraph pulls down some barrels. They actually don't do as much damage as you would think. and then they get the chase.
And finally, they're able to use the Gangplank and Jinalt combo proactively. Instead of just in trying to defend a turret to push people off. You can see how effective it is. Deadman's Plate, not to mention the angle from the shortcut. Nice for Proxen. Sneaky did manage to flash away. Jensen had already used his, which means he gets a second death of the game.
See how much this slows down Cloud9 if they really are kind of scared of what just happened. They should keep pressuring as much as possible because there is a significant lead of 11,000 gold still in their favor.
Exactly, and as the game goes on, right, 6 items and all that, but
exactly.
It's still a long ways away. People are hitting 4.5 right now.
Yep.
And now there's so much for NV to farm. They have 2 waves that are going to push into them over and over again, and the Baron is on the table. Cloud9 are going to try to play around this area look for a pick, but it's a little bit harder to set up right now.
Yeah.
Ward destruction crew right now. Those guys are hungry for just wards. They're basically not even looking for a fight. They're just making sure Cloud9 cannot get an upper hand in vision.
Yeah, keep in mind though, still no kills completed by Hakuho. So if an Ash Arrow lands, it probably leads to a kill. It doesn't appear, maybe with the Spectre's Cow, Proxen might be able to survive getting hit, but basically anyone who gets hit by an Ash Arrow, if C9 is close, will die.
Haku actually completely rushing that Ruby and the Locket. You can see his Targon's really not even brought up the face of the mountain. See how they continue this one.
Yeah, that's kind of been the go-to for a lot of supports. You go straight for the Ruby Sightstone for those 4 wards, and then you leave it on that. Smoothie just now will be getting towards the face of the mountain.
Right.
You want the activatable time down, you want your Locket, and then you want to complete it.
Last outer turret here. I should say inner turret, but outside their Nexus, really. The hook onto Proxen, that's just a bit of damage traded in. Wait out the Gnar bar. Hakuho, no reason to get too close, but he does take a bit of damage. He's going to be a focus, and he's going to go down. It only took a few more seconds for Impact's bar to go away, and this could have been the returning result. But they trade 1 for 1 in the end, and Cloud9's forced to use ultimates to get back as well.
An inhibitor did respawn though, and as long as Envy can get back to defend those super minions, they might be able to hold. This is a very slim margin though. Ninja might lose this turret, and he's no longer there for the fight at the bottom side.
Oh, it's so close.
The caster minions are working their butts off now. Turret goes down, so that means they are not going to be able to fight now under this inhibitor, or I should say next to. And Cloud9 is playing this one slow. A few punches from that super, and the first Nexus turret is down.
Yeah, but this will be actually a numbers advantage here for Envy if Cloud9 stick around any longer, so they have to book it. And it looks like Mountain Drake might be where they're headed.
Yeah, the longer this game goes, though, the scarier it becomes for C9, because I think mentally, if they were unable to close out this game after having leads in games 1 and 2, it could be devastating for them in the greater context of the series. Like, what do they actually have to do to take down Envy, if not getting 12 kills on their mid laner before 30 minutes into the game? They're still in good position, though. They just have to execute and get some picks.
And Envy have always been one of the teams that play the longest games, right? They were always like 10th or 9th in terms of average game time. And then when I looked at it, it was both their victories take a long time and their losses take a long time. Regardless of who they're facing, they can always stall it out to about 35, 40 minutes. And it's just insane how they're able to hold on for so long and stop the enemy from closing these games out.
We've seen this before, but how strong is he now?
It's
Run
been a while.
faster, Seraph.
Ooh, just a bit of the slow. If he had another hop or wanted to blow his flash, I'm sure he probably could have come out on top once again.
It all changes when the Youmuu's Ghost Blade comes through.
Yeah, so 3 exposed inhibitors, but no downed inhibitors, so no super minions to push through. A Baron is also up for C9. I think mostly they need to control the vision in this area and kill Envy outside of their base, where they can't fall back to their Nexus turret.
Things are looking brighter. There's still a slight shroud over Envy right now. They have to work their way to the light. And it's probably going to be off an engage. They have to deny an arrow that Sneaky hits that somehow turned around. It's going to be hard to catch Cloud9 in a fight where they don't feel like they have the upper hand, because they have a 11,000 gold lead still, and they're going to fight like they are about to win the game. So Envy needs to have a very good strategy here.
They have 3 blue trinkets, which is their only hope of not face checking into what is certain death. 2 of them are on cooldown. Sarah technically would still have his.
Yeah, it
It's
doesn't have
all
to
a waiting game for Envy.
Oh, he actually did use it. He didn't have to use it there because he saw the Prey Seeker come through, so New Meteos wasn't on the Baron. But I mean, we will pull them away, so Cloud9 trying to set up picks. And you see Envy are just really paranoid right now. Proxing with the flash when nothing was really flying at him. Just really just being on edge, making sure that they don't take that step that loses them this game. And there's the Baron just being teased a little bit.
Yeah, it's roughly a 2-minute cooldown on the blue trinkets. So that's their spacing, but Hakuo gets hit.
We saw this in game 1. Hakuo is sometimes an initiation. He gets deleted immediately by the return fire coming in from Jensen. Impacts in a bad spot.
Jensen is
Dustbringer's already gone off. They can slow over Jensen on this side as well. Seraph's healing back as well to help onto Lod, and everybody kind of slows down this fight. The ultimates that we have are either disengaging or engaging completely here.
Yeah, basically C9 was able to get the pick on a Hakuo, but there was a bunch of junk in between them and the rest of the team. So Impact and Meteos got stuck in the fight, where Sneaky and Jensen couldn't come around the side for damage, and they really only get the 1 kill. They're coming back for more, though.
There's the Void Rush. It's going to be a teleport as well. They can easily get themselves back into this fight, and they're all 5 back in the party here. Envy still has a bit to wait on Hakuo, but these ults are down, and that's what they've been using to stop the takedown of their inhibitors.
Yeah, but Cloud9, they have their ultimates.
Yeah,
Couple of them
exactly.
up. The arrows back up.
It's going to be very dangerous.
Also have Jensen's ultimate. Looking for another pick.
Cloud9 looking to drive it home here with a possible good fight. Hakuo steps back to Lod for some resistances and defense. Seraph very low. These guys have home guards. They can still step back and get to the fight quickly, but are choosing to continue to clear the waves and continue to let Cloud9, as they're pushing ahead, as they are using their confidence to take these inhibitors.
And Cloud9, because they have those 2 inhibitors down, might start the Baron right now. And that puts Seraph on wave clear duty.
Yeah, he does have teleport. There's another blue trinket out. Still got about 15 seconds. They have no great way of checking. It would have to be a GP ultimate.
Oh, he used the body slam, so nope.
Yep.
Yeah, they just didn't have the trinket cooldown timers. There were 2 minutes per cooldown. Doesn't work well. Seraph was on wave clear duty, so the teleport was even going to be too slow, especially with the Mountain Drake and the Double Infernal. That's just a lot of stuff to burn down Baron. Well done by C9.
Yeah, also didn't have his blue trinket available. Too far away to actually use it in the Baron pit. So it was actually a really good call. They were able to pick it up, and they had 2 Infernals in a Mountain, so they definitely shred it, like you said.
Maybe one more around the horn. Mid-wave's pushing. Actually, bottom wave isn't really in a spot for them to take it. They may be able to prep a fight here before getting that wave up. Making sure mid walks itself in. They only have 1 more Nexus turret to go through, remember, as one was taken down by the Winions. And here, setting up a bit of a security fence. Looks like they are just going to go for this inhibitor slowly while that minion wave catches up.
This could very well be the final push for C9, and I also think they need it to be. Jensen's hit max items.
That's a good point.
They've cycled the inhibitors once already. There's only 1 inhibitor and 1 turret left for all of Envy. C9 needs to wait for the super minions to crash, and then pushes 5 people with super minions.
Seraph's starting to stack up on that armor pen, like we said. Bang Flank would get bigger.
There
Level
they go.
16, 3rd level, the ultimate. Ninja Zanya's out the unleashed power, but also gets the shield from Hakuo, which leaves him in the front to just be picked off. That's something C9 has been working on the whole time. Then they get the priority target in Seraph. The DPS is falling like flies for Envy as Cloud9 bite back after game 1. They take down the Nexus and will be going to game 3 at 1-1.
And we have ourselves a series. Guess what? Now they play best of 3. Back to the regular season for these guys, but 14 kills for Jensen, enabled by the rest of his team though. So while he did have some very nice scatter the weeks, the majority of those kills were set up by either Ash Arrows or Death Sentences or Meteos or someone else giving him the kill on a silver platter.
That's my favorite. Just a Death Sentence, a Meteos. Like,
yeah, all the
sometimes his Meteos is the reason you get it. But
doing a thing.
I definitely think that next time, if Ninja is up against the Ashe, he's got to take Cleanse. This is something that actually enabled Jensen to get just such a large lead with Sneaky visiting that lane over and over again with arrows.
It's absolutely crazy. This game as well is the stark difference from first to last. I think Envy's kind of thinking, holy crap, what happened from game 1 to game 2?
And it also gives you some confidence too if you win with really a similar composition to the previous game, where you can go, okay, it was just us messing up a little bit. and now it brings you some confidence.
And then for Envy, a lot of this was probably because they were behind in gold, but they're against a pick composition with Ashe and Syndra, and no one has cleanse, there's no Mikhails, and there's no QSS. You have to be able to un-CC yourself against the picks.
CC, the greatest thing, is death is the greatest CC, I should say. And that's what was happening to Envy that game. So now to recap that game, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gents. 1-1 now. Cloud9 with the equalizer here in Game 2. So we're going to be moving into essentially now a best of 3, but let's identify how exactly they were able to get the victory here in Game 2, starting in Champ Select. A couple adaptations. Each team opted to switch out one ban. So for Cloud9, dropping the GP ban in favor of a Sivir ban, and on the side of Envy, dropping the Cassiopeia ban for Tahm Kench.
Well, I think a critical factor here is that Envy failed to realize what allowed them to survive the previous game, which one was Cloud9 not executing their comp properly, but two, the fact that you have these losing lanes into Syndra, and you have champions that have an easy time dealing with the Syndra. You have the Zhonya's in the Kennen, you have Sivir, which is a really difficult champion to actually go on as Syndra, and then the Braum as well, being able to do a whole lot.
And a big part of it, too, is also the early game, the fact that they had a pressured top laner that Seraph was able to generate a lead on. It wasn't a huge lead, but the fact that he wasn't getting destroyed, which is kind of what happened this game, it just gave them something to do early game where Proxy visited top and mid a number of times. Here, GP just got ran over, and Proxy didn't have anywhere to go, really, because mid lane's losing, top lane's losing, and now your bot lane, it's just kind of hard to make a move onto the Thresh. Pretty safe. They still managed to do it once, but it's just not as easy to do.
Game 2, the losing matchup of Lissandra into Syndra wasn't able to be helped like it was from the visitation of the Kennen in Game 1. With a losing GP as well, now we've got both of our solo lanes kept under their turret for a significant portion of the early game.
And this is reminiscent of the time where Syndra was a meta pick of all time, because it's so difficult to actually gank because she can just always trade 1-for-1, and it's never worth it. Or she's just so strong with the wave clear, safety with the cleanse. Now you have Thresh on top of it, and you have 4-man ganks onto the mid lane nonstop. And the fact that it's double AP with an early Negatron, it's like, how do you even get to her?
A big part, too, is the fact that Meteos just played better this game. Last game, he didn't gank anywhere, really, and got out farmed by like 15-20. This time, we saw an early gank mid, and he actually got first blood. He was able to roam top and help dive once or twice to help kind of blow the game open, as well as Jensen finally getting out of lane now. So there were a number of things that were very different from last game, even though the comps were actually looked mostly similar.
Right, I love that distinction there too. The help to the mid lane, also then unlocking Jensen to go affect other lanes. Of course, Impact was already winning his lane alone here against the GP, so that's helpful as well. But definitely nice to see Meteos step up his pressure game to match a little bit more what Proxim's was, and then snowball that pressure into another lane.
And I really like the kind of channeling of Bunny Fufu with the Thresh pick, being able to provide just so many picks, so much disengage, because Thresh in particular just blocks so much of what Gragas can do. Anytime you have Body Slam, block him out, ultimate, reel him in, and just having so many of the flash hook plays from Smoothie was really refreshing to see them take such a proactive approach as opposed to the long cooldown of the Tahm Kench.
Let's take a look at a couple of the fights then that took place. First up, 17 minutes into the game, 2-for-1 for Cloud9. You talk about the Thresh play. Here we'll see it come into force again, but you know, Jensen and the burst potential from the Syndra to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of Crumb's talking about how annoying it is to come at the Syndra. She actually trades 1-for-1 just fine, and there we see once again the Thresh pulling Jensen to safety, and they're able to turn this back for a 2-for-1. And most importantly, they get the mid turret, which really opens it up. And when you're against a pick comp and that mid turret goes down, the map's totally open. They just push in, they roam around. They have so much access to blowing you up now. And we saw from there, that's when Jensen kind of took over.
And you just don't have a footing back in the game with this comp.
Right, exactly. And Cloud9 now on your screens here discussing plans for Game 3. I want to continue hammering this point here. With a fed Syndra, we saw kind of a falter in itemization on the side of Envy, right? I mean, you talk about how a Syndra alone is scary just in maybe a 2-for-1 situation because of her burst potential. But now she's the most fed member on the map, and you're not itemizing to deal with that burst threat.
Well, I think once that happens, I think they really realize that they don't have a way back in. Gangplank's getting bullied around, and the one thing that, while the itemization might have helped them die slower, I mean, what did Hakuho do to Cloud9?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. This poor guy. Jensen just ults him every time. You saw Meteos once just go flying.
Late game trading 1-for-1 with Gnar with the support. You're double him. Like,
right.
I don't know what's going on.
He made somebody angry,
here, but somebody hates him.
He made fun of Jack or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But so as you mentioned, it already was such a large deficit for Envy to try and strike back from. Their best opportunity was that of a Cloud9 overstay. Now we did see that that one time in the top lane. It's going to be a 3-for-1 in favor of Envy, 27 minutes in the game. Not enough to swing it overall, but we did see kind of a glimmer of what this team composition from Envy can do if they're set up and flanked properly.
A nice little arrow comboed into the Gnar ultimate with the stun, and then you have Meteos going in a little bit too ham in here, but they're going to be able to actually translate this into the tier 2 turret, and they push so far with the fact that they have such a large numbers advantage. Even though their ultimates are down, it's so easy to push in. What is Jin going to do into the Syndra here?
Right. So let me clarify. So this was the initial fight brawl from C9 to get an advantage, but now they're opting to stay in the face of respawn timers that are about to come up.
And I think you're going to see what Envy's comp can do if they're ever equal. So, I mean, the fact that they're overstaying kind of sets it up, but if they were ever equal, it's very obvious. The Lissandra goes in for a flank, and then you have very easy follow-up from both GP and Jin, who can just kind of throw their ults in on top.
And this is a nice, nasty little flank run Ninja. He's going to flash out of that hook. That is awesome, watching him do that. Unfortunately for him, that exhaust from Smoothie really blocked a lot of the damage, and they're going to be able to continue chasing here when the Gangplank ult comes back up with the Laud ultimate from Jin, but it's not going to be able to net many kills here. They're only going to be able to pick up the Thresh, and Jensen's going to get away with the skin of his teeth.
Oh, Jensen ends up getting...
Jensen does die, but he trades back onto the GP here.
Yeah.
Because look at that man. Look at that man.
No Q's down.
I'm out. Look, no balls,
down.
and immediately it's like, oh.
I'll just kill you.
Thanks. Thanks for that.
Syndra, man. I mean, the second game of Syndra for Jensen, solid play in both games, even more dominant here in game 2. This is definitely a pick that Envy's going to have to look at in game 3 as a ban away.
Ninja's champ pool, as far as I'm aware, does not deal with this champion well. The fact that Karma's out, which I think would be one that would be okay into it, Vladimir potentially another one.
Right. We talked about the possibility of a Zillion if you build a comp around it, just because Zillion could go Roa first, but it's not ideal. So
yeah, I don't think Ninja's going to play that. I don't think you're going to play like Varus into it, really, especially when the other team's clearly prioritizing pick.
No.
That's just kind of Varus gets destroyed by any kind of Ash arrow or anything like that. You have to take cleanse, and it's rough.
They didn't take cleanse, they didn't take QSSs, they didn't take Mikhails, as Jat mentioned here in this game, but then again, the deficit just almost too great, it wouldn't have mattered. At that point, you're chasing them down in itemization, trying to figure out where to put your very few resources.
But I think the priority of the Gangplank, because it was banning first game, I think maybe Envy thought it was very important. They pick it in their first rotation, gets bodied by the Gnar, and just Syndra in general is such a powerful pick that before the only really counter picks were due to itemization, a lot of ganks, pressure, and maybe Orianna, which is a non-meta pick right now.
So now, interestingly, C9 has opted for blue side one more time. So of course, having traded wins on the same side, they're choosing after their performance in game 2. They're saying we are confident, we are comfortable being first pick, not getting necessarily the counter pick, but running it back at Envy.
I think one thing is that GP pick you touched on. You see GP versus Gnar as a common pick kind of matchup, and usually it's just as long as GP's farming is fine, and Seraph really fell behind this game. Not just like I died a couple times, which is usually actually okay, but when you're down 60 CS and you're not hitting your item power spikes, that's when you fall behind.
Well, you need wave clear picks to make Gangplank work, and when you have the likes of Lissandra and Jin, which are not safe wave clear at all, they go middle, they're going to get hooked or arrow dead. Okay, you lost turrets, and now Gangplank has nowhere to farm or stall out, where he could easily just sit a turret, wait for Gnar to push up, and maybe get some farm that way. You just don't have any way to slow down the game.
Yeah, we saw the success of strong lanes for Envy in game 1. They opt for a little bit more of a scaling late game composition here with less strong lanes. They get punished for it. Now, Cloud9 has managed to tie up this series with Team Envy, so stick around for game 3 to see who pulls ahead. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Envy working with the momentum from game 1. We'll see if Cloud9 can stifle that out. Damage here for Steve.
Ooh, alley-oop.
Wow. Flashes over the wall. Sneaky going hard on this one. He's going to have to dance it out with Proxton now. He leads Impact into the fight.
Help, lantern. I'm Go Jin. Nice.
Cloud9 is trying to separate themselves from the fight as Ninja gives himself time to assess it, and Zanya's and Meteos is now the focus. Dark passage to the light, and will Curtain Call close the fight for Envy?
I brum.
Nice. Jump.
Big push up. GP.
Cloud9 fight back after game 1. They take down the Nexus and will be going to game 3.
goes for the assassination. So much pressure put on Cloud9. They lose to G8.
Oh my God!
He stole
the Elder Dragon! Sneaky!
Oh my God.
What was that?
Oh, nice.
Holy
shit.
Was that a W?
Yeah.
Holy shit. All right, go to Dragon. Go to Dragon. Let's rush Baron. Oh.
Sneaky W?
Shit. Sneaky fucking W. Good job. All right, nice.
More awesome moments from the NALCS, and you can expect to see that all throughout the playoffs. Welcome back, everybody. You can expect to see an awesome Game 3 as we're headed into it now between Envy and Cloud9, two playoff teams that are now tied here after a pretty crazy long Game 1, and then Cloud9 turning it on in Game 2.
Yeah, and a lot of that Game 2 is focused around Jensen. He actually tied a record for most kills in a single playoff game with 14. Cop has the other games where he was able to get 14 kills, but that just speaks to the amount of focus and the amount of dominance that came through the mid lane in that last match.
Yeah, that Meteos triple kill at the end of the game. Could have been a record. But still, Jensen, he's actually been getting more and more attention from enemy junglers, but this hasn't been the case here. They've actually been kind of playing to him from Cloud9's side, and they just don't seem to have as much pressure on Envy. They're a little late to the draw. They got the bottom turret first, and they still weren't able to actually go towards Jensen's lane and push him out. Ninja was already just so far behind at that point.
Yeah, also, I do feel like Seraph had a really poor game there. His Gangplank was already picking freely into a bad matchup, but he just didn't do enough to survive. He got camped a little bit. That was a little bit out of his control, but then just got killed over and over again. Like, there really wasn't much he could have done afterwards. It just really hurt them that he was not a factor at all.
You got to think of what other variables you get to work with when you don't have to go back to a lane anymore as a jungler or as a team. You're free to do whatever you want.
Yeah, that guy pretty much gets to do whatever he wants there. And that's what I love seeing from Meteos is he knew how much he had to give to that lane and then stop giving to that lane so it can go ahead and dominate by itself, and he's needed elsewhere. Some people will actually continue to camp that lane to snowball it more, and the other side of your map might have attention from the enemy jungler. But he played it perfectly, and I think that, thinking back to this matchup, Impact versus Seraph, Seraph called Impact his final boss. He had always looked up to him back when he was in Korea, and he's really been an idol for him, but getting smashed like that.
Yeah, you get 3 tries.
You don't have too many lives left. It isn't like you get to continue on life 0. It doesn't work like that in this game. So continuing with the series, Cloud9 recovered well from their Game 1 losses we saw, and Sneaky shares what this playoff run means to him.
There's definitely a lot more emotional investment this time around. Last year, I missed out on it, summer playoffs at all, which was pretty sad, and we basically just had to rely on the gauntlet to even get a chance in Worlds. So I haven't experienced a summer playoffs in a pretty decent amount of time. It was, the last time I did was 2014, actually, for Season 4. So that's going to be a good time. We've been preparing really hard. We've been doing a lot of stuff to help us get in the right mindset and make sure we're all ready to win.
Make sure they're all ready to do it Hylas this time. Cannot have that guy back in.
Yeah, can't pull him in. No ways on the roster. And to Sneaky's point right there, it is a lot about the mindset. It's making sure that you don't tilt after the first game. It's having confidence in yourself and your teammates. And they were able to show that resiliency in the last match.
We've seen that come into play just on a one-off. That was the confidence we saw kind of CLG working with at MSI. So you can see what that confidence can do. Will it show up again in this game for either team? We'll have to find out here as we get into Game 3. If the picks and bans don't switch too much, we're going to get another good battle.
So far, the same bans for Cloud9, and there's the change-up. Drop the top bench, which used to be a Cassiopeia.
And the Ashe is still alive. Is that live?
Cloud9 has their priorities set pretty straight right here. Ban the Syndra, they simply just pick what was the last ban by Envy in Game 2.
Yeah.
And we get another Tahm Kench game.
Yeah, I think you picked that Ashe away as well. But Ashe into Tahm Kench, he negates the arrow a lot during the laning phase and also later in the game.
Yeah, I think that's why they're so free to pick the Tahm Kench first, at least in their mind, is because if they do give Ashe over, they aren't really that scared of it.
Yeah, and if they ban Tahm Kench, you first pick Ashe.
Because then there's not the same thing to stop it. It's a nice back and forth, and because the Taliyah and the Shen bans are so set in stone for Envy right now, they do not have the flexibility.
Kennen looked really good for Seraph in that top lane. They will choose for the AD carry, and Proxim's jungler getting Meteos off of that Rek'Sai. One small thing to that is the blue is always given to Jensen in the early game, so that is one thing that changes with many others.
Exactly. They've been giving Jensen that blue buff, but also they've been picking the Gragas away from Meteos. It's been his best champion so far this split, going back to it, and honestly, it's going to leave it open for him, and that is just worlds of possibility for Cloud9 to play their style.
Yeah, a lot of early gank possibilities for Meteos if he goes Gragas. He doesn't have to go it here, but he can if they want to keep their options open. They lock in Gnar and the jungler, so really similar drafts by C9 in all 3 of their first games.
Why change it? Why not? You're getting information each time, a better read on the player, and there's almost no chance for the swap, right? We've seen a few attempt it, but you're going to get that matchup again with a better read each time. So if you go in with the same, you're going to have the upper hand. Apparently, this is what they're looking at. The Gnar's comfort, like you said, that Gragas back in the hands of Meteos. Is the Kennen pick back up? Would love to see that back in the hands of Seraph. It seems like he can impact the game a lot more with a champion like that.
I think it should be because of how poorly the lane went the last time against the Gnar, and also because Kennen can have a very strong teamfight presence.
Okay. The Thresh as well. Gotta remember, Hakuo is a Thresh player. We've seen that in the past. More tended towards the tanks of the Poppy, the Trundle, the Braum.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's been on that Thresh before.
Being a big bruiser for his team.
Right.
This allows a little bit of safety, allows some pick potential with the Ashe and the Thresh. They took away the bottom lane from Cloud9 last game, but still, you land a hook on someone, Tom Kench can eat that person. Yeah. There's a lot of ways to just actually stop that engage with the TK.
I am quite surprised they go with Thresh. Maybe they think it's stronger against the Tom Kench lane than the Braum would be. To me, the Braum had been very successful throughout. The Cassiopeia, which was banned in the first game, locked in, and the Jhin, because of the 280 carries already being taken. It actually feels like C9 is just drafting off of a tier list right now.
Yeah. And you knew Sneaky would go back to Jhin. The Cassiopeia was left up last game, but the Syndra was just the easier play. Now ban this game. Whoa, Jace getting locked in.
We talked about how they have some pretty crazy picks for Envy.
Awesome.
And they're pulling out all the stops in playoffs right now.
This spreads their damage a little bit as well. One of the potential flaws if they were to have gone with Lissandra Kennen again is they wouldn't have a big AoE 80 carry like Sivir to be able to take them into the late game. So they go with the poke champion like Jace, who has strong scaling physical damage, and now they have their damage spread that they so desire.
And he also has a acceleration gate for the Kennen to go through and get in there a little bit faster.
That's exactly why I'm smiling ear to ear. So cool the way they're tucking these things into their composition if they miss out on it before. And they do go back to that Kennen in the top lane. They've stolen away a few champions from Cloud9 to use them in their own battle. Here as we get onto the Rift, and it's 1-1 so far. So this game as well can be a bit of a test with that champion, with like a Jace. You see if that works. It is. You go to the next game with it as we reach into game 4, because like you said, Jat, now we're into that best of 3. It starts all over just like the regular season games. And remember to update your votes over on Twitter for this series. Use hashtag C9win and use hashtag EnvyWin. I'm sure both have been getting quite a few votes and may have swung towards the Cloud9 side after that last pretty momentous win here. Not putting anything by Envy. They knew they were the underdogs coming in to put up a very good fight, and it is always, I guess, an any given Saturday, if you will, here as we enter into the match.
Any given 3-6 match in the playoffs. It almost seems like the 6 seed wins more than 3 seeds, so really anything can happen. You also look at players like Seraph, who really want to make it far in the playoffs for the first time. You look at someone like Laud, who wants to be able to continue to play in his first full split in the LCS. But then we even talk about Sneaky or Jensen, who we just heard from, haven't gone far in the summer playoffs because they didn't even get to participate in the last split, or last year rather, in 2015. And they want to make a run for Worlds. It has to start here.
And then even go with Meteos, right? He's been away from pro play for a bit now, so he also hasn't participated in the playoffs.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
And I mean, it's kind of like riding a bike, Riv. You get back in that saddle.
It's interestingly enough, it almost is for these guys, because even with swaps to the team, different people coming in, they still have that mechanical prowess to reach a level of playoff, to reach a level of world potential. So in a way, it's always an advantage over a team that hasn't. And that's why we see Cloud9 so strong in these playoff instances.
Yeah, and Cloud9 with the Cassiopeia pick and trying to actually funnel a little bit more into Jensen this game, I would assume. No cleanse for him. So he actually was hovering cleanse before, swaps to the Ghost to just have a way to actually get his DPS out and avoid the Kennen a little bit better. But that makes him susceptible to these Ashe arrows.
It does. especially in the laning phase. I think once he escapes the laning phase, the fact that he has the Tahm Kench gets him away from having cleanse. And it definitely feels like a trade-off of between the basically 8 and 20 minute mark, he's going to be vulnerable. But in all other phases of the game, the Ghost will be better for him.
I definitely agree there. And looking at these masteries, the Jace with the Thunderlords looks like it's just a combo Jace there. Some Jaces will go Fervor because they hypercharge. Get 3 really fast shots off. But instead, goes with the Thunderlords, trying to look for burst. If you kill that Cassiopeia really quickly and he has an exhaust on top of it to boot, he can go for some all-ins.
That makes it very nice. You get an upper hand in the lane very, very quickly if you can get that advantage. Just keep pounding out with that hammer. Very even in trades here at the bottom. We always see Hakuo in here in these last two games, I should say, going at it, popping those biscuits, and then holding on. Coin start for Hakuo here, actually on the side of Thresh as well. So that they're actually getting maybe Talisman of Ascension speed later as well. Vlad was focusing on minions with his last few attacks. Rangers down as well. Eating up on Hakuo. They go for the attack, and it's going to be the takedown. Sneaky with the last bullet as well. And they may not be able to get another lick here to make it count. That's going to be the shot. A double kill for Sneaky.
You can't disrespect the Tahm Kench damage early in the CC from having a stun and something that takes you off the map. Complete disrespect.
You also can't disrespect Sneaky's Jhin. He was the first one to master the champion. It's not his most played, but he knows exactly what he is doing. Smoothie is level 1, but he's a minion away from level 2. And Sneaky has the 4th shot. He pops it to get a bunch of damage. That's the thing about Tahm Kench melee support. If you get into an extended duel, he will destroy you
and
because of the beast. And then he still has flash. So he gets the stun with another tongue lash, and then allows Sneaky the time to pick up the double kill as well. Beautifully done by C9's duo lane.
Absolutely crazy. And you're talking about those extended fights as well for Smoothie and the Tahm Kench. The guy brought Grasp. So the longer those trades are going, the more deceptive that actually is because he's getting HP back and this support is actually brutalizing you.
Also talked a little bit about last game, kind of leaving a lane alone. And I don't think they're really going to have to go down there and help Sneaky and Smoothie. Meteos can really have a field day with mid and top side here. Make sure these standard lanes go in their favor.
Summoner spell.
He's going to be here anyways. They want to make this worse. The horse is down. They look to kick it. And the body slam into the dark passage. Godlike.
Flight. He'd actually clicked the lantern, and he caught him during that incredibly fast movement speed. And this is also going to be a massive challenge for Envy as a team. They talked mid-season about having issues between the synergy of the 3 Korean players and the duo lane. When your duo lane then starts 0-3, that comes roaring back.
And look at this one more time here. Tongue lash for the slow. Jhin W takes it. Boom, boom. Really well played there.
It was perfect.
It's a great
start
timing,
the
too.
body slam, and then you flash exactly on that moment. You only have the speed of Lantern. It was crazy.
Meteos, such good timing on that, and timing on the gank as well. Lot had just got back to lane, and the wave was pushing away from him. So Sneaky was able to freeze it, double the CS of Lot at the moment, 2 levels up, now just 1, but oh my god, this is awful for Lot and Hakuo, and Envy are just gonna have to play from a deficit here. Here goes Brox from behind, though.
Nice.
Impact gets his flash, a few more attacks. He misses the Thundering Shuriken. The red buff ticks. He gets the surge out. He should be all right. Lightning Rush, rather. He should be all right. What a save for Impact as well. To let nothing happen there means Envy is really trying. The resources are going to waste, though.
That's actually a gank that Impact has absorbed in every single game. It's starting to become a little bit predictable. The Proxen will route out there about 5.5 minutes in. But Impact, even without wards and even without respecting it, has been able to get away with his life every single time.
That was almost mirrored to the last game. Body slam in, would have Rek'Sai tunnel, would have flash out. He knows what he's doing. Rinse and repeat for the top lane here. And he can still stay to get some CS.
And
he teleports back.
Yeah, and to make matters worse, Lot's gone Cull.
Yeah.
Like, if you were even hoping to be able to kind of compete, you would have gone with either a second Doran's or like boots to dodge some skill shots. The Cull here makes him so susceptible. I'm actually expecting a turret dive when Meteos hits level 6 to just brute force down on the bottom side.
Which will actually be pretty soon.
Pretty soon, yeah.
Be in about the next minute here. There isn't a camp for him to clear on his way down here, but it looks like he may even have it just in mind ahead of time.
Yeah, Proxen's kind of on it, though. He's already passed to that side of the jungle to provide a little bit of safety. And he's gone with the smite. Now he's 6.
6, oh god.
Look out. Wolf Spirit is tracking him around. Wolf Spirit then into checking him out with the Hawk shot.
Yeah, what would actually dissuade the dive that I was just calling for is the fact that there's a teleport discrepancy in the top lane. The fact that Seraph could teleport in with the cannon ultimate makes it less likely and much more dangerous, but
that may not matter, chat. Apparently. He has the Raptor buff, so they're alerting right now to Seraph. Things may happen in the bot lane. Keep an eye if a teleport call is necessary. And with that vision of bot side Meteos.
This is so nice by Impact.
Outside Proxen.
This is so nice by Impact. Impact just walks down here. He's like, I got nothing really to do in lane. It'll slow push towards me in a bit. And he checks out the blue because Meteos showed himself bottom side.
Do they work on the flash down, though? He sees the sensor of Impact. I think he might have actually gotten a glimpse of him. If he made it around the elbow of that wall, it's going to be a gank here. Flash down, but now he's 6. Got a lot of Narbar to work through. It's going to be slicing Maelstrom, so Seraph takes it first. He's got to get out before the turret hits him. He was the one to take aggro, and Impact pulls the 1-for-1 in a 2v1.
And this also tells C9 that no jungler is in the bottom side. See you later, turret.
Yep, first blood on that turret will go down, and they might give it to Sneaky again, solo. And that's just a huge advantage here. Sneaky already up 1,900 gold.
4,000 gold on Sneaky.
God.
2,100 gold on the opponent 80 carry. The lane no longer exists.
Basically, the lead is Sneaky's bankroll right now, as you're seeing in that gold.
Oh, Lord. And that Cull is just, it's going to be so long before that actually pays off. It's pretty much going to be Cull and Caulfield's Warhammer to a Youmuu's Ghost.
Yeah, track on when he actually is able to finish that. Cloud9 here with their momentum, kind of helping out their stat of being one of the teams with the least dragons in the early portion of the game here. Buffing that up a bit as we check out the dive one more time.
Yeah, Impact trying to absorb ganks. Seraph unfortunately took turret aggro. They would have probably liked for Proxen to do that since he is doing less damage.
Right.
But then Impact focuses what the turret has already acquired, and with his dying breath gets one more auto attack off, which was able to finish off Seraph.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Seraph didn't use his Lightning Rush a little bit sooner, because the Kennen combo, you can get a double stun and then set up a triple stun right afterwards, because you saw Impact jumped off of his head. If he had Lightning Rush enabled, Impact would have landed and been stunned again.
Right. Mid lane pretty equal, giving the chance here for Jensen to walk down. Who's going to be the one in the belly? And that's going to be Jensen. As they walk away, they got to face him so he can ult if he even needs to. I don't think they're going to need to. He gets off Miasma, should be good. The end of Deadly Flourish catches Lod, and he goes down as well.
It's going from bad to worse. They have to realize they don't have a turret, and they're up against Tom Kent. So that play is always a possibility. One of the big reasons C9 is even first picking that Tom Kent, from the lane dominance against some of the other supports if it's played poorly, to the ability to punish the map afterwards. All the things clicking for C9 this game.
And they've been doing such a great job of punishing this. And this is that Ashe that, well, Jensen didn't take cleanse. Well, laning phase might be a problem if the Ashe is able to roll. Well, he's completely out of the lane and almost out of the game at this point. He has to play catch up for a very long time. And I mean, they did this to Seraph last game. Now, it's that bottom lane. They're getting 2 people out and...
Gotta say it, especially this matchup right now, 6 kills to 1.
It's kind of the probability right now.
A lot of love for this guy in the top lane. Proxen is going to be one to tank in. Slicing Maelstrom goes down, but they're going to be forced out. He can easily chase this. Oh! The charge blast coming in from Ninja. Very nicely done. A shock blast to the chin onto Impact, and he does not get a double kill for himself.
You almost forget there's a Jace in the game, and then out of nowhere, ends up getting that kill.
This game has been so focused around the bottom lane fiesta that it has been for Cloud9, Sneaky and Smoothie, getting so many kills and assists that, yes, we have forgotten about it. But the thing with that is when Impact is getting camped on the other side, he's actually just trading kills. So it's a net neutral trade in the top lane versus this massively positive thing in the other side. And Impact gets Seraph's TP out.
He doesn't know it either.
Yeah, he doesn't realize he's gone. He's gonna
funny because you recall what they were saying on the desk. As you play this Syndra, you gank this Syndra, and she comes out 1-to-1 because she's so powerful. Well, you're getting that in the top lane from a Gnar, and it makes things even harder when you can't close out the kill clean.
Yeah, Seraph didn't get the immediate stun.
Oh,
and then
man.
Flashes in a little bit later and almost transformed there for a little bit extra HP.
The play itself had developed this nice energy. We're thinking Impact's going to get Mega and pull off this double kill, and then Ninja just shuts it down. Easy shot blast.
Snuff that fuse out. All right, not too much damage output on that attack. The wallop comes through. Nice dodge by Jensen. The activation of level 6 already trying to happen from Envy. With the arrow down, Meteos feeling pretty aggressive.
Yeah, didn't actually go for the explosive cast backwards either. It was actually kind of nice to Hakuo there.
Hakuo still had flash and exhaust, but it could have been a chance to at least force the flash out.
He was also on a grounded from the Cassiopeia.
So he couldn't get away.
It's a possibility. He may have been able to edge himself off of it, and Meteos was conscious of that.
Belt finished up for Seraph. He's had a much better game for himself so far. There has obviously been the failed ganks, but he could still provide for the team. As long as Cloud9 acts a little slower, they're able to take mid. Seraph's going to be pulled out of this top lane just to help mid. He's doing better, but he's not getting time to himself.
This is looking more like a 6th versus 3rd seed matchup that you were expecting coming into today, because Cloud9 were just looking better at the end of the split. Look at this. Almost gets a catch there, but
it has been very clean CC chaining, and C9 is showing a lot of teamwork. What's interesting is it's almost like a 4-man teamwork squad, and then Impact, who's doing quite well in his own right. But C9 going to continue to try and push up this mid lane. Ninja's pushed off. They don't have the wave clear.
Yeah.
Look at the distance and just kind of things they can place to create a barrier for themselves. Continue to just do everything from the outside range of what Envy has, even with the Jays.
Yeah, and as that 4-man squad ends up getting a turret for themselves, the 1-man Impact against the world is going to pick up the turret in the top side. He's been doing a fantastic job. He has killed so many structures in the series, and he's just been a sponge for the pressure. You put pressure on him, it's just not really sticking.
This is a massive lead for C9, but Envy's trying to get something back with an Ash Arrow.
Smoothie can eat that. He's got the shield, and nobody really wants to follow up. You have Sneaky on the back to keep delivering damage. Ninja can speed up the team here.
He's trying to get some
with an
poke
acceleration gate if he can get it in the right spot.
He's just trying to get
sure
some
the vision
poke
goes out.
And Impact is actually pushing the 2nd-tier turret, so if Envy doesn't get this, or even if they lose the fight, it would be beyond disaster.
They're just trying to stall now, too. Jensen is just stopping the backs for a bit, chasing him down with his ghost.
Oh, man.
Make sure they can't back in safe areas. And that's just going to be a lot of damage there, too.
It seems like Envy is very susceptible to falling into the runaround. Not allowing, or not understanding that they're allowing something on the other side of the map, thinking the kill is the priority. And here they may actually lose quite a bit, or already have map pressure against Cloud9 because they're chasing kills.
Yeah, and this is by far the most lopsided game of the series so far. We're
6-8.
already at that goal difference, less than 15 minutes into the game. We do know that Seraph as Kennen, he'd be good against a Jhin. That would be great if he's fed. But Sneaky's going to be going Duskblade and probably killing 2 people with his ultimate at the same time. Like, he's going to be so far ahead of the world right here. He doesn't have the Duskblade completed yet. Just a few shots land on a Ninja, and they push him out of the mid lane yet again.
That build really kicks in when you pick up another serrated Dirk and get on your way towards that Duskblade. And then once you complete it, you get another Dirk. And then that 3rd one, that's when it's really, it just feels so good to be that Jhin. And then the build picks up once again when you get Infinity Edge last item. But I don't think it's even going to get to that point because he's just absolutely crushing this game. That early double kill in the lane, I mean, 6.15, you got to face that lane.
Yeah.
Ends up costing them as well. Envy looking for an arrow.
Quick fingers Impact. Didn't even have too much vision there. Their team was just saying, you might have a group of people on your butt. You want to watch out. And that was a point I was going to make earlier as well, as you just mentioned, is if that had happened earlier, Lod and Hakuo would have went top, right? They would have tried to farm out the 2v1, been like, we can't take a 2-0 lane now, but not an option here. And you have to actually figure out on the spot what to do because you have to match up again.
We say it's not an option, but it probably should have been what they did. Because you think about, they gave up first turret anyways. and they actually just fed a bunch more kills. And they also didn't shut down Impact in any meaningful way. So, like, it's always tricky whenever you have a disaster 2-0 like that, and there are ways you can mitigate that disaster. I credit Cloud9 for focusing that lane so well, and I also criticize Envy for not helping in any way.
Yeah.
Proxen was on the other side of the map instead of trying to counter the dives that C9 was clearly going to do.
They're going after Impact again. So what you're saying is there's always an option. It seems like they're trying to stress that right now.
Sarah said he was the final boss, but this is a decoy boss. You should be focusing on the rest of the game. And they're not even beating the decoy boss.
It's about the final bosses at this point. They're in the bottom lane, and it's going to be a second tier and inhibitor now, possibly traded in. At least half of the damage on that inhibitor. 8-second back in that top side for Envy. And they don't have home guards to run up to that turret either. You can already see below half health.
Yeah, force the TP out of Seraph, and that middle turret doesn't go down just yet either.
Wow.
No Frozen Mallet yet.
The missile voyage. Here comes the rest of the team. Bobs him back, says, alley-oop. You can have this one.
And then he gets the kill anyway.
Yeah.
The best type of alley-oop. Off the backboard.
Throws it up. Was that a three-pointer alley-oop? I think so.
Yeah.
18 minutes.
We gotta clean up our analogies. We're way off base.
I mean, you can just jump really, really well.
Yeah.
17.5. The lead growing. Like you said, Jad, this much different from any other game in the series here as Cloud9 has had a lead from the get-go and continue to build that lead.
Missed that first shock blast, and that became crucial. He still decides to go in anyway. And then Impact, the Gnar, gets to jump away. This matchup actually happens a decent amount in the top lane. And Impact, ooh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, it knocked him all over the place. And I think that was just an act of desperation from Ninja, hoping to get some type of kill back. Yeah. They know they're down 8,000 gold, and he knew he'd missed the shock blast, but he figured he had exhaust, he could take the duel. He was just wrong.
Yeah. And talk about desperation. That's what I've been seeing a lot of from Envy in this series. When they get behind, we're seeing those moves where they overextend. They're chasing Impact down for so long. They're devoting too many people to one thing, and then they lose more on the opposite side of the map, and it's clouding a bit of their decision-making and how quickly they can make them, where they're like, we have to get something, instead of thinking about what they give up when they get it.
Always think that the next moment is the right one. We've got the catch. This is the catch. And you realize Cloud9 is still one step ahead of you.
Yeah, and for a rookie squad, that's not completely uncharacteristic.
Right.
Whereas Cloud9, on the other hand, you know, they've been adjusting to having new shot callers and having a new game plan. And overall, they've been adapting fairly well.
Yeah.
And you can see they still go for things like Baron baits, like setting up picks.
And for C9, a lot of it is about growth, because while a lot of these players are heavily experienced, they're kind of put together in this iteration for the first time. Meteos and Jensen have slowly been developing their synergy. Reaper did his first split as a coach.
Yeah.
Looks like we actually had a Kennen ultimate burn. That's why we saw the Tom Kench ultimate coming through, as for protection. But Rift Herald goes over Impact in the nick of time.
You're talking about that growth. There was a lot of consideration in it at the beginning of the season with swapping Smoothie and Bunny and trying to figure out what was that best growth.
So much
So there's been a lot of deep dive by Cloud9 to figure that out in many areas. A nice
going for the minions.
Yep. Getting a few extra bucks in there as he saves the turret as well. They've only got the top turret dropped here and really didn't go for the inhibitor because they just would have been feeding Envy minions. So working the map, playing it very slow. As long as Smoothie's with Sneaky for now, they will be safe. Minute and a half on a Dragon, so we'll be setting up some vision here and getting set for that. Envy, they have the comp that they haven't been able to hit any arrows on yet.
Yeah. So not only did they lose lane terribly, the utility from the pick is also faltered. But even if they hit the arrows, like the arrows become harder to hit when you don't have vision control, and the other team always has vision of you. So they can see Lod sneaking into the brush a lot of the time before he fire the arrow, so it gives them a heads up to be thinking about dodging.
And then they also have Smoothie on Tom Kench. Another thing they have to consider when they're throwing out that arrow, who's it hitting, and is Tom Kench near that guy? Because otherwise, it just becomes a useless tool or just a mild nuisance.
Seems like the first time here Cloud9 hasn't actually quickly double sight zoned up. Get themselves more vision.
Yeah.
This is Envy actually trying to set up, but Cloud9 are going to call this bluff. They're going to go straight for the mid lane.
Yeah. I mean, this team is actually pretty slow at Baron, so C9 was in mid lane. They could open up with the Jhin ultimate and think about stopping this one. You'd think. No, right, the Jin ultimate's on cooldown, but they can still find the fight. Envy's on the wrong side of the map.
Oh, these arrows. Nobody could have really followed up on that arrow either. So many members like Smoothie and Meteos. The big tanks on the front line ready to stop. Serious low on energy. You got to be careful about any initiations with that.
Meteos is very close to
they're
Lod.
backing off.
That's body slam flash range.
The runaround.
Hakuo, that's a loss of aggression. You throw the hook out, they know it's not there anymore. That means they can fight. It's the small things that mean we can initiate, and the hook going out triggered that for Cloud9. The dynamite explodes, and so does Envy. Proxen left running for the hills as he heads to the other side of the map.
And Cloud9 looking dominant here. They're going to try to get this last kill.
They don't want any 50-50 for the follow Baron, so they get him out, or at least know where he is once they start that off. They're going to go ring around the rosy.
Run, Proxen, run.
Oh, deadly flourish. It did block him, wore off, and he's good to go.
So Meteos, he flashes.
Oh, he got the pop-up. Is there going to be another one? Don't drink it, you gotta throw it. Ah, drinking it's still good.
Well, as long as he's keeping tabs on Proxen and he can't steal it, it's still worth it. No smite available at that point. And Baron on every member of Cloud9 after that ace.
Yeah, this game is a massacre. By C9. Like, it is not even close from the start to especially this point. Envy is desperate. They're not making the smart decision on how to stall out the game, and C9 is punishing them in every single way. Envy has their back to C9's base, which is not what they want right here, and then they spread out as they're running through. They have the Jace Gate. They could have probably found a way to run away in a speedy fashion, and then Lod, he starts hitting the Grom. Like, what is that for? Hakuho then gets caught. Lod is in a bad position. Like, nothing is actually working for them, whereas C9 is completely in the right state of mind, eating Jin as he's about to get flanked.
He just wanted a friend as he, passed away.
Yeah. Maybe I can kill something.
Don't want to.
Too much.
I don't want to go alone. And speaking of not going alone, Tom Kench ends up going through, and Smoothie brings along a friend, and they eventually get Proxen. But so far, like, even just looking at the build now, Sneaky, he's going Infinity Edge, third item in the Jin build where you typically build a magic resistance item, but Seraph is just not far enough ahead to be like warranting buying a Maw, and instead of getting that third penetration item, he goes for that crit enhancement item and looking for those gigantic crits to get Lot off the map.
And I think it's also because he has so much faith in Smoothie's Tom Kench. He doesn't necessarily need the magic resist. If even in that last fight he gets jumped on by a point-blank range Jace, and it's fine.
Where did that faith come from? Like we said, we haven't seen Tom Kench on this team. These guys have really been working these end scrims in secret and making sure the compositions synergize perfectly with how Cloud9 wants to play. Nexus turrets are in the eyes of Cloud9 here. As they enter the base, the fight's gonna have to happen first. And as the way they are playing it, very methodical, it might just mean these two inhibitors and a quick step out.
It's just such a devastating game from Cloud9. Envy, talk about mental fortitude the last two games. This is one you have to bounce back from, because right now, Cloud9 just look like they're going to try to end the game.
Yeah. And where does that mental fortitude must be tarnished after this game? You tried to take away the Ashe. You tried to take away or ban other things out, and that's not even what the real success was to another composition that they used.
Yeah, depending on the team, it can be difficult to even bounce back from small mistakes, or even a loss where you had a lot of things go right. It's even harder to bounce back from a game where everything goes wrong.
Right.
It all did start with the bottom lane, and it's also been a previous weak point for this team to just kind of unravel. They have to be so careful going into the next game. C9 trying to end.
Last inhibitors getting taken down. This one should fall. Sneaky has good eye on it, or good eyes on it, I should say, as he's back and forth. But they will take a kill if they can lock it down. The flash forward, all from Jensen. There's one, there's two. Ninja now in the eyes of Meteos. And it looks like he is going to get slowed but not taken down as all of Envy heads for the fountain. Now onto the Nexus turrets, and Cloud9 come back even stronger in Game 3 for 2 consecutive wins as they put themselves in a game point position here in the quarterfinals against Envy. This game's going to be 25 minutes on the clock, 16-2. Cloud9 bring it to game point versus Envy.
And Cloud9, most dominant game of the series so far, 25.5 minutes, an absolute slaughter.
Yeah, that was really well done by Cloud9 across the board. Obviously, Sneaky and Smoothie are the ones that got it started, but then the rest of the team was playing solid as well. Impact absorbed so many ganks and was picking up kills on the back end in 1v2s and that allowed the 4 other members of the team who were already winning substantially to just crush the game.
Yeah, and you could see Envy, they seemed like they were getting a little bit frustrated. The ganks weren't sticking. That bottom lane is already far behind. And in mental resilience, you cannot blame somebody on your team for that previous game. You can't go this bottom lane, man. You have to play with them, and you have to get this back on the same page. Maybe they throw more ganks down there. Maybe they end up having them play a little bit safer, because that was a 2-on-2. That was even before the junglers really had an effect on the lanes.
Yeah, and we're seeing patterns develop throughout the 3 games. We're seeing that Proxen favors the top lane very heavily with his ganks. We're also seeing that Meteos has been pretty critical about getting that dual lane the first turret. That's something Sneaky's been able to pick up in 2 of those games. And we've had blue side, red side for C9 and Envy respectively in all 3 games. All of that needs to change if Envy wants a chance in this series.
Even a few things in the early, you said one of them that's huge for me is they have to make those ganks work on impact. They try so much, but if you lose that and bottom, you're so far down the hill when the game starts, then there's almost really no chance. We've said enough. We'll have to see what the analysts say. We'll check back with Dash and the analysts to break this one down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Jats calling for some change on the side of Team Envy after another loss here. 2-1 now in favor of Cloud9. Next one will be game point for them. Specifically, though, looking at this, the adaptations that came in, we saw that Tahm Kench pick back up for Cloud9. So a lot of comfortability and a lot of priority on that champion, even though they had, for example, pinched that ADC pool, handing over the Ashe.
I mean, it was okay. I think the draft from Envy was mostly fine. I like going for the Ashe after they banned the Sivir and then the Tahm Kench's first pick. I think that's fine. The Thresh into the Tahm Kench is good as well as a range matchup, but the way they played it obviously wasn't quite right, and that's ultimately the story of this game. We can get into the Kennen counter pick as well. It's seen various degrees of success.
I mean, Thresh, maybe a decent pickup, but definitely not the ideal support matchup against the Tahm Kench.
See, I'm going to have this theory right here where you're picking all these carries in the side lanes or in the solo lanes for Envy. You have the Lissandra, the Jace, the Kennen, lots of carries in the top lane, and that forces the support pool to kind of take a more CC-oriented role. So you have the likes of the Thresh and the Braum that they've been going for in the first 3 games.
Right.
And the problem with that is that when you pick Braum and Thresh and pretty much all these melee, well, Thresh isn't technically a melee, you lose against Tahm Kench, period. You cannot, that is nearly impossible of a matchup to win. They have to mess up monumentally.
Yeah.
And especially you do not all in when you have coin.
Yes, that was about to say, okay, if you didn't say it, I was going to say a coin picked up for Thresh. We've got
fine, but you just don't all in.
Right, especially against a Relic Shield Tahm Kench, which is just that he's got more combat stats from you than you there at level 2. Let's take a look at this first blood. Or rather double kill in the bot lane. It's the only replay we have, and the reason being is that this essentially did spell the end of the game for Envy.
Well, they go in because they have the 2 advantage, but Sneaky gets the last hit on the creep to start it, and then this is actually just really well played. While he's reloading, he walks into the brush while they have Hakuho in Smoothie's mouth, so it was just really well timed where neither of them were damaging at the same time, but they walked out.
And this fantastical tongue lash right on the creeps.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Making sure he didn't
nice and sticks to it.
Well, now Sneaky gets 2 kills, doesn't have to blow his flash. All 4 summoners are blown on the other side of that 2v2 lane. And so this essentially puts Envy in a situation where they have choices they can make. Either we start throwing more resources to the bot lane in order to try and turn what just happened around, right, and get them back into the game, or we have to throw all of our focus and resources on the opposite side of the map in hopes of winning it hard enough on that side that they can cover for the losses on the other side.
And they're pretty much all bad choices.
Right, because if you go bottom, that man in your screen, Meteos, is going to come down and counter you. We saw them go down and get a return kill almost instantly where he gets that nice flash body slam onto the lantern. If the Rek'Sai's there, it really doesn't change it. You might save him, but then you're just blowing time and resources protecting people who are still going to lose the lane. It was just, you can't afford in a playoff series against a good team to lose a lane that hard. Once you get double killed level 2 and he comes back with the serrated Dirk to your nothing, it's
you want to hear what the alternate stream's saying about the top lane when you see in the screen double kill bot lane.
Dyrus is like, this is where you as a top laner. He's just like, damn.
Of the top lane matchup though, the reason why the Kennen into the Gnar isn't as great as we would have liked, say, other matchups like Fiora or maybe Aurelia is that when you try to put so much attention into one lane, you want to get it to a point where you just leave it alone and they can constantly take advantages by themselves.
Right.
By either tower diving, pressuring them off the recall, whatever. Kennen can't do that.
Kennen's great in the 2v1 with the jungler assistance.
Kennen is particularly great at diving bottom with a TP advantage. Envy has not used a TP advantage once in this game, and you saw how hard it is to kill Impact. He's playing great.
So yeah, that's what's kind of weird is it's okay if you're like, okay, they pick Gnar, we're gonna take Kennen. It has a good matchup, it'll have pressure, and then they'll scale really well into the late game. And Seraph's obviously pretty proficient at Kennen, but the thing is, it's not just that like they go up there once. Even in game 1, when their bot lane was doing fine, they didn't look to go bottom with the TP advantage they got. They kept going top, and so if you're gonna have the game plan of constantly throwing ganks top, why not pick a harder snowballing matchup?
Well, very much so. And then on top of that, the execution just needs to be cleaner. We saw traded kills back, for Impact almost every time they dove him. So yes, you're picking up the kill and you're getting the assist advantage, but even so, money is going into Impact's pocket. He itemized correctly as well, this time going for much more defensive initial items to protect against those turret dives, as opposed to his Gnar game in game 1, where he went straight for that frozen mouth. So smart itemization from him, an adjustment based on what Envy was doing, and a very tragic double kill coming through very early in the game, which honestly from there, as we mentioned, was just kind of the end of it. So now let's ignore the latter 2/3 of that game, right? Let's brush those off and let's move on to game 4, what will be game point or match point for C9 for Envy. They've got to win 2 in a row. Envy has opted to go for blue side. So for the first time in this series, we will be swapping sides. With that in mind, what's our approach here to Champion Select?
Well,
you got something? Because
I got a lot.
You got a lot. You go then.
I actually would have liked to see Envy take the purple side again.
Okay.
But this is why, because I want them to clinch away the Gnar. I don't think Gnar right now is worth that first pick. You don't want to really give away so many things, but you can stay on the purple side, let them have the Tam Cancer, whatever you feel like, and then you go, bam, you get the Gnar, you get the Cassiopeia if you like, and immediately you take the soul lanes, and you make sure that you have soul lanes that can deal with pretty much anything that you want. Right now on the blue side, I can't help but think that maybe they're trying to get the Tam Kench themselves, grab the Ashe, things that don't really seem to be for Envy style.
Right, I think that's what I was going to say is I'm not exactly sure what they have planned on blue side. We've only seen them red side.
Right.
And we know that their strategy seems to be like get some counter picks mid, safe bot lane, and like just chill, and then make some plays around the top side. That seemed to be their plan going to blue side. I don't know what they're planning, but if they're going to just take a Tam Kench away, that doesn't feel drastic enough to change how this series is
not
going.
at all. I mean, in my head, without diving into this too much, my first thought for an advantage of moving to blue side is simply for the sake of changing sides. Right, is simply for forcing Cloud9 onto the red and say, now you have to ban from red side. Now you have to pick from red side, which will inevitably change the outcome.
Maybe they're hoping that Cloud9 only had blue side strats prepared.
Don't think that's the case. I mean, the thing is...
It's a reference, man.
I know the reference. It's season 2. Yeah, whatever. I think Vlad, Karma, Sivir translate pretty well over to the red side bans.
Right, you're not unhappy to ban those.
The Shen might be the thing that they're looking for.
That's true.
Right?
Actually,
they've been banning it a lot. It is a drastic change of style that can impact the top lane and bottom more than any other pick right now.
All right, so hopefully the switch of sides will give us a pretty drastic change in Champ Select. Cloud9 are just 1 win away from moving on to the semifinals, being our first team there. So stay tuned to see if they can make the jump or if Team Envy will rally and take us to a Game 5. You're watching North American Quarterfinals.
Not putting anything by Envy. They knew they were the underdogs coming in. They've put up a very good fight. They want to make this worse. The horse is down. They look to kick it. Elad, the body slam into the dark passage. Godlike flight.
I ult for. Yo, I got flashed on. Come here. I'm eating you.
They can lock it down. The flash forward. Ult from Jensen. There's 1. There's 2. 25 minutes on the clock. 16-2. Cloud9 bring it to game point versus Envy. Welcome back, everyone. Game 4 is right around the corner, and Cloud9 are just one win away from moving on to the next week's semifinals matchup after a dominating victory here in Game 3. Can they do it? Will it happen? It seems like the momentum from that game, from Game 2, is enough to carry them here in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. The bottom lane, oh my God. The double kill early on, Sneaky and Smoothie coming up big. It was an absolutely devastating gold lead right off the bat, which transitioned into items that just pushed them completely out of the lane.
Yeah, and the progression of this series has been entirely in C9's favor. In Game 1, even though Envy won it in the late game, C9 had that early game advantage, and then the early game advantage has just been getting bigger and bigger in every successive game. 25 CS differential at 10 minutes, 2,250 gold for Sneaky at 10 minutes. Like, that's actually insane. You do not see those numbers almost ever.
And it's almost being exacerbated by the fact that it seems like Envy's not changing anything when they are down. We saw those kills come in, and Lod came back to lane with the call, which meant he still wasn't doing anything more, and Cloud9 takes even more of an advantage.
And the lane was pushing away from him, and then Meteor showed up, and then he got killed another time.
So
the bottom lane got killed.
It seems like they're almost set in their ways from what they practiced in the early game to have to go that way here, and against Cloud9, it's got to be able to be mixed up.
Yeah, and you talked about mixing it up. Envy selected blue side.
Right.
And they still end up banning the same things that they banned last game, Shen, Talia, and Syndra.
But what it does do is it opens up their ability to first pick the Karma. It's something that they were playing mid lane before a lot of people were. Most people are playing it support. But now when you see Karma picked, it's most likely locked in the mid lane. And it's also one of the few things in Ninja's champion pool that can kind of deal with Jensen, because you can play the lane with a lot of shields and decent wave clear. But it also gives a lot back over to C9. They're still going to be able to get probably Ashe and either Gragas or Rek'Sai. They get their pick.
Yeah, it's also interesting as well because they ban their own Tahm Kench, which then means that you get to play the Ashe, unless they first pick Ashe.
Yeah, there's that synergy.
So now it's kind of between Ashe and Karma as the two priority picks here that they're trading back. You get one, we get the other, and the Sneaky Ashe has actually been fantastic, and it wasn't that great in Lod's hands. Killed in the lane. A little bit was that due to the just engage of the support and thought they had level 2 advantage, but then the arrows from then on out, the utility was just not coming through for him. Whereas in game 2, Sneaky had great arrows.
Yeah, and Envy is also just kind of throwing caution to the wind a little bit here, giving Proxen Lee Sin a champion he loves to play. But with Rek'Sai on the board, highly abnormal in the current drafting scene. It's because Proxen is feeling like he has to go off in this game.
Balls to the wall.
Yep.
Has to be for this game.
These guys aren't going to carry. Get these scrubs out of my team. Let's go.
I'm going to have to do it.
It's a hero mindset in a small sense, but the team obviously has buy-in. The coach has to as well agree for him to do that. But it does kind of speak to what Envy could be thinking. We were wondering whether they're going to be able to recover from the progressively worse and worse early games. Lee Sin has the potential to have an amazing early game.
Yeah, definitely lopsides their power. It's a little bit better in the early game. The later parts of the game, they're sacrificing some power there. I'm interested to see what they pick for their solo lanes here because they've saved them for last. They haven't typically done that. They've been priority picking the top laner for Seraph in the second round usually, and Gnar has been the go-to here.
I don't see why it wouldn't be the Gnar, as well as maybe the Thresh or the Bard, something that hasn't been looked at this game. But with the Ashe, having that Thresh is going to be so good for the hooks. Having more for Meteos on that Gragas combines as well.
Okay, you also have a really good way to stop the Lee Sin. If you're good enough, you can actually stop him with the Flay.
Need a tank. Envy needs a tank here. They still have Hawkwood that can go onto the Braum. Well, what else do they throw into this composition?
Yeah, do they go tankless? Do they throw the Karma down in the support? Most likely not. You would expect a tank support like a Braum would be the most logical thing, and then it's really difficult that they have to lock in another one of their solo lanes here. At least they've been able to switch up the ban phase to create some new options for themselves, whereas you look at C9, they're doing the same stuff.
The tier list is pretty much like Lemon's notebook lives on. It's still here. It's still on stage. It's still got those tier lists in them.
Let Seraph carry in that top lane. Give him something he can strike with.
Yeah.
What will it be? It probably will be that Lissandra.
Oh, baby.
Will be the lock-in. It is the Pantheon. Gets locked in, which will be going to the top lane.
To the bitter end.
All right, yeah.
They're going to pick champions that other people don't pick.
Oh, you don't get a lot of experience versus this. I'm really interested. Is this a pick for Seraph? Is it for Ninja? I've seen it in both lanes.
It's a pick for the people.
It's a pick for the people.
It's a pick for the people.
It's a pick to actually try and kill Sneaky a lot and affect the side lanes. Because Ninja, if it is for Ninja in the mid lane is what I would assume, but we can see it in the top side.
I think they can bounce it back and forth. Lissandra and Pantheon, you know, I don't know if either one of them are great against Gnar, but I think Pantheon would actually be pretty good against Gnar early. Maybe more likely to see a top. You know, we have no idea until we see Jensen's mid lane pick.
When you have a goal, you pick something that can just hit that goal. The Kennen couldn't get to the back line, so a Pantheon can. Unconditionally. Nothing else needs to happen. He just needs to jump into the sky, grand skyfall, and man drop down. Ooh. It is going to be the LeBlanc picked up for Jensen here in the mid lane, so he's bringing power to the table as well. Another switch up of compositions from both sides with Cloud9 remaining almost intact to what they've been using.
Yeah, exactly the same as compositions kind of pieced together that they'd had before. Exactly the same as Game 2 that they ended up winning, except instead of Syndra, they have a different pick type champion here.
Still a huge AP burst nuke threat.
Yeah,
right?
Trying to LeBlanc people.
I mean, with Ignite, you're almost sure to see this Pantheon in the mid lane. Lissandra would generally need to take teleport.
Love it.
Just for late game team fighting. This is going to be fun.
I think this is great because Ninja affecting the side lanes. It's always been, hey, come gank Jensen. Now instead, avoid that. Make sure you can get to the side lanes. Camp Jensen early, try to get a lane advantage for Ninja, and then spill that over and try to kill Sneaky or Impact.
Seems like Envy are playing with a nothing to lose, but definitely know in the back of their mind they want to win. Coming into this split, we heard how much it means to Lod, to the rest of the team, that Seraph also thinks this is a different type of game as they enter into quarterfinals. It can be one that they can win. As the underdogs here, Envy will try their hand here with Cloud9 on game point of our first quarterfinal matchup. We're about to be onto the Rift. Head over to Twitter, hashtag Envy win or hashtag Cloud9 win to see who will move on in the playoffs. We're about to be on to the Rift. Cheer for the team you want to win. We are about to see if that becomes Cloud9 who moves on.
Yeah, we also speak about Envy having a fairly heavy influence from the LCK. It's a minor thing, but the last Pantheon was actually played about a week ago by Kuro in the LCK. It was victorious against a Twisted Fate, but LeBlanc is a little bit stronger of a laner than that. I'm still excited.
These guys are Korea influence.
That's true. It's definitely a counter pick to a Twisted Fate. You can block the gold card just by having your Aegis, so you guarantee that you have some way to block it. But Ninja, not having the same luxury. And the stun won't stop to the distortion. It'll still go through and deal that damage as she travels. But you still do a lot of damage. Pantheons can kill her while she has the clone popping a lot of the times. You'll see LeBlanc says like, oh, he killed both of them. Doesn't matter.
Right.
Heartseeker Strike finds the true heart eventually.
It's going to be very interesting. Hakuo on a more of aggressive support this time, so he can have some fun and not just try to shield. He can peel from a distance. So a little bit of the dynamic changed here for Envy as we start off this game. Obviously back to standard lanes. Enjoy the matchup. You know, the aggression we get to see here in the early game.
And proceed with caution in the duo lanes. Unless Envy is willing to just opt into those crazy trades once again. The Karma and Jhin early games are really strong, so they should be able to throw their weight around a little bit. They're just going to have to be careful about an early gank from Meteos.
Yeah, that's the big thing they have to watch out for here. I assume that Envy, they just wanted to kind of double down on pressure in that bottom lane. They wanted to have something that had lane advantage, so the Karma going for them as well as the Jhin, both very dominant champions during the laning phase. And to top it off, an Ignite.
Look at this ping. An early ward shows that they're not at Gromp, which is what they suspected, but that shows, and now actually warded. We're going to see coming over from Proxen here. Might be some danger.
Yeah, we're seeing really early aggression. Proxen has been warded out by Meteos. Meteos doesn't want to tango with Elisa in this early in the game. For all Meteos knows, Proxen would actually have a smite, and since Meteos doesn't have smite, he's not willing to deal with that.
He backs off. He looks like he's still a bit afraid to take it, too.
Yeah. Well, he saw that it actually ran back, so he's like, Meteos is here. Meteos has some knowledge.
There he goes. He found him.
They both almost have smite.
Their smite
yeah,
come back
very close.
Exactly the same time.
Gets it, boys. Boom. Raptor to Meteos. But now that smite's there, Proxen's going to be forced to leave. He doesn't decide to go for it.
Jensen trading into a corruption potion as well is very aggressive in the mid lane, but he doesn't want to let Envy get pressure in all three lanes, which is what they're potentially set up to do. Lissandra can shove in early, the Pantheon gets ahead, and the dual lane, as we'd already talked about. So basically, Jensen wants to keep at least one lane of pressure to protect Meteos of all things, because if all three lanes are pushed, Proxen could have very easy time countering them.
Love to see on Ninja on aggressive champions. You may see a few turret dives from him in a 1v1 situation.
Yeah.
Proxen picks up his red. Remember, Meteos' was left up as well, but they'll be meeting possibly without that on Meteos' side.
Yeah, exactly. Meteos gonna go do the Scuttle Crab right now, and Proxen a little bit late on his level 3 because of the time he took to invade. The teleport from Jensen comes through, buys another Doran's. That's that's how you have to play these matchups. Dump a little bit of gold into that, and Proxen not level 3 just yet. There you go.
Meteos keeping eyes on Proxen, though. Doing his best to live a little bit in Proxen's jungle as well. And also, this is keeping the duo lane honest for Envy. If Gragas is going to be in their jungle, they can't be pushed up.
Oh, he used his distortion. This is a gank.
Oh, the chain almost locks in. He's going to have to get away from Proxen on this. I don't know if it'll work. Does Proxen know which one it is? Yes, he does. Door number 1 is the correct one. First blood over to him. And it looks like that fizzles out in the bot lane. Nothing comes of Hakuo in the chase.
Yeah, the Pantheon Ignite comes up big there, ends up giving the vision, and then Lee Sin is able to land the Q, and Proxen played that right. Jensen has been trading with Ninja because he has to, because otherwise you're just going to eat spear after spear after spear and get chunked out. So he uses the distortion in a trade, and that opens up the gate right here.
Yeah, Jensen had also been doing a lot of good things in this lane. He potentially was pushing Ninja out of lane, and I think he had a sense of security because Meteos was in the opponent jungle from the quadrant in which Proxen approached. It just wasn't the right, it was like ships in the night passing in the jungle. Proxen made it through, and he surprised Jensen in the mid lane.
Yeah, and last time he had seen Proxen, he was heading off to the left side. Oh. Hold on.
2 more shots here for Lod. He's got his final one up and might have to go to Smoothie, though.
Hakuo.
The exhaust comes in for the shot as well. Beautiful timing on the exhaust to Lod's final shot. They can't cancel out onto Hakuo, though, and get that kill. Sneaky still in range. The flash shot. Lod gets back to the final bullet and comes up with the kill. That's the hook. Is it line and sinker, though? And there's no follow-up. Meteos in a bad spot. 3 more again for Lod, but he doesn't have the gap close to get in. And what a tit for tat from the 2v2 in the bot lane, including Meteos.
Could this be a tale of 2 games? If Envy wins this one, they send it all the way to a decisive Game 5. The start has been fortunate for Envy. The gank by Proxen was true, and even though Meteos arrived towards the end of that gank, Laud is the one that walks away with the kill. Yeah. And this is the game where Sneaky goes call after dealing with the Fed Jin.
The Jin Ash matchup. Apparently something's going one person's way a little bit more frequently. But yeah, because Meteos was down bottom, got chunked out, it ends up helping Proxen out. He gets to triple buff Meteos. And I was trying to find it. There we go. Okay, so Ninja went. Thunderlords. Didn't go for the poke. Instead went for the just full-on trade, try to burst them out. That's a Thunderlords Lee Sin too. And this is aggressive.
3's a crowd, ladies and gentlemen, and Ninja is having a party in the mid lane with the rest of Cloud9 at the moment. They did just come up big on Jensen, but they made sure to get that back right quick.
Yeah, that was a really timely roam by Smoothie, and also Pantheon doesn't have many ways he can play the lane that aren't super aggressive. Yeah. So especially without Flash, it is set up to be countered. Jensen just distorts into close range, lands the chain. There's no big escape after that.
Kind of where you accept your fate.
Yep.
Going down.
You really try to soften people up with those Qs over and over again until you can get them in the Heartstreaker Strike crit range with your combo. And Jensen is staying right out of that and just going for these really quick trades and trying to whittle Ninja down.
Hex Drinker's already there for Ninja, so Jensen hasn't, even without Ignite, he's using Teleport. Harder time to pop Ninja out of lane now. Oh. And Laud using that aggression. It's something we actually haven't seen Envy do too much. They always give Laud, or lately I should say, they always give Laud a tank. But when he was on the Trundle that could go forward and be aggressive, or the Karma that can attack from an aggressive range, they use that quite a bit in a 2v2.
Yeah, Hakuo has been on those melee supports, and Laud has been on a lot of utility, and now they're giving him something a little bit more on that aggressive side. It is still a utility carry, but then this is just a flat, dominant lane, and honestly, it's just like, this is for Game 3, boys. Like, what just happened last game is not going to happen again. They give themselves a very favorable matchup in the 2-on-2, and it's kind of the salty picks.
And we question, would they have a tank, or are they going to try to put power or comfort in every single lane so everybody has a chance to carry?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for Envy. They've fallen behind in all 3 of their games, so they're playing this early game extremely aggressively.
Yeah. Proxen's built. He's got an early Tiamat. He's Thunderlord's Lee Sin. He's just trying to pressure. He's level 5, he's close to 6 here, as well as Laud, and they're just trying to get that first turret blood on the bottom side of the map. And honestly, they might do it because Meteos hit back. This minion wave wasn't as big as they would like it to be. It's getting pretty close.
Volley was a necessity there. Sneaky's able to clear quite a few minions with that. Had it been any other AD carry without some AoE, that turret would be down, and now they actually may have the resources to stop it, especially with Meteos just on the end, or it could follow into some kills.
But you have to be careful. Ninja's coming in, exactly.
Is he out? He's out. The man drop comes in. Ninja's looking for to activate. Oh, the play off of the jump. He gets the hook back. I don't know if they want to pull it in. Kicked away by, or Sneaky is kicked away. Roxon goes down. That's a 1-for-1 traded. Retribution kills everywhere. Here comes Jensen to nuke him down. That's going to be a chain kill. 2 for him as well as Impact getting in the mess. And a triple kill for Jensen.
That's an ace. Across the map, Impact ended up getting Seraph in the top lane.
That was not the way Envy had envisioned their early game dive going, but as we said, there's not too many different ways you can play that Pantheon, so this was a telegraphed play, and C9 was able to answer it. They didn't immediately fall to the ultimate from Pantheon, and Jensen was then able to teleport over, I believe, to get into range to pick up that triple kill. It was a counter-played move by C9, and while they did suffer some casualties, getting that triple kill on the Jensen pre-10 minutes is amazing.
Yeah, and this is big because Ninja thinks he's safe. He's around double pink ward, so he ulties away. He got a little bit chunked out beforehand, and then they overchase. They got the turret first blood gold. It's way too far down this lane. The TP comes through. Great kickback there from Proxen, and they pick up Sneaky, but this right here.
Yeah, as he was doing the kickback is the moment Jensen decided to teleport to the ward in the tri-brush, and then they actually are so smart about giving those kills away. Impact had that big duel in the top lane where he procced Meganar as well and was able to pick up a solo kill, so big plays across the board for C9 to equalize the early game.
And it's just not been Seraph's day against Impact. Impact has the edge in these matchups seemingly every time.
And that play itself, we have actually seen Cloud9 do before. They're ready to defend low health turrets. Last time it was Sneaky on that Jhin who used the ult to clear a wave, and Impact was there to start it with Gnar. That's a scenario they're very familiar with. Probably a reason they came out with a very heavy ace so early in the game.
They might fast push this. On top side of the map, they might fast push this. They have an item advantage on Laud, and we'll see what happens here because Impact doesn't have flash, and Gnar's wave clear is abysmal.
Yeah, C9 knows they can't race. This is actually just Envy out-rotating. There was that extended fight in the bottom side, and Envy has just bounced back very decisively.
We'll see how they use it. This is the first time we've really seen Envy not reacting. Usually it's Envy on the other side of the turret using their ult to stop Cloud9. But here they have the upper hand. It doesn't seem like Cloud9 scattered or kind of got scared by it. So the turret is grabbed. How can Envy use that pressure now?
This is
Forward
great.
wards, what do they do?
This is great from Envy because they've always had difficulties closing games out, but getting these advantages have also eluded them in the early game. This is one of the first times we've seen Envy with a good early game lead, but it's still something where it might get equalized here from Cloud9. But here comes Proxy from the backside. They don't have a ward in this bush.
Doesn't connect. Sonic Wave. Looks like they also have Dark Passage if anything gets too scary in that instance.
Nice.
Oh, so fast!
Whoa, that's going to be a good hit. Actually goes through a line of minions, one onto him. A very nice hook from Smoothie into the position of Jensen. They lock down Proxy immediately. Remember, that's a Tiamat, not a tank, Lee Sin. And it is also going to be Seraph that gets taken down. They keep kind of just falling into these fights when they should be backing up after losing something.
And the kills keep going to Jensen. A walk and take over a game.
The edge hitbox onto Ninja. He thought he walked out, but it caught him. And they get more kills. These should not be falling in the way of Cloud9.
What are you doing?
Making these openings for themselves as well as being gifted kills on a silver platter.
He is 7-1-1 right now, 12 minutes in.
But Laud walked into a wallop from Gnar. That thing doesn't sneak up on you. He was just in the wrong spot right here. I also have to credit Smoothie for setting up so many plays. His Thresh has actually been incredible so far, and the 7 kills on a Jensen is going to put Envy in a world of pain.
One thing that helps those initiations for a Thresh is knowing your team is right behind you to keep going. But this hook as well, spot on into the ending position of where Proxen was going to stop as he fought Jensen.
Yeah, Jensen does such a great job here. Flashes away as Smoothie knew Proxen was going to come through there. Uses everything on him. They pick him up, and then Seraph had overcommitted at that point, had walked up way too far forward, and then he just gets picked up there. Ninja is backing.
Yeah, on a ward that had been placed earlier. Smoothie just walks up.
He actually holds himself against the wall, so it's a little bit less obvious. But
And as the kills just continue to get chained together, maybe action happening on the start. Laud flashes back, so he's already down a flash before he gets hit. Ash arrow, thresh hook, and a LeBlanc. It's the same strat over and over. Oh, he's
no! Oh, the man drop in. They're trying to go for broke. And it's not going to happen. He's broke himself, gets taken down. 30 seconds on the clock for these ones, so you know Envy's going to be coming up fast to try and get more kills. But Cloud9 is just racking them up and going through the batting order. The curtain has been called, and Meteos is just going to give a little dance here and for the audience.
Jensen has double-digit kills before 14 minutes. The team is setting him up for all of these things, and Envy is throwing themselves at him. And part of this is because of the composition from Envy. They have the Lee Sin and the Pantheon, so their way of winning is to just play, like you said, full-on aggressive, dive all the time, but boy, is Cloud9 ready for it. And Jensen is really fed.
It's kind of like any engage is the best engage right now for Envy.
just so great here from the bottom lane all series long. Smoothie on this Thresh and Sneaky on this Ashe. And hold on. Jensen wants some more kills, but Impact.
The thing with this is C9's the one setting up the kills for Jensen. Like, Jensen's usually pretty low and he's dashing in to like throw a Q at someone. It's C9's team that's giving him all these kills, but it's the best use of their gold because soon he'll be able to just straight up one-shot people.
I absolutely love that they do that. They're getting him towards those breakpoints much earlier. And who is going to build tanky on this squad? Envy do not have a tank. It was one of the things we were talking about when the game started. Proxen not on that tank. No Strength of Ages. Very aggressive build. Hakuo not on a tank himself again. So Jensen gets to pretty much body everybody in this game.
Yeah. We're getting a new line here. We're going to need an industrial department, sales, everything. Body by Jensen's going global. Impact gets himself out safely on that one. That's one thing that Envy has had to deal with all series long is watching Cloud9 get out of these fights with slivers of health. We've talked about how that makes your mentality change throughout a game. That happens 4 times. You might flash the 5th time and put yourself in a real bad spot because that's the time you want it. You're sick of losing it, and it changes the way you play.
I really do feel like we're seeing some pretty obvious elements of tilt from Envy, like in Ninja jumping in on Pantheon when someone is already dead.
Right.
Laud walking up with no flash to a Mega Gnar who can just wallop him.
They just overextended in that first bottom lane dive. They had first turret gold. They already had that 2v3 kill when they ended up killing Sneaky so early in the game. And then they ended up just throwing it all away off of too much aggression.
You're basically stressing as well to not make that mistake. So when it happens,
oh, we blew it. Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you try to get back in. You're like, I blew it again. You're down 50.
Keep folding over.
Yeah.
All in again.
And to add on all that, it's an elimination game for Envy. They lose this game, the summer split is over. C9 wins this game. They go up to face Immortals in the next round of the playoffs.
Yeah, and it would be their first semifinals since spring 2015. So over a year since Cloud9 had made it to a semis.
Sneaky was talking about it. They want that experience back. Seems like they're able to carry pretty strong throughout this game. They got a little trap there in game 1 as Envy was able to take them late, but it seems Cloud9 can adapt game from game. Realizes, yeah, they got to put down the work early, and they got to make that work stick. That comes from turrets, and that comes from dragons. Something they've been getting a lot more. Save the dragons this game.
Save the dragons.
Save the dragons. They're going to...
Sneaky is
trying
to get a turret trade. Where's that arrow going?
Woo!
Whoa. Nowhere.
Just cooling off the map.
They kept 2 people pushing, so it's actually only a 3-man squad here of C9.
It's 2 pretty high damage dealers, too, against turrets. The range, they get to keep their distance. And they end up just trading even there. This mid turret did have a wave pushed in on it. Seraph.
Are they going to run him down? They're thinking about it.
That body slam.
And there's the flash. That's really all they wanted.
But I think
Jensen's still chasing.
Smoothie caught out.
Almost gets through his box. Gets taken down, though. Are they going to keep this? The team is coming up. Impact's not close to Gnar. Jensen, oh, he can delete people immediately.
I think he's going for that record, Jat.
Yeah, 14 kills is the single game playoff record for kills.
One more forward,
Can't
tries
quite
to
get him
mimic as
anymore.
well, cannot get the ultimate out. And the Deadly Flourish fires back. It's almost touch and go here for Envy as they could lose a member, but they all get out alive here, and Cloud9's going to have a wave on there now in the second tier mid turret.
Yeah, and Envy, this is the problem with their composition is, oh, wait.
Whoa! Here. And there's Pantheon.
Oh!
Coming in for more.
Got some new shots for that absolutely deleted segment. Control-Alt-Delete PTL now.
Somebody order a Pantheon? God, just deleting everybody. And yeah, one of the big problems with the composition from Envy, they don't have a tank, first off, and Jensen's fed. But secondly, when you get behind, you don't have wave clear in this team comp. It's only the Lissandra. It's medium range wave clear. You're a threat from Jensen the entire time.
And they have an early game team with early game builds already. They've gone triple Ghostblade. You're thinking they're going to snowball ahead with that, but they're actually fallen behind 7,000 gold in the first 18 minutes. If last game was desperation, I don't even know what this game is.
Oh, nailed him right in the kisser. Then he takes a hook, put it in the books. Aqua is going to go down next. A double kill for Jensen, 13, 1, and 4. Will he put any more on that score list? Their champion standing in front of him. And a bit of game time to have it done.
Yeah, led the league in kills, definitely going to be leading the playoff in kills for a while. 14 kills already in one game in this series, looking to top that mark here and set an NALCS playoff record with 2 more kills.
Incredible stuff here from Cloud9. It was kind of questioning game 1 if they could put their foot down and really make the game theirs. Whatever they discussed between games, righted that ship. And they seem to be going for 2 now sub 30-minute wins that could be on the map.
Okay, Meteos has an ohm record. That's how far ahead they are right now. And you can just dive the turret.
Why did everybody laugh?
Yeah, you laugh. They want to dive turrets. It's a thing you can do. Come on, man.
A lot of people will, you know, buy some tank stats to tank the turret themselves, but instead buys the ohm wrecker. It has some great health and armor on it, but it's all about getting that turret.
And a little known fact about the ohm wrecker is it resets the heat that is a turret mechanic. So the turret does more damage the longer it's hitting you. If you ohm wrecker that, it puts that counter to 0. So if they want to do like a big extended turret dive, they can. You also don't see it normally because there are better options available most of the time. I approve of the choice though.
Fantastic buy. 7,000 gold up at 20 minutes in the game. Cloud9 has enough map control that this dragon as well will be theirs. Let's see what lane they go to with this ohm wrecker first.
Infernal Drake will help them greatly. I like how Jensen abandoned finishing his Zonias and is just trying to rush to death cap as quickly as possible.
321 AP already.
This series itself, though, has been so one-sided aside from the first game, and you can really feel the teamwork and cohesion just being much better for C9.
Well, even the first game had Cloud9 with an advantage as well. And they kind of threw it away, and Envy were able to stall out and play that teamfight comp. And Cloud9 just seemed more crisp across the board as the series went on.
Yeah, like, if Jensen is able to get a couple more kills in this game, it's not just because he's been playing great, it's because these kills are just set up for him. Whether it's an Ash Arrow or Meteos throwing someone back at him or smoothly landing tons of hooks, and the discipline of C9, they've actually been holding off, like, in the middle of skirmishes and teamfights to let Jensen get these kills. So shows such discipline and such commitment to Jensen as a carry.
And growth. Look at where he was when we started as well. A timid mid laner who actually would be in the back of these fights, not really trying to put up any priority damage. Now he's the one, like you said, that they're feeding these resources into with confidence. And that's been a ridiculous change for him. In a good way, obviously. The drop coming in on the back. Chain misses from Jensen, but there's more chains where the first one comes from. We'll have to see if they can make him count. Proxen as well, trying to find an end with the resonating strike. Impact back onto Ninja. And a huge hit into the wall. The body slam
15.
Into the Nar scoop. There are the kills. Jensen setting records.
16.
Cloud9 moves themselves up into even more of a lead here in game number 4, 23-5. As they move on to the second tier turret and look to put some finishing touches on the base that could bring them to the next.
Yeah, what a play by Impact as well. Just staying around at low health with no Guardian Angel, massively setting up that play once again.
And you were talking about how, you know, honestly, it's a team effort. They are funneling these kills into Jensen. They are setting him up. This is a record-breaking performance from Cloud9 in the playoffs, and especially Jensen here, 16, 1, and 5. And he's just trying to set that record higher. Like, give it about 3 more years, maybe somebody will beat him.
He's got 12,600 gold right now. That's the gold of Seraph and Ninja combined.
A little ambitious. He's got a GA.
Yes. Ambitious at best, but this is the time. This is all they need. Get that exhaust down onto Seraph. He could be the next one. Meteos is low on mana. Are they getting ahead of themselves? Lod gets the summoner heal in and gets the safety as well. And C9 with a little bit of inconsiderate movement in their play.
Yes, I do think C9 was getting ahead of themselves. Impact was definitely getting ahead of the team with that teleport.
It's just saying, that was basically saying GA is enough time for the team to back me up.
Yeah, watching this again, Impact only about 70% on his Narbar for a lot of this fight, and Sneaky's in the jungle kind of setting this one up, but then, boop. Oh, triple into an Ash Arrow too.
That was
beautiful.
That was a Meteos explosive cask immediately into the Gnar, into an Ash Arrow. There's so much layered on top of that, and the triple kill there to set the record.
Yeah, there's not too many playoff games. The regular season record, I believe, is 21 or 23.
Something
but
ridiculous.
It's still very impressive that he's been able to pick up this many kills this early in the game. Also, in a clinching match to send them to the semifinals.
Yeah, usually it's very timid from both teams. You have low kill games once you get to the Nexus, but all out brawls here. No holds bar. We'll see what continues to happen with that 9,000 gold lead. Oh, everybody dodges, but Lod was walking back into the jungle. Another unfortunate event unfolds here for Envy, and Cloud9 has capitalized on these every single time, and now with always more than one kill.
Meteos has a Manor BF sword.
Oh. Okay.
I could defend the Ohm Wrecker. I cannot defend.
What do you mean?
Did you not just see him kill Proxen?
His best friend sword, man. He's like, hey, best friends. Let's go.
Oh my.
They're gonna get down Baron. And
oh, somebody ordered Pantheon again.
there it is. There. Oh my.
2 kills now with that BF sword.
man. You guys can say what you want, but
I mean,
yeah,
Envy is really falling apart, and they have been throughout the majority of the series. And C9, they're playing super loose, and this was one of their strengths early in the spring, where they were kind of the team that didn't seem to care, and they were able to pull off anything.
Yeah.
But they have said they've gotten more coordination. Maybe they're mixing in a little bit of that fun with dominant play. Gotta watch out for the Sandra. Just use all of his cooldowns.
Mimic.
Yeah.
if he can get himself to the brush and deny vision, that would be his goal, but he cannot. Gets taken down immediately, but the work's being done off the ball on the other side of the map here. Actually.
Stop a little bit of that aggression.
They're gonna back up.
When 14,000 gold is dead on your map, your 12,000 gold lead doesn't warrant a push in the top lane. They have to wait for Jensen to respawn.
Wait, the team died. We have to wait.
Yeah.
So Zanya's now for multiple members on the side of Cloud9. I mean, they've been there, but it's these things that are denying Envy the productivity in fights, getting advantages, finding a kill, being able to zero somebody out is not something Envy has found for quite some time unless they're losing multiple members to the one that they get.
Meteos has had enough fun. BF sword gone. Completed Zonia's. Needed the combined cost to finish that one.
Reaper is going to yell at me after this game.
Yeah, unless you use Zonia's to Zonia's on the fountain. Sometimes that's the only reason you pick that item up. Oh, wow. Wow.
I blinked. You guys?
Yeah.
I blinked.
That's a thing.
That's the power.
C9 really looking strong. This could be the push that sends him into the semifinals.
Power of Jensen right now. Absolutely plowing through this game.
He was a great mid laner last split, and he was up there for people's all-pro vote.
Just feeding him kills.
19-20 could be on the board. That's number 20 for Jensen as he goes double digits easily in this game. They're looking for the kills, padding a few of the stats here with smiles on their faces as they will move on in the NALCS playoffs. Meteos getting off the fountain trying to do what he can. That's going to be the Nexus. That's going to be the series. Cloud9 take it 3-1 over Envy and move on to face Immortals.
Oh man, huge smiles for Jensen, and why not? Not only has C9 made their first semifinals since the spring of 2015, they set a small little record along the way, 20 kills in a playoff game. That's gonna last a while.
Yeah, it actually breaks the regular season record as well, which was held by Skara at 19 kills on AP Master Yi.
Wow.
That's right.
It's an age-old record.
The MLG, he kept getting his Yi in. Got a pentakill in those games.
But still, now, Cloud9 guaranteed to be in Toronto.
Yeah.
Third or fourth place match or finals. And they booked their ticket there. In over a year, they haven't had a semifinal appearance. And with 10 championship points to their name previously, now boosting that up, it gets them even closer to Worlds.
And there are a few changes coming in this split, like we said on the bot lane, but as well behind the players is really what counted here. Reaper coming in, seeing that the team was in a position that didn't really act like a team. And he said, I'm going to fix that.
Yeah, and it was a lot of teamwork coming through and a lot of trust that is involved in setting up those kills.
Yeah.
And even when Jensen died at the very end of that game with an, impenetrable goal lead, they still decided that they should hold off and wait for him to come back. And this is the way you want to finish a series when you're going to be going up against Immortals in the semifinals. The momentum needs to be carried through if they want to win.
Absolutely disgusting games here from Cloud9. Double-digit kills 12 minutes in for Jensen, able to actually play to their win conditions, pick compositions a lot of the time, and seriously, they looked really good today. Aside from that first game, Cloud9 were on point.
And I think Cloud9 did this in a way that's advantageous to them moving forward as well. Yes, they showed a Syndra. The Thresh is there. It has been for Bunny and Smoothie.
And then the same thing.
Yeah, the same thing across the board. So while you expect Cloud9 to maybe come in with that, there's probably so much more that they do have.
They're looking pretty strong. And I mean, we hear people talking around the league as well, saying C9's looking really, really good. They did a lot of switching around at the start of the season, figuring out, do they want Smoothie? Do they want Bunny? What type of style do they want to play? But also, just looking at the standard lanes, Impact doesn't need to be left out to dry in lane swaps. And when he is left out to dry in standard lanes, he seems pretty good at fending
himself
for himself.
alive.
So
Holy moly.
If you're a Cloud9 fan, you have to be quite hopeful for them moving into the semifinals, and the C9 hype might start building, especially when Jensen gets, even in the 2 games off the top of my head, 14 kill game, 20 kill game, he was averaging over 10 kills per game in this series alone.
Absolute monster. And the team set him up as well. And Jensen was talking about how this was a split of so much improvement for him because of Reaper, because of the coach. He didn't actually realize how much a coach could help him in his play and help him improve. And it's definitely showing here the team is coordinated. And when they can play to him like that and set him up for victory, well, you got to feel good about that. When your coach teaches your team to feed you, it's got to feel pretty good.
Got to feel very good, and it's worked for them. Cloud9 now move on, and for their player perspective on that series, let's head down to Azael, who's got an interview with Cloud9's man in the mid lane.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Jensen, and what a series for you. May have started off a little slow, but tying the NALCS all-time kill record in playoffs, with your Syndra game at 14, and then did you ever expect to get 20 kills in a playoff game right after that?
I had no idea what happened that game. It was very chaotic, to say the least. They played like a very snowbally early game comp, and they kind of fell behind. So it just snowballed in our favor instead, and then I just picked up a lot of kills.
Yeah, the question on everyone's mind, did you get an S+?
I hope so. I couldn't tell because it's custom game, sadly.
Oh, okay, unlucky, but we'll give it to you anyway. So coming into this series, you guys were obviously quite favored by most people's predictions, and having that rough game 1, what was your mindset going into the rest of the series? Going into game 2, were you guys still super confident that you guys had this, and what did you think went wrong in that first loss?
I think we just made a few misplays. I think Envy plays really good with flank comps, and we were 2 immobile carries, so it was pretty hard to team fight against them. And I think they played pretty well game 1. I think the way they play those kind of flank comps, they do it really well. So it's pretty hard to play against them, and it's really hard to take fights because you don't want to be in small areas versus those AoE, high CC, high burst comps. So we kind of had a hard time picking the right fights because we were not really used to playing against those kind of team comps. And we knew we were really good because the scrim results have been improved significantly. So yeah, we knew as long as we played our game and we wouldn't get outdrafted, we would have a good shot of winning the series.
Awesome. So speaking of the draft, you guys have been showing us some new stuff. We saw Syndra. We saw a lot of priority on Tom Kench now. What are your thoughts about some of these new champions? Is this something that came to be because of some of the patch changes, or is it just something that you kind of discovered and are feeling more comfortable on?
It's a mix of everything, I think. I like Syndra a lot because he's kind of strong at all points during the laning phase. So I feel like I can just do whatever I want. I can roam if I want to. I can usually always win my lane. So it's just a very good comfort pick to me, and yeah, it works well, so why not?
Awesome. So you guys have secured a place in Toronto. Obviously, don't know if you're going to be in the 3rd place of the finals just yet. And you will be facing Immortals next week in the semifinals. And it's a team that you had lost to, both times in the regular season, but you had taken games. And looking forward to that opponent, are you guys feeling confident? You spoke about better scrim results. Is there, hope going forward for C9 fans? Do you guys think you'll be able to do it?
Yeah, I think we have improved a lot in the past few weeks. So I do think we have a pretty good shot at taking down Immortals. They're obviously a strong team, but we definitely have what it takes to take them down.
Awesome. Well, I'll be looking forward to seeing that match next weekend. But that's going to be it for us. We're going to head it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Azale. We'll give him an S+ performance on that LeBlanc here in Game 4 out of Jensen, securing the victory, the series victory for Cloud9. Moving on to the semifinals, as Azale mentioned, they'll be going up against Immortals. That's decided because they are already the top seed out of those 4 teams, so they're guaranteed to play Immortals. Well, let's talk about how they got there here in 3-1 fashion, the 4th game being the most dominant of all the games. But of course, we have to look at Champ Select and the adjustments that were made because we were wondering what Envy was going to do, swapping to blue side. They decide to go all in on the all-in strategy.
I mean, this is as all-in as you can go, I think. I mean, maybe you could go something else top lane that's a little more all-in because Lysandra can throw her E away and actually run away. But either way, I think I don't understand why they had to be blue side to do this draft if it is
You can
kind
keep
of like
understanding out of this game.
Okay, you're right. I shouldn't.
There might not be a whole lot of understanding, so let's work towards it, though.
Okay, well, I think obviously they're trying to go, like we said, some snowball all-in comp that's just going to like jump on you and blow people up. There's a bit of a question mark about why you didn't put the Pantheon top versus Gnar and the Lysandra mid versus LeBlanc. It's better matchups, you think, and equally as snowball, if not more so that way. So that was a little bit of a question mark.
The thing I found particularly puzzling was the fact that Envy kept playing as if they thought C9 didn't know how to play their champions. It's like, okay, Thresh Flay interrupts pretty much all of Lee Sin's and Pantheon's
move
blocks. There's Arrow. Ashe Arrow can be used at point blank as a CC as well. It's just like, where is the logic here?
Gragas is a fantastic disengaged pickup for a lot of burst champions. It definitely, let's look at a couple clips then and see where it all broke apart for Envy. In particular, 8 minutes in, cross-map ace. This rarely happens, but here it is. It's Envy securing first turret gold, but then getting far too greedy on the engagement on the backside.
This is kind of like Ninja just being like, well, I ulted in here. I may as well chase something. This is
like,
the most
Half-Life.
This is the most telegraphed jump ever. Now that he's in there, Proxen feels like he needs to go save him, so he takes this kick onto Sneaky, and sure, they're able to kill him, but now they're just way overextended and chunked out. This is where the Jensen snowball is going to start, as well as Impact just picking up a solo kill. And it's just, they give up a cross-map ace with, Jensen getting huge off it.
3 kills off of that one.
And the Riddler couldn't have figured this one out because it just made no sense. I just don't understand what happened I was so disappointed.
Well, what was so sad, too, was like, this is like the first time their bot lane was really playing well. They were getting the kills. They can just take that turn and start moving around the map and maybe like blow that snowball open. They have the globals.
It was a really stark contrast because we saw in Game 3, right, the domination out of the C9 bot lane. Here we go. Tom Kench is back off the table. We choose for the Karma Jhin lane into that Ashe Thresh, and they do quite well, as you mentioned, winning the lane in the strict 2v2. But as soon as we bring the rest of the teams into the mix, everyone lost their mind. Stay out of my lane. Yeah, that's one of those moments where you're like, just no, stay away. Like let me do my thing down here. Yeah. Doesn't work out for Envy, of course. The most important aspect of that replay is where the gold was concentrated. 3 kills picked up on LeBlanc, pushed him to 4 kills at just 8 minutes into the game. That's an insane amount of gold. No matter how you itemize at this point, LeBlanc is just bursting through you. So it's no real surprise that with that kind of start, Jensen's able to accrue a 20 gold, new record for a single game in the postseason, in the playoffs here in North America.
I mean, I'd still say that's a surprise. You can go 4-1 in the first 10 minutes, and I wouldn't bet on you getting 20 kills.
But if you saw that game,
if you showed me that game at like 20, 15 minutes, I'd be like, all right, he's going to break it.
Right.
He was at like 19, 18 for a little while. I was like, yeah, he's got that.
Absolutely gross. All right, well, that was just the first big pickup for Cloud9. Another one came not 3 minutes later, 4-for-0 in the mid lane here for Cloud9.
And this is just pure grotesque. I mean, this group is 4 here, and you see Envy, they're looking, okay, maybe it's time for us to make the engage with Jensen.
I mean,
goes in for some reason.
I mean, you talk about Envy disrespecting like
this is like, why are you going in here? You know there's arrow, you know there's hook. I mean, I think the catalyst, I'm pretty sure Ninja jumps in here at the end in the back of, he's going to channel this. I think on the ward, is it a mission?
Oh, he's just recalling.
This is the reason they get hooked by Smoothie. Just like, maybe we could get another kill. Yes, please. Sign me up.
There's going to be another kill here. The turret will be picked up by Cloud9.
And then Lod walks in melee range here of Impact and
just gets wall up. Yep.
I mean...
It was so weird because like C9 was making mistakes too. Like Meteos missed that pretty easy body slam. Jensen W's right next to a Pantheon who just stuns him.
They haven't played in 2 weeks. We just chalk it up.
Nah, it did just definitely seem though like what was a decent start in terms of for Envy in the bottom lane,
Absolutely.
right? Basically their decision was we either win or lose this game right now with our move to the bot lane the way they did. Unfortunately, they flipped that coin, and the coin came up in C9's favor.
I feel like if this was game 1 or game 2, I think Envy actually plays this game correctly, slower. They take the bot turret, they reset. And I think it was just kind of like mental was a little broken.
Well,
they just wanted to go.
Yeah. The thing is, I thought they tunneled so hard on trying to break that first turret because they pushed that bottom lane S3 with like 4 waves back to back, just sitting at the turret and thinking C9 maybe they're not going to respond and let us get the free turret.
Right.
Of course they respond. Of course LeBlanc TP's in. Of course you're going to get collapsed on after you go for that.
It does make you wonder in that initial replay, that 8-minute replay, if they had taken the turret and just backed, right? No engagement to follow. What would be the outcome of this game, right? What would be the trajectory of this game? Probably wildly different. Not saying that Envy wins, just saying that, okay, it at least goes on another 10 minutes and they have more of a chance.
And they have good tools. I mean, you swap topside. Let's say Pantheon saved his ult there.
They still managed to get that tier 2 with that out-rotation. They out-rotated Cloud9 in this game in that final movement to the top side where they were able to trade the tier 2 top for the tier 1 bottom, which was fantastic.
Right, despite the massive kill deficit, they're actually only down like 3 or 4K, and even in turrets, they were moving around the map seemingly fine. It was just as soon as the two teams got close together, they lost their minds or something. I don't know.
Playing with a little bit too much urgency, and part of that might come from the fact that they are a younger roster in this, elimination best of 5 essentially, and so with the pressure on, moving a little bit too quick for their own good. Now, each of our players gave it their all on the Rift today, but one stood above the crowd to earn our Player of the Series award. He broke records along the way. It's Cloud9's mid laner in Jensen. Now, game 2 as Syndra, he was 14-2-6 with 83% kill participation, 880 damage per minute. You move ahead to his game 3 performance, and it's a 4-0-4 deathless game on Cassiopeia. And then, of course, we close it out with that record-breaking LeBlanc game, 20 kills in a single one.
Yeah, I mean, it was over the whole series. Even game 1 where they lost, he was playing pretty well. He
won every lane.
Yeah, he won every lane. He received attention sometimes from the enemy jungler and still came out okay for the most part. His champ pool actually, I think, gave Ninja a lot of trouble. It's just the Syndra pick itself was something they didn't seem prepared for. And having that much power around your mid laner at all points in the series just makes the game much easier to play.
I am very curious to see how the remaining teams in playoffs deal with the Syndra pick, both from Jensen and others who pick him up. As we know, Bjergsen is a proficient Syndra player.
Flashbacks.
From his initial foyer into the LCS back in Europe is a big Syndra player. So the question is, this is a fantastic pick, is a fantastic champion falling back into the meta for players like Jensen and Bjergsen who were already top of the mid lane in those laning statistics. This is going to help them even more.
I mean, as a jungler, it's just the most
worst
hardening thing to gank a Syndra. It's like, okay, can you get to her? No, you get stunned. Can you kill her? She'll kill you back.
Right.
Okay, can you wave clear? No, she just does so many things. And with the combination of the meta right now with things like Tahm Kench, Thresh, and the Shen on the top side, which maybe I mentioned already, it's just so powerful because it's so difficult to actually get onto the Syndra and pop her. There's not a whole lot of champions that can actually surprise her and kill her flat out.
I doubt we saw the end of his champ pool as well. I mean, it didn't look like he was tested that hard in this series. So we know the Vel'Koz is still there. I bet he's still practiced up on that.
The Vel'Koz is still there. The Vladimir was sitting on the ban list the whole time. He played 3 unique champions, the Syndra twice, the Cassiopeia, the LeBlanc. Of course, we have the Zillion still available. I always fall back to Varus. We saw him play that earlier in the split and in past splits. So, yeah, I mean, this guy is looking to be informed. The question is, and particularly with this Cloud9 roster, can he keep this up? When you're going up against the likes of Pobelter and Bjergsen remaining in this tournament, the mid lane is stacked.
The one criticism I will offer to him is that a lot of the team fights were played a little bit haphazardly, particularly with the ultimate usage on the Syndra, targeting that tank so many times, maybe missing some stuns here and there, maybe reserve the need to use that so quickly.
Right. Absolutely. So we'll look to see if he can clean up the play, but regardless, a very strong performance out of him today. Now let's take a look at our updated playoff bracket. With their win today, Cloud9 will move on to the next round and will face Immortals in the semifinal as the highest seed. Now tomorrow, tune in to see whether or not CLG or Liquid will move on to take on our league leaders in TSM. Now we also have an update to our championship points standings. With Envy eliminated from playoffs, they earn that minimum 20 championship points, but Cloud9 move up to a minimum of of 40 with their win today. Still plenty to be figured out when it comes to the championship points, but we will get to that when we do. Now, the next round of LCS playoffs hits your screens tomorrow, starting with EU LCS quarterfinals between H2K and Fnatic. That action starts at 8 a.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Central European, and the North American LCS quarterfinal continues with CounterLogic Gaming versus Liquid immediately following. So time may vary on start there. But gentlemen, when it comes to this matchup, our 4-5, a much closer one, at least in my opinion, but I'd like to get your thoughts on, the initial keys to victory here, what might sway this game.
Don't tilt.
Don't tilt. That's good advice for Team Liquid. We'll see if they stick to it. I think the top lane will be something to look out for. I think both Darshan and Lorela have pretty similar champ pools, and the way their teams kind of play around them is pretty similar, and I think we'll see a pretty snowball-y top lane, something that the counter pick will be extremely important.
That's going to give us a very different champ select from today, will it not, Crumbs? Because today it felt like champion pools were wildly different.
Yeah, so the champion pools will be different, but one thing that I thought would be really impactful in this new patch was a Thresh pick in the bottom side, just because of how much it offers for the laning phase. It's a huge kill threat. It offers mobility, great roams. It's just such an all-around dominant pick in the hands of a proficient player. Aphromoot and Matt
Some say he's
somebody trying to mimic him as well, or like who looked up to this player and has a very similar champion pool, especially with the likes of something like the Bard, which can snowball really hard in the laning phase. I think there's going to be so much action around that whichever dual lane is really the best one should be able to come up with a nice advantage and kind of snowball the same way that we saw Cloud9 do today.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have some time before the games tomorrow to talk more about the key determining factors in that matchup. That's going to do it for our first quarterfinal match, but stick around because in just 5 minutes, we'll be live on Facebook for a Q&A with Freak, Zig, and Dyrus. So check that out on facebook.com/LUL Esports. Now, on behalf of myself, the analysts, and casters, along with the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome once again to the NALCS Quarterfinals, League fans. We're about to be on the Rift. It's Cloud9 versus Envy.
All right, guys, remember, this is playoffs. You need to win this shit.
Oh, Cloud9. Oh, he's still going because of Meganar.
Impact has gone for the long con.
Okay. Mid lane now, and #Worth. Toe to toe. It's going to be Seraph that gets it. Cannot even Zanya's.
This is really good. This is really fucking good. Fight, guys, fight.
Nobody on C9 dies, and they get 4 kills in a team fight.
I'm going. Syndra.
We can.
And game number 1 is going over to Envy for momentum.
Let's go.
Go Jin.
Nice.
Oh, he's knocking me off. Thunderlords comes down in the end to take down Lana. Double kill. Where did this Syndra come from for Jensen?
I can end. Yeah, we can end. It's good.
Oh, it's legit a penta. Fuck you guys.
They want to make this worse. The horse is down. They look to kick it. And Lana, the body slam into the dark passage. Godlike.
Flight.
Nice. I'm not trying to die. Nice, good job. They're ace. Nice, good job.
Impact getting into the mess. And a triple kill for Jensen.
That's an ace. And the kills keep going to Jensen.
Oh!
Can take over a game.
The edge hitbox onto Ninja.
I got Jin. No flash. Nice.
Back onto Ninja. And a huge hit into the wall. The body slam.
15.
Into the Star Scoop. Cloud9 take it 3-1 over Envy and move on to face Immortals.
I do think we have a pretty good shot at taking down Immortals. They're obviously a strong team, but we definitely have what it takes to take them down.